Yo, 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 Wagwan. Hello, Faith for Disney. What's going on, 6'3"? What's going on, Jamar? What's going on, Gabby? How is everyone doing today? Hope everybody is doing swagtastic. I feel relatively professional right now. I was up watching Suits, and just now I was learning about, I think it's situational jurisdiction or something like that. And then I finally got, you say you got Ayato's weapon? Yo, oh, wait. You got Ayato's weapon? Wait, what did you say? You haven't been streaming for days? Yeah, I have not been streaming for days. That's because there was a birthday that came up. Hold on, cuz. Yeah, I'm doing good, home. I'm trying to see this weapon. Faith, where you at? It's your birthday in 6 days? You know you got one coming next stream then. If not the next stream, then the one after. I'm telling you. Pretty ticked off you got Sinnoh's weapon. I know hey, Gabby. What that means is you have a quick bloom Shogun now. Because you can convert your EM on your Shogun into damage. So you get kind of the best of both worlds. That's what that weapon does. Just to give you a heads up. So it's not all bad. Like I don't like the Shogun, but it's a good equalizer when you have to run an EM Shogun. It is. Like she still does Shogun damage. Which is nice. So it's not dead in water. I could confirm that. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, happy birthday to you, 6'3". We're gonna be turning up, you know, on that next one, man. I like A. Yeah, no, I love A. Save your Serpent Knights for me when I log in later. I don't know what a Serpent Knight is, but okay. Definitely will. Oh, you wanted the sword. No, I know you wanted that sword. Faith, congratulations to you. You got it. Gabby, I'm sure it's coming down the pipeline. I wouldn't even worry about it. Isn't it a fairly good Hu Tao weapon? It is. It's a great Hu Tao weapon, particularly because the weapon can stat stick, and when you have a lot of, well, yes and no, because Hu Tao doesn't really use attack, but the way that this converts EM into attack, it doesn't give attack based on Hu Tao's attack multiplier. It gives attack purely based on EM, right? So in that regard, you know how like Hu Tao, like you don't need a lot of attack on Hu Tao. Like she needs a little bit, but she doesn't need a lot. You know what I mean? Like, and if you do give her attack, which she does need a lot of attack, she doesn't need a lot of attack based on her multiplier. She needs a lot of attack based on a different multiplier, which is where the Homa comes in. This gives attack based on her HP. It gives attack based on, it's circumstantially an attack boost. This one gives attack based on EM, and it gives quite a bit of it, right? Now, the only issue with this one is you have to hit with your elemental skill. So you can, but the playstyle is going to change. But it will give you a pretty good amount of attack on a Hu Tao. Do I recommend this weapon for Hu Tao? No. Just use a Dragon's Bane. It's more consistent, right? But if you magically are able to hit 3 enemies with her skill, this is probably going to kill the Dragon's Bane. Only because of the stat stick, the rating on the crit rate. So, you know, it's a give take. I'm still waiting for a Mika rerun. You know, I can't promise anything. I think if anything, Mika will come out with the Eula rerun. Let me see. Saving for C6 Yalan. Ooh, I almost want to say you might as well just go on ahead and get C6 this guy because he's stronger. But Yalan is off field, so they have their give and take. I will say that. Like, he's a little stronger. I think, you know what? Actually, that's a good idea. I think overall for the account, I think Yalan is better. Because you can use her on-field and off-field at C6. Maybe I'll get it early. I hope so. You got that paddle on 30 pity. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? Mika might be the next banner. I just have that feeling. Let's hope so. I mean, if they want Mika. I mean, Mika's a 4-star. You know, I don't see a problem with like any random 4-star hitting a banner. I'm trying to get all the cryo characters. Mika is my last 4. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, you're pretty much almost there. I mean, I think as long as you, I don't know if I want to say collect all the 4-stars, but if you have the means to, I think it's wise to at least have access to at least C0 of all the 4-stars if you can. Not that they're the greatest thing on your account, but you never know when you might need like a budget 5-star, basically. Like having a lot of 4-star options, it's like having a lot of budget 5-star options. So if you need Ayaka, you got Kea, for example. If you need Rosaria or you need Shinha, you got Rosaria. You know what I mean? If you need um Zhongli, you got Layla, you know, or you know what I mean? So it's like just having them just in case. Like, do you really need the 5-star kind of comes into question. You know what I mean? Hope y'all as well. Stuck at work, flipping the stadium. Oh, at work at the flipping stadium, yeah. Okay, good luck, heathens. All right, Lost. Always a pleasure, man. Lost, look up what the DSM-5 is. I just got that book in, bro. And I'm loving every word in it. I cracked the majority of a code I've been looking into. So, you know, there's going to be more things down the pipeline. Going to do Yelan first, then him, I think. I mean, don't blow all your money, but it is your money. You know, anytime we talk about C6 characters, I have to disclose this. You know what I mean? So, and this is just financial advice, right? I don't know anybody's bank account, but I don't ever recommend spending more than 20% of your total income on any Vice purchase, right? So C6 being a Vice purchase. If you have $600, don't spend $600 on C6. Wait till you have whatever 600 times 5 is, $3,000. Wait till you have $3,000. That would be my advice. You don't have to do that, but that would be my advice. You know what I mean? What's going on, Capricorn? How you doing? Let me see. I'll save as much as I can by then. If I don't get it, maybe next time I'll move on. I think you'll get it. I got a feeling. C6 Mika would help my Eula and Risley so much. Well, C6 4-stars are way easier to gain. Even though, like, if you're trying to... Here's the thing about C6 4-stars that I've noticed, right? If you're trying to force a C6 4-star off a character, off of one banner, you're probably going to get a C6 5-star before you get the 4-star. But for whatever reason, if you do it over time, you're basically guaranteed to get the C6 4-star before you even get the second constellation on the 5-star. Now, that's been my personal experience. Like, I got C6, whatever her name was, before I even... whatever banner she was on, I got her C6 before I even got a copy of the character on the banner. So it could go either way. I've just noticed that when it comes to constellations on 4-stars, like, I tend to get a lot of 4-star constellations, you know, before I even look at the 5-star character, you know. So I mean, it happens. That's been my experience. I need fragile resin. We all do. For real. I have the best news, and I think half of the chat would be happy to hear it. When I ask for a review, I would like you to read the first part of my bio out loud. What we got going on here, cuz? Where you at? You on my friends list? See, we got PB and J in here. Hold on. Is a queue open? Let me open the queue. Hopefully the queue's open. I'm sorry about that. Oh, you're EU. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I got you in that list. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Where are you? There you go. Yes, you are. You are Europe. All right. Am I reading this right? I have come to terms with Fiorina. My build is bad. That is not... What? No. You have come to terms with your Fiorina. With Fiorina. Your build is bad. Oh, yeah. Because you were saying Fiorina is a terrible character. I remember, yeah. Holy Jesus, this Fiorina looks pretty good, though. That is really funny, yeah. I remember now, yeah, because you was making a stink about Fiorina. And it was, you know, I get it. I get it. I'm not going to knock it. You know, not every character is for every character. Okay, so Yeah, you got her on zero pity. That's why I'm like, she's not. Yeah, you just don't like her. Yeah, you was like, you don't like. I do not like this character. And it's like, just try her. But you know what it is? You played the story, huh? You played. Everybody was hating her to that story, and it's like, yeah, she makes sense now. All right, so let's see. So we got 64.3% crit rate. We got 189.1 crit damage. We got 134 energy recharge, which is good. Without an energy recharge weapon, mind you. We got the Wolf Fang, which is the Battle Pass crit rate weapon, which is not bad. In my opinion, it's actually a pretty good weapon. The flower is good. The feather is really good. The timepiece is a ER stat stick, effectively. That goblet is different, like for real. And that circlet needs a reroll. Good stats needs a reroll. That attack percent, as I'm sure you know, literally doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So I would start with the circlet. I feel like that's going to be more of a controllable. Just going for a circlet reroll with the attempt to get more crit rate. Now, I know that there's more crit rate to come, right? You have 5 more coming from her. You have 5 more coming from the Wolfang. That'll put you at a 74%. Do you need to reroll the circlet still, even with that? Yes, because you have 3 dead stats, and one of which didn't even hit a lot, which is your ER. So I would still go for a reroll, whether it is for a crit rate or even for HP percent. But either or, that circlet needs to be rerolled. That would be my recommendation. As far as the timepiece, you're going to have to fill that one out. Right now, I know me personally, I do like having her powered. Hold on, what'd you say? You said I do have. Oh, I played her main quest and the Archon quest. Didn't change me a bit. Really? All right. I do have a question. If you don't mind popping back to my account after I changed my circlet to a different one. Yeah, that's fine. So, but the circlet is the glaring one for me, right? Of course, just ascend her, wrap up the weapon. I don't have a problem with the way you're doing your talents. I know it's still just a grind, so keep that energy going. I think you're doing fine with your Fiorina. You should be hitting, by the time you're done, you should be hitting about 12, 15K per, the big hit. And then as far as Ayato, any questions on Fiorina, by the way? While you're answering that, I'm going to check out your Ayato. You need to ascend him. You already know where I'm going with that. Grats on the weapon. You know what I'm saying? Are you taking off, Mystic? No spoilers, please. Okay, I'm not spoiling nothing. No Fiorina questions? Okay, cool. All I'm gonna say is enjoy the quest. So we got a lot of crit rate. The crit damage is at 175.2. The HP is at 19,000. Not really a problem. The attack is at 1,800 or 1,900 at this point. Not a problem. ER he doesn't need unless you feel like you need it. Your Hydro's at 58.6, which is good. You're on Echoes, which is good. So let's see. So your flower is great. Your feather is great. Your timepiece is great. Your goblet is good. And then your circlet is great. Really great. I don't know if it's for him specifically, but it's a great circlet. I think the only thing I'm concerned about is why not a crit damage circlet with an overroll and crit rate? If you have the chance. I had Ayato's Weapon Sisters banner with Raiden way back. Oh, you good then? All right, so with Ayato, why not a crit damage circlet with a heavy crit rate roll? Like, let me. I'm asking that the wrong way. If you had a crit damage circlet with a heavy crit rate roll, would you use that? I don't have one. I'm just trying to strongbox VV for now. I ain't knocking it. Now, as far as he's concerned, though, everything is done from what I'm looking at. Everything's done correctly as far as, because I only have, you guys know me. I only got the 2 stat rule. Try to get 2 substats, and if that happens to be crit damage, crit rate, you want to do the 2 priority stats. In his case, it's crit rate, crit damage, right? And you main stat all his other necessary stats, such as attack, hydro, so on and so forth, right? Ascend him. When you ascend him, you should get more crit damage. I think you'll get 10 crit, well, 9, but you should get around 10 crit damage just by ascending him. Just free damage. And then you said what? You said, yeah, I would use it. Okay. That would probably be the only thing I would keep an eye out for. If you ever go back to that domain or you start strongboxing for a different set or whatever, that would be the piece. Now, should you shoot for that piece now? I'm not entirely sure. I can't recommend that. But what I can say is, you know how I say goblets, try to make that offset if you can? It's because I just had the biggest upgrade on my Ayaka. I'm not going to show it. If you guys want to see it, there's my UID. You can pull up Inca, look at it. But I just had the biggest upgrade on my Ayaka by way of for goblet, because you can slot those out easy. And they come from anywhere. They could come from farming anything. Your timepiece is offset. And your upgrade needed on your Ayato is going to be coming from your... could be coming from your goblet. I understand the crit rate. The crit damage is a little low, though. And if you could rebalance that, then you should be fine. I could do with a better Zhao, to be honest, so I might win Fiorina and New Valletta are slightly better. No worries. Yeah, no worries. Outside of those little nitpicky, because really everything I just said is like nitpicky. None of it really truly applies. Like, you're done. You're so close to a 2-to-1 ratio, it doesn't matter. And the only way to actually hit a 2-to-1 ratio in this case is you would need to move that crit rate onto a crit damage circlet. Like the crit rate from your goblet, you'd have to move that onto a crit damage circlet. Or consider that crit rate on your goblet the crit rate on your crit damage circlet. Here's the issue with that, though. Okay, I'm going to show you my Ningguang. The only issue I have with having that much crit rate on anything but the circlet is because when you have that much crit rate on let's say the goblet, it's not the best goblet in the world. It's a great goblet, but not best goblet, right? But let's say you have that much crit rate on the goblet, but then you end up with a situation where you don't have that much crit damage on the circlet, right? Let's say it was like my Kaching circlet, right? Then what ends up happening is you end up in a situation where you become stuck with that high crit rate goblet, but that doesn't leave any room for growth in the crit damage department. So you kind of put a chokehold on your goblet, right? So usually what I would recommend is, because on a circlet, there's really only like one stat that you're really going for in the circlet truly, and that's crit rate. It's okay to have a circlet that hits all crit rate. Like, you know how you get a piece and it hits all, like, okay, I'll show you this. So there is this, right? So it's crit rate, crit damage, 27% energy recharge, right? Now, it's okay to have it hit all one stat if only one stat matters. But on your goblet, 2 stats matter. Whereas on your circlet, 1 stat matters. So if I had any say in the matter, I would be farming for a crit damage circlet with the heavy hit. And then I would see, if possible, to at least get 20 crit damage on the timepiece. Maybe similar stats. I know it takes a while, so I'm not going to hold you to it. But that way you can at least kind of flex out the goblet, if that makes sense. I do have a question. Is Fiorina, Jean, Yelan, Ayato a good team? It's a good team if Jean is the driver, or Ayato. Yeah, it's a really good team. I just wouldn't drive with, like, Yelan. You can. I wouldn't drive with Yelan. You're in tutoring? Hey, pay attention, Ari. Are you being tutored, or are you the tutor? Ayato is the driver? Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, it's a good team. You know, I'm kind of weird about mono teams, specifically mono hydro, but you know, I don't see a problem with that team. Everybody in that team is Omega strong. Like, you have Yelan, Jesus Christ, Ayato, he's pretty darn good, and you got Fiorina, which is something else, and you got Jean. The thing is, how's your Jean built, right? So if your Jean is a burst bot Jean, then you're in good hands with Allstate. You know what I mean? So, but outside of that, I mean, do you have any questions about Ayato? Any concerns? Any ideas? You love mono hydro teams. I love mono geo teams, so I get it. I do get. I actually mean that. Like, I used to use mono geo teams. Mono teams aren't bad. You know what I mean? I don't. Me personally, I don't like mono. I haven't been having the most fun with mono hydro teams. I have to when it's. You know what it is? When I personally use hydro, I have to see a bunch of stuff going off. Something has to happen. Not just hydro. I need to see a vaporize or a freeze or an electrocharge or you know what I mean. I'm weird like that. What's going on, Ashwin? How you doing? No, I use tutoring to get peace and quiet that I can't get from. Gotcha. Okay, no worries. Well, just stay focused. Sorry, you know what I mean. We gonna. By the way, how's school going? Is it? Are you feeling the pressure of school, or are you killing it? Do you feel like you? And if you're not killing it, do you feel like you can kill it? Because I got. What is it? Watch this. I just gotta say this to Ari real quick. I got a book that I've been wanting for some time now. Right? It's a lot of pages. It's over 400 pages. This is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition text revision. It's called the DSM-5 TR. Right? Now, I know a lot of stuff in this book. I don't know all the medical terms, but that's why I got the book. I know the context of what they're talking about, but this is going to be my reference book. I'm going to get smart. Right? So, you can kill it. If I can kill it, you can kill it. I'm actually killing it. See, I got all A's except for physics, but it's an 89 working on it. You good. It ain't got to be 2,000%. At the end of the day, if you're doing great, you're doing great. Do the best you can. You know what I mean? Like, get a grade that's reflective of your actual work ethic, I guess is what I'm saying. You feel me? Like, the grades you should be getting should be an actual reflection of what you actually are. If you're lazy, then that grade should show that. If you're not lazy, that grade should show that. You know what I mean? And that's it. You said no other Ayato questions? All right, cool. She's VV with full healing build. There you go. When she's VV with full healing build, that's great. Make sure she has energy recharge so you can maintain. Like you can I actually recently, and this is just now you let me know how this works out for you 6'3", but this is just something that I had to recently do. As much as I didn't want to do it, I had to do it with my Jean. She has a energy recharge sword. Believe it or not, this is actually her weapon, but Fiorina has it for now. And then she's still on the maiden set, but she's got 209 energy recharge. Yep, 200. So yours is 200 on it. Oh, but then you're good. Same time, brother. Same time. You feel me? Same time. You know what I mean? She needs that, bro. She needs the burst. You know what I mean? And then you can just attack stats. She can get crit rate and attack. Either crit rate, ER, crit rate, attack. Crit rate just because it's a Favonius, attack for the heals, and ER because she needs it. That's it. What's going on, Arden? How you doing, cuz? And yes, Faith, pop off. You feel me? Let me see. I also got tapped to be National Honors Society because of my. See, that's what I'm talking about. All right, see what? You high five. High five. You know what I mean? And you're going into medical, so maybe we could share medical terms. What's the cerebral cortex? What's the vagus nerve? I was talking to my girl about the vagus nerve. All right, so next up we got Xiangling. It's the last one out of the 3. She's level 80. You don't have to ascend unless you actually want the EM, right? She ascends with EM. That's her ascension stat. Would I recommend it? Absolutely, right? So ascend her to 90. Do you have to level her to 90? No, because a lot of her power is going to be coming from an amalgamation of all her stats. That's going to be coming from her attack. It's going to be coming from the weapon. It's going to be coming from the elemental mastery. It's going to be coming from the crit rate and the crit damage. Part of it's going to be coming from her energy recharge because, as I see, you have her on the emblem set, so on and so forth, right? So there's kind of a mix. So you don't really need to level her. I would ascend her just because of how powerful elemental mastery is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you'll end up with like 134 or something like that, 124. That little bit extra, because of where you're at on elemental mastery, is like 20 crit damage. It's something. It's on reaction, like on reaction only. But it's something like that. It depends. You have 231 crit damage, so it's going to be more like like 30 crit damage in your case. It's going to be some big, like that ascension is going to hit hard. It'll hit hard. Your timepiece is great. I'm almost wondering if you have the Shogun, because these are Shogun pieces minus the goblet. All right, so you have a great flower. You got a entirely too powerful feather. Your timepiece is otherworldly. It's 13 crit rate, 21 crit damage, 22 crit damage technically if you round up, 14 crit rate, 22 crit damage if you round up. The goblet is really strong. 10 crit rate, 21 crit damage. Well, 9.7 in case anybody's weird out there. And then the circlet has 24 crit damage with 35 EM. So I think you're doing good. Would I want you to have more ER? Yes. And you could do that by just switching to a catch. Will you do that? Probably not. But for what it's worth, as long as you're getting your burst, it puts you at 131. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. But you don't use her anymore though. That's not necessarily a problem. That's not a problem. So as my only criticism is the ER, right? That's literally it. Switch the weapon. Boom. You're done, right? Your talents are fine. I'm not going to nitpick the talents unless you want to get her burst to 12. Do you got to crown it? No. Do you want to crown it? Maybe. You don't have to, though. You so don't have to, right? You would benefit from getting it to 12, but it's not going to make or break, at least what I'm looking at, right? The real question is, and you have to answer this, I wouldn't change anything on this youngling, provided you do not have a burst downtime. If at any point in time you have to hit her skill or battery her back just to get her burst back, I would switch the weapon to an ER whip, like a catch or something. That's my only criticism. Give her an engulfing lightning. You know, you could do something like that. You know, I don't know if you have an engulfing lightning, but you could do that, especially if you don't use the Shogun anymore. This weapon is entirely too strong on her. Attack increased by 28% energy recharge over 100%. You gain a maximum bonus of 80% attack. Gain 30% energy recharge for 12 seconds after using elemental burst. You will never not have a burst with this weapon. You should never not have it. You should always have a burst with this weapon. I use her in mono pyro, Yoimiya, so it don't really matter. To my point. So if you have a burst with her, how you use her, then you're fine, right? I'm just gonna not warn you, but I will say this: if you ever use her outside mono pyro, just give her the catch. Just give her the catch. Everything will work itself out, and you get crit rate from it. Do you need it? No, but why not? You know what I'm saying? You're at 170 crit damage, which is entirely too high for a Xiangling, but you're at 170 crit damage, and that is without a crit rate weapon. 74%, like 76% crit rate. Like, it's almost like you're battling 10-10 or something. And for those who know 10-10, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? This is like high on this youngling ladder. You know, 130, like that's doing great. You're at 170 right now, which is really, and I'm talking without the Homa. For those who don't know, he's 231 on his youngling with 76% crit rate, and that is without a crit rate weapon. He's got a Homa, right? So if you take the Homa away, it's just 231 minus 66. So he's pushing 170, 164 or 170. Like I said, 130 is high. 120 is like the average. So you're beyond overachieving with this youngling. I don't know if you're looking for a 50k mel or vape or something, which is good, you know, but for what it's worth, the only thing is just make sure she has a burst at all times, regardless of the situation that she's in. If she's not in mono pyro, just give her just give her the catch. Now I took a second look at it, I almost want to say you might as well get Guoba and her burst to 12. Because if you're putting this much emphasis on your Xiangling, don't just leave her talents by the wayside and try to overcompensate with great artifacts. Because in essence, by way of her talents, which is what these artifacts are multiplying off of, you're leaving huge artifact stats like on the you're leaving artifacts on the table by not ranking up Guoba and the burst. That's pretty much it though. Outside of that, you're fine. I mean, it's like a great looking Xiangling. It only took you 3 weeks. Well, you got it. So you might as well take the other year that you would have been farming for her and rank up the talents. Come on now. I'm not finna let you walk around with a Lamborghini with hubcaps. You know what I'm saying? Get your talents up. This man walk, he got a whole Ferrari and he's like, no, these hubcaps, I like these hubcaps. Like, don't do that. Just rank the talents up, you'll be fine. And then put it on Akasha and wait for people to battle you. Because they will. So, that's it. Any questions on yours, Youngling? I lost every single thing my account lost. Wait, what happened? So I played on that one, but no luck. Wait a minute, Isagi, what do you mean you lost everything on your account? You don't just lose everything on your account. Unless you give it to somebody else. And the only thing you can use is weapon. The only thing you can lose is, I mean, you can lose weapons and artifacts, but you can't lose characters and constellations. So, you gave your logins to someone, didn't you? No questions. Let me actually check her Akasha right now, although I don't really care. She's going to be high, but not as high as you... She's not as high as she could be. If you just do the talents and ascend her, and if you rank her to 90 and move her to... Like, you don't got to crown them, but if you move her to 90 and rank her talents, she'll be really high on that Akasha list. No, I can't activate my... What do you mean activate your account? You mean you can't log in? There's a... Well, I don't know if... you should be able to do it from the start. Hold on. You should be able to do it from here. Or I think it should be at least, if you're on PC, there's another location. But on PC and I think mobile, there's like, you can do a support ticket like from here. You just let them know I can't get in, and that's it. And if not that, then log into, you know, you go to Hoyoverse. Or you could just, I would just go to Google, Genshin, Hoyoverse, support. And then you go in there, and then you just fill it out. It'll say, what's your issue? A little drop-down menu, I think. I think one of them is like login issues or something. You just fill it out, send it, and then like a day to 3 days, like one to 3 days, they'll be like, oh, okay, you're good. Reset your password. Or something like that. Like, it should something like that. What's going on, Burger? How you doing? You triple crown Risley? Let's go. Let's go. Now, wait a minute. You said, hold on. You said top 39, top 39% or top 39? Like, there's the top 100, right? And you're 39. I don't know. But either way it goes, your Xiangling looks good. You know what I mean? So, hold on. But you would be really high. Oh, thank you, Burger. Just translated it. But yeah, either way. Oh, percent? Yeah, that's still not bad. I mean, you gotta remember, like, you gotta remember you're dealing with Akasha. Thank you very much. You're welcome. You know what I mean? But yeah, so, yeah. But yeah, rank her up to 90. If it matters, rank her to 90. Get her talents up, your rank will go up. Do you need it? No, you so don't. But because you have that on your, like, okay, my Shogun was sitting in such a crazy, I'm just letting you know what it feels like to leave unfinished work on the table. You know what I mean? When you have a pretty good whatever character you got, you're probably going to want to just wrap up the talents. So just wrap the talents up. Speaking of which, I wrapped him up. I'm like, this dude, I like him so much, I'm just going to finish him. So just, you know, if you like her that much, I would just finish her. Not for performance, but it feels good. Now, I've told plenty of people in DWP this. It feels good. You finished something. So, in that sense, it's when you finish it, it's like, cool. The battle is over. You know what I mean? You should get that dopamine hit. That dopamine hit different. You know what I mean? It's flat top 39. Oh, no percent? Oh, well then, yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, just rank her talents, ascend her. She'll probably be like top 10. Like, she'll be up there. It's because of the artifacts you have on her. You have unrealistic artifacts. Like, you have artifacts that I typically wouldn't just recommend like that. But you have them, right? And because you have them, it's like, oh, you might as well, you know. So I would say, because here's the thing. Think about it. If you got that in 3 weeks, you have in 3 weeks what people have spent 2 years to get. You know what I mean? So instead of spending 2 years, spend a month and just finish your talents. Yeah, forget Akasha. I'm talking about finishing the character. You know what I'm saying? Like I finished him in like, yeah, like 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it happens sometimes. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's nice when it happens, but sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Do you know a trick? How what? How I can get it? No, there's no trick to get a 5-star character faster, but there's a trick to guarantee a character on the banner. And I'm not talking about winning 50-50, but you have to. It's everybody knows that. I'm not going to tell you something that everybody don't do. All it is, you have to be 2 banners ahead of the curve though. So if you're just now getting in and you're like, I want Sinnoh because Dog Boy, then unless you saved up the Primo gems in advance and was able to anticipate his banner, blah blah blah, you're gonna have to rely on 50-50. Right now, I can tell you this: if you lose 50-50 today, you're borderline guaranteed the character. You just have to get easy things. Not easy things. You have to get all of the Primo gems. So you have to do all the events. You got to do. And by the way, there's no commissions anymore. There's commissions, but you don't have to do them anymore. You just play the game and you get commissions. So do that every day. Do all the events. Do your battle pass. Save up $5. Get a Welkin. You know, you don't have to buy the battle pass, but do the battle pass, right? Do the treasure hunts. You just have to get all the Primo gems. It would help if you could do the Abyss, but the Abyss is a fraction of what you will get over the course of this banner. So don't worry about the Abyss so much, right? Just get what you can, and you're basically guaranteed to get. If you lose 50-50 within the first, like, 2 days. After the first 2 days, I can't guarantee nothing. I mean, that's pretty much it. But you have to preempt the character on the banner. That's at least what I coach my guys here. Because there's not really a trick. There's rituals, right? I'm going to stand next to Blanche, right? I'm going to stand next to Blanche. I'm going to eat Eggo waffles. And, you know, I'm going to do a normal and hit my skill and do Barbara to make her clap. And because I'm going to load up a team full of Hydros. And then I'm going to wait till animation starts. And then I'm going to hit burst and then wish. I'm telling you right now, that doesn't work. It's just, you know, it's like knock on wood kind of, you know, but in a video game. So, yeah, just have faith. That's the best thing I can tell you. If you want a character, just have faith you'll get the character. And be a good person. Karma has a weird way of weaving itself into this game. It's really odd. So, yeah. And good luck. Who you going for, by the way? Who you going for? Sinnoh, Ayato, a weapon, a 4-star? Because I kid you not, in some cases, 4-stars are harder to get than 5-stars. Some cases, it's rare. But you'll know within the first 20 pull if you're going to get a 4-star. Like if you're in for the long haul or not. I could go, boop, do a 10 pull. And if Kooky shows up, great. Oh, side note. Whoever the character is on the back of the banner is typically the character. I think it's either the back or the front, but whoever's in the back or the front, it's one of them. They, for some reason, they seem to not want to hit people's accounts. I think it's the back of the banner. It's really it's a strange phenomenon. It doesn't happen to everybody, but it's pretty universal though. Like if somebody wants Charlotte, some accounts will get her right away. But most accounts, they got to go 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and then they get like C1. Like they'll pull a 5-star before they pull the first one. Rechecking Fiorina? Yeah. All right, so let's see. So Fiorina is... Okay, that is a circlet. That is a circlet. What? Okay, so were you here when we were kind of having a discussion about the HP circlet versus a crit damage circlet? Because the HP circlet works. It works really good, right? Oh, after I've done Mystic? No, it's technically still your turn. We're just revisiting. And Mystic, I'm gonna pull you here in just a second. I'm gonna do you here in just a second. So HP is weaker than it is noticeably weaker than a crit damage circlet, almost regardless of how much crit damage you have on it. But it's a good break-even point if you want a good healer and you want a good amount of damage. Like HP is probably like an HP circlet is probably the most balanced Fiorina you're gonna get until you get into like constellations or you pull her weapon or something like that. Like typically you want to wait until you have her weapon and then you want to use that circlet. And that's because her weapon has the potential to put you in diminishing returns. It just depends on how much crit damage you have across your artifacts. And if you are just so overloaded in crit damage, you're probably going to hit diminishing returns. You might as well just run HP and give something to her heals, right? But your heals they'll be noticeably stronger. They're not going to be dramatically stronger, but it'll be noticeable. You'll be like, okay, it's nice. You know what I mean? It's not like Google Translate. Oh, can translate classical Chinese. I will not do that. Okay. Mystic. What we got going on? Mystic Journeyman. The Journeyman of Mysticism. And I think I have to do a weekly. I have to do a weekly boss. I'm thinking about it. I don't think I have to do it, but I'm thinking I probably should do it. All right, so there's Mystic. Am I joining or I feel like I'm checking. Matter of fact, it has happened. It has happened. It has been done. You are finished, Mystic. If I had a microphone and you were right here, I'd be like, tell me how it feels. And how does it feel knowing that you're finished? You know what I'm saying? Faith, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When you triple crown a character, it's like, it's done. It's like, dude, I'm done. It's like finishing homework. It's like finishing a job. It's like, you're finished. You know what I mean? Oh, 2 things for Risley. I have 2 circlets. Which one? And then also Fiorina check. Got you. All right. Dude, I know it feels... I know you're good. All right, so you have an attack weapon, okay? Doing... You know I want more crit rate, but I can't even knock it. Looking like my Shogun right now. That's why. So, we have this weapon. And yes, Burger, I'm still waiting on her. I almost did a pull. Just because I want to pull. But it's okay. Obviously the best set. You switch the circlet. Okay, I'm gonna refresh it here in a minute. Let me just look at all of them. So oh yeah, because your feather was ridiculous, right? No, didn't you have like a mega ridiculous piece? No, okay, got it. But you're running you're running crit rate. Okay, so so you just gotta re-roll a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you got to re-roll a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so you effectively got to re-roll the set. It may be. So part of the issue that might be happening is you might be, and I've said this a million times, so it's not your fault, right? But I've said this a million times. Don't roll artifacts unless they have the 2 stats you're looking for. You're not sure which circlet you want. The circlet. Well, let's see. Well, you don't have a crit rate weapon, so it's probably going to be this one, but let's see. This one has 14% attack and 18% crit damage. If you need to reset it, then you just do the log out thing. I mean, not log out, you just go back to the login screen. Hold to quit, you just do that. And then it'll pull it again. Let's see. I don't know if he did or not. Oh, that guy. Hold on. Oh, duh. That's actually what you want. Yeah, you actually want this ratio. Especially if you use them with Fiorina. You actually want this ratio. You only need 30. What is it? 30. You only need 34% crit rate. So Mystic, you play Honkai Star Rail, right? And if you do, you know how Jing Liu, she only needs like 20 crit rate? It's the same thing with characters who have fluctuating HP who run this set, right? If their HP fluctuates by way of their kit, you only need 34% percent crit rate. Because your artifact set is going to activate, when it's fully activated, you get 36% crit rate. And this is going to be entirely, it's so much faster than Lenny, right? You remember how all the Lennies were like, I need, what is it? I need 64% crit rate. Why? Because I want to hit 100% crit rate. Well, Lenny can't fluctuate his HP anywhere close to Risley. Like, it's nowhere close, right? But with Risley, obviously, you should be able to activate this set, I think within the first, like, second or two or something like that, right? So, yeah, this is actually what you want. I totally forgot about that. You actually want this. So I would stick with the crit damage circlet for now. You know, if you end up with two stats that you want, like let's say you want an energy recharge or you want an attack percent, it depends on what you want, right? If you get the crit damage circlet, it's got 10 crit rate and it's got that second stat that you want, I'm only assuming you don't want that defense percent. But if it has a second stat, sure, choose that one. But that's actually the circlet that you want. As far as the rest of the set, yeah, these are just simple rerolls. I can tell you right now, this is nowhere near as valuable as you think it is. It's super valuable. It is not as and you already know why. If you simply got 7% crit rate, 7% crit rate, it completely eradicates this art. You could take this artifact off and replace it with like a 4-star version of itself with no substats and get the same effect by simply just re-rolling crit rate, crit damage on the other two, and then you'll be fine. But yeah, so I mean, so it's just a circlet, right? If it's just a circlet, because Mystic, I know your account. I think you know. So I don't even know why I went super deep on it. But yeah, that circlet. Let me go ahead and move on. I'm pretty sure that's all he was asking. Sorry about that, you guys. Fiorina, 90 out of 90. Great, loving it. Favonius Sword. I love it. I don't know how the rest of the community feels. I love it. I love this weapon. I think it's a great choice. If you can R5 it even better, you don't need to, obviously. I'm sure you know that. 4-piece set. Okay, good. You are C1. That is, I think I feel like you were here. C1 should be stronger than her weapon. I don't have the pipe thing. You don't need the pipe thing. Are you going to crown her skill? I forgot. Hold on, let me see. Oh, you're using her as a buffer. Is she a buff character? Like, are you using her like Mona? You use her with Risley. Yeah, but she's not there to heal Risley or do support damage with Risley. She's there pretty much only to buff Risley, right? And if she is, I mean, it makes sense what I'm looking at. So the only thing you may need is, because your energy recharge is fine, you may need like, ooh, I don't know how you're gonna do this. How much crit rate you got? Yeah, more free. Yeah, you're not healing at all with her. You're not doing, yeah. So, which is funny. I heal with her, but I heal with her after battle. So let me see. So, what's up with this circlet? I don't know if you need that much crit rate. That is a great circlet, though, for the occasion. You know what it is? I want you to hit 40%. I want you to hit 40,000 HP. That's what I want. But for the balance of the character, I don't know if it's gonna be that impactful. Because what is she missing? Like with that, like how much fanfare is she like losing out on? Because I don't even think she's losing out on a lot of that. Yeah, see, I'm at 36. Like most people ain't even at that much. For every 1,000 points, blah 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 blah. She'll increase about 0.7. So 0.7, so 3%, right? And that's out of 28%. So I don't think so it's not that serious. Yeah, I think you're fine. No, it doesn't scale on HP. Hold on, there's something about it. No, it's not the fanfare, but it's her buff. It's her buff. No. Her buff. So look. So for every 1,000 points of her max HP, can buff the different solitaire enemy. Her little troopers. That's what it is. Their damage increases by a certain amount, and that caps at 40k. Her fanfare, I think, is a totally different thing. That is based on the fluctuation of HP. That's what it is. So her skill is buffed by way of her HP. That caps at 40k. Her fanfare, that's just a mechanic. You can have her at level 1. Well, not literally level 1, but you could take all her artifacts off, and her fanfare, to my understanding, her fanfare would still respond the same. You just rank this, and that's it. Like, you can't scale her fanfare. Unless you get, like, C1. Then you get the, what is it, C1 or C2? I think it's C1, where you get the extra 25% fanfare. It goes from 75% damage bonus to 100% damage bonus, is what it's capable of. All right, so okay, and I apologize for that, Mystic. Now that I took a second gander at it, you actually don't even really need a lot of HP at all. So I think you're actually fine. How is your energy recharge? Because with that, if you're not using her to heal at all, and I'm not proposing you lose HP, I'm really not, but if you come across an energy recharge timepiece with a really big HP roll, like 20% or something, try that one. Just to keep her powered, because the thing is, you just want her burst to stay on. And the longer that thing stays on, the less amount of times you're going to have to restart the process of ramping it back up. So you just keep it on and on, which I'm sure you already know. So I think you're fine. As far as a pure buffer, I think you're fine. You got a fab on all your teams aside from Rio, so her oh, yeah, you are fine. There's nothing really you have to do. I mean, you could maybe start scaling her damage, I guess. You know what I mean? That's about it. I mean, if you want to. I mean, if you're I don't know what you're doing the Abyss. I'm like I don't know what you would need to do outside of that. Because the thing about Fiorina is, like, you don't need her damage. Like, her buff alone, it's like Mona on steroids with 100% uptime is effectively what you have here. It's at the cost of HP, but you still got it. You know what I mean? And even still, you could just run her as a healer if it's that serious. I'm pretty sure you'd rather take the energy recharge from the DPS version of her. The particle generation, I mean. But I don't personally see an issue. Like, I don't see an issue. Do you feel like you're struggling with Fiorina, or this is... Because I know what you're doing now, and I don't see a problem with it. It feels very reminiscent of my Mona. Right, so you guys see my Xiangling, right? And you guys know how I feel about, like, DPS characters with, like, they need to have power somewhere. DPS somewhere. Like, she doesn't. She's energy recharge. But you get what I'm saying. They got to have DPS. Mona doesn't have anything. She's just an ER bot, and she got leftovers, and she happened to end on that ratio. But I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, I've ran artifacts that were terrible on Mona because I only need Omen. I didn't need her burst to pop and do damage. I just needed Omen. Now, because you're running Fiorina, she just kind of comes with damage. So I don't think it's really gonna... Is it gonna be 20k a hit or 15k a hit or... No, but it's gonna be way more than Mona. I can promise you that. So, no, I'm usually fine. She doesn't do crazy damage, but she busts my Rio like 10k each. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. It doesn't, like, I know what you're doing now. That's why I'm like, I don't think you got a problem. Yeah. So I think you're fine. I mean, is there a question you had for me in regards to that, Fiorina? I'm gonna let everybody just kind of look at this. I'm gonna let everybody just kind of look at that. I'm just glad I haven't seen an emblem Fiorina yet. Two piece, sure. Four piece, I'm sure it exists out there somewhere. Because we've all done it. Not Fiorina, but put emblem on a character we ain't got no business putting. Like emblem on Barber or something. Like what? We've all done. You know. I wish the Shogun worked with Shimenawa. And I don't mean for the sake of Shimenawa. I'm talking about normal attack damage on burst. I wish that worked. No, we're good. I got C1, so I thought it would be better for a support build. Yeah, you're good. If they're now, I know you already know what I know, and I know that you know that I know what I'm looking at. The only thing that you can do from here is scale that number. You know that I know that you know it's not even worth it. Just who cares? But if the heavens open up and says you must grow, my son, sure, reroll some for more crit damage. It might cost you this, or it might cost you that. I wouldn't do it, personally. You see my Jean, you see my Venti, you've seen my Kazuha. I wouldn't do it, personally. I wouldn't do it unless you like main Fiorina or something like that. So, I'm assuming there's no questions. Unless you have questions. Any questions? If not, I'm going to move on to Burger. You decided to build Jean? And I know why. It's because of Fiorina. Yeah, I told you guys, Fiorina introduced a healer meta. And it buffs Fiorina, like, out the roof. Like, she gets ridiculously strong with Jean. Because Jean can just activate her fan. She can cap her fanfare in one button. You hit a button and her fanfare is full. Like on rotation. And she could do VV Shred. 5 minutes ago? Crazy. I'm so close to 30. You're not 36 in it? Oh, I just need 2 more stars and I'm no good. You know what, Mystic? I am pretty sure, because I'm going to pull your Jean in a sec. You don't have Kazuha, do you? Oh, you're building her. Oh, okay, got it. But yeah, if you don't have Kazuha, or you don't have Zhongli, that's why you're not 36 in it. Venti, sure, need Kazuha. So, Kazuha is an Abyss Rat. Venti gets you to floor 12 like that. Yeah, Venti's great. Venti, I'm telling you, Venti is the farm magnet. I like Venti. Look, I think we had a whole talk about this. For the Abyss though, you need Kazuha. And that's only because of power creep. It's because you got to do bigger numbers. You don't have to group enemies. They're moving away from this group enemy thing, and they have been trying to effectively nerf Venti for the longest time. Since Venti was the bar none best character in Genshin Impact when he first came out, like you couldn't beat Venti. There was nothing you could do about Venti, and he was so strong that they said we could never have this again. We already got Bennett, Xingqiu, Xiangling, Sucrose, like weak official. We can't have it in the form of a 5-star. We cannot do that. They have been trying to eradicate Venti since that day. Hence Inazuma. And Inazuma is when it first happened. And they tried to replace him with Kazuha. Because with Kazuha, you can't hit a burst, hit a button, and the whole room disappears. You can't do that with Kazuha. You actually have to still hit buttons with Kazuha. You know. All my strong cryo characters. Yeah, diversify your portfolio. I had to talk about that too, Mystic. I had to talk about that, like, I think it was about a year ago. I was talking about make sure you have a strong character in each role. Like, so if you need a strong cryo, just have one one really strong character in each element who can DPS. And if you can, try to make sure you have at least a support character in each element if you can. You don't need that as much, but if you can, do that, right? Pyro, Hu Tao. You don't need any other pyros. Hydro, Yelan. You don't need any other ones. You know, Electro, Raiden. You don't need any other ones. You can get them. You don't need them. You just need like one. You know what I mean? Let me see. So we're looking at. You said Jean? Of course. Oh yeah, you got Yelan. Okay. I have strong characters in everything except Pyro because Pyro characters hate me. Well, I mean, you'll get one. I'm waiting for Arlecchino. I'm just hoping Arlecchino. My thing is, if Hu Tao worked the way that Fontaine characters work, I would pull Hu Tao. But she doesn't. She wants to kill herself, and I can't deal with characters like that. You have, oh yeah. For those who don't know, it's that. Is probably why he has that. That and the rest of these, right? But it's that. So he pulls a lot on the banner, in case anyone's wondering. Wow. No, there's a reason behind it, and I'm sure he works really hard and all that. So, all right. So you're building this gene. What's your energy recharge? 192. Okay. I'm assuming this is going to be with Fiorina. Okay. 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 How are you building this gene? For 14 months? Yeah, Jean loves you, and you don't respect her. So you need to respect your Jean. Like, respect Jean, man. Now, how are you trying to build your Jean? Just a burst bot? That's it? Why in the world does she have this? Resetting Fiorina Drain? How's your burst? Like, how are you getting to your burst? Do you... Because that's all that matters on a burst bot gene. No, not the percent. I know the percent. I can see the percent. What I'm saying is, are you getting to your... do you feel like you're getting to your burst on rotation, or do you feel like you could use a little bit more energy recharge, or... Like, how are you feeling about this... How are you feeling about the burst uptime? Because that's all that matters. You have never used her before? You the one that... You barked at me for saying she needs an energy recharge timepiece, Burger. She needs energy recharge, bro. She does, though. She does. You're right. You were right. She does need energy recharge. But she needs a lot more than... She needs more than just a timepiece. Like, this weapon is great if you're playing her with her and Fiorina. Meaning that you're going to get 1,000,001 white particles coming to you. Yeah, for Fiorina. So if you're killing stuff fast enough to generate particles, then I feel like 192 is fine. Unless you're switching to her and hitting 2 skills per burst rotation. If you can fit 2 skill hits with Jean per burst rotation, I think 192 should be fine. Should be. That's a strong should though. It should be fine. Right? Is she going to be your driver? Like, the more I play Jean, the more I realize she needs a ton of energy recharge. Oh, let me look at these artifacts before I start doing this, because I think you may be fine. What was that, 20%? Okay. 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 Any way you could re-roll this with an energy recharge substat? Hold on one sec, just for work. One sec. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Had someone asking, which bags should I do for my clients? You should probably do these bags. But then when you pick these bags, you got to make sure you're accounting for how these bags are going to morph when you start putting product in them. I don't know who that is. 2cog. If you're in the stream, just say, it's me, and you can join. I have no idea what you need, though. Okay. But yeah, so you said no available ER swords. Got it. Burger, you already know that I'm going to recommend you go play with Jean with Fiorina and check for your burst rotation and then adjust as needed from there, right? I feel like what was it, the circlet? I almost feel like that circlet should be enough. If you could re-roll that circlet for more energy recharge, that should be more than enough. What's going on, Life for Sprinkles? You hate playing Jean? She's not that bad. I don't like her skill cooldown or her particle generation. Actually, I'll take that back. Tell me if we on the same page, bro. I don't like how many particles she generates and her burst cost. That's what I don't like. I don't mind Jean so much. Can she increase cooldown? You mean decrease cooldown? Because that I'm not sure. Maybe she can. I'm not entirely. I don't think she can. I know the Shogun can. The Shogun can decrease burst cooldown, which is like a forbidden stat to modify. But that's at C. That's why it's her C6. I don't like Jean's gameplay. Her energy is fine. I hate her energy. Her energy is why I don't like her playstyle. And her normals are slow. But I like her though. I like Jean, but that's like it. Oh, crit damage? Oh, does she can Fiorina? No, Fiorina doesn't increase crit damage. She increases bonus damage, which is a different damage bucket. So for the most part, there's 3 damage buckets, right? You have talent, and then you have talent, which multiplies off your base damage stat multiplier, right? So let's say you have an HP scaling character that's pure HP. It'll be the HP stat, right? So that's going to be your damage multiplier, number 1. Then it's going to go from that to crit damage. Then it goes from crit damage to bonus damage. Actually, I'll take that back. It goes from the stat to bonus damage and then crit damage. If I'm not mistaken, crit damage is last. And then there's like the special one, which is EM. EM is like after everything. It's something like that. But it's not crit damage though. It's bonus damage. Today when I was doing domain, my Hu Tao's crit damage went from 250 to 310. That's probably because you're farming. You know what? I could tell you why. Because you're farming her domain, and you probably just didn't see the delay line blessing of that domain. Yeah, that's a domain buff. And when your HP fluctuates, you get crit damage. So when a character's current HP increases or decreases, all party members will receive a crit damage bonus. As such, place characters with healing abilities in the party to defeat your opponents more effectively. That's what that was. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're good. Life for Sprinkles. Trust me, I did the same thing. I went in there and did the most meme snapshot. I have it on my PlayStation. I have a meme snapshot of my whatever his name is. It's like 360 crit damage. Just to say, just in the event somebody come through. Shut up, man. Stop. Fall back. Chill. You always got to keep it on. You got to keep it on you. I used to tell my leadership that, hey, just keep it on you, bro. Somebody gonna come up trying to bang the set. You gotta fall back, bro. Like chill. It ain't that we ain't doing that. Giggity. What's happening with you, man? Yeah. So when it comes to your Jean, and at the end of the day, player, see how much energy recharge she has. If you let's say in one rotation, by the time her burst the cooldown wears off, you're missing like 25%. I would probably switch to energy recharge weapon. But the minute you get one, right? If not, then you're going to be looking at a hefty energy recharge substat on that circlet. And when I say hefty, I mean like hefty, like like 20. You're gonna be looking at a big energy recharge roll. It's either that or your playstyle is gonna have to change. You're gonna have to hit your skill twice instead of once. Which I know we ain't trying to spend that extra 2 seconds because you have to switch, and then switch back, and it puts your switch in cooldown, which you would think it's not a lot, but it can be a lot. Right? Imagine having to do this. Anybody, and I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Anybody ever switch to the wrong character and then you have to wait? That's what happens when you don't have enough energy recharge on Jean. Right? So you're playing and then you have to switch to Jean and then you switch. And then you have to switch back to Jean. And then, you know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, so that's what makes me not like Jean and why I overload her with energy recharge. Because I don't want to switch to her twice. I want to switch to her once. Because I have a rotation going. I just need her to go burst and then she's good. So what I do, and this is why she has Favonius, well, when I use her, I switch her to Favonius, is I hit skill, pop, and if I don't get the Favonius proc, I just throw out a couple normals. She's going to get the proc. When she gets the proc, boop, she collects them and then I switch her off. I just take the extra couple seconds. Do I like it? No, I hate it. But, you know, if I have to play Jean, that's what I do. She's still level 20. Jean is cool. Jean is a cool character, but playing her, she's. In order for Jean to work, they would have to. They need like a set that reduces the cooldown on burst or skill or something, or increases particle generation in itself. Like they need something like that. You know what I mean? Like on a 4-piece set, your skill produces double energy, like particles. Gives you no bonus damage, but it increases particle. Like she needs that. You know what I mean? I just don't want to give them to her. You know what you could do, and no, you can't, because you do need the base attack. Yeah, just don't worry about it, Burger. I mean, try to do it by way of artifacts, and in your case, it's only a circlet. You know what I mean? So if you can just get an energy recharge circlet, and you know what I mean when I say that, if you can get a circlet with that, like you know that goblet I showed today, if you can get, it doesn't got to be that high, but if you can get something like high on the healing bonus circlet, then I think you should be all right. You should be okay. You know what I'm saying? So, any questions, Burger? Yeah, because outside of that, no, you know what I mean when I say ER circlet. Like if I say an ER goblet, like you know what I'm talking. I thought that you would know what I'm talking about. Like this would be an ER goblet. That's what I'm meaning. Like get an ER circlet. And you know why I'm saying that? It's because I'm assuming you know that there's no ER on the circlet. So you're effectively having to turn a circlet into an ER circlet. That's what I mean when I say that. Do I have one? I don't know. He didn't get the circlet. What'd you say? You can't get ER on the circlet, Gur. Oh, yeah. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I had to read it up, Burger. We got to resynchronize, cuz. That's what that is. I ain't streamed in a minute. How you been, cuz? How have you been, cuz? How have you been? Yeah, like that. Like, do that, but on healing bonus. Or whatever. You know what I mean? And you'll be fine. ER circlet, what? I don't know what you mean. I done shot myself in the foot with that. Any questions, Burger? At all? I thought bro was willingly ignorant of that. No, I was super accident. No, I thought he was serious. I'm like, Burger, I know you know. I know of all people, you know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. If I say a crit damage goblet, you know exactly what I mean. If I say you need an EM goblet, that doesn't exist. Burger knows he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He needs 100 EM on a goblet. That's what he knows. I mean, let me shut up because I'm digging a grave for myself. So, so anyway, any questions, Burger? EM feather. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, so I'm assuming we're good on that one. Burger's one of the theory crafters. I know he ain't got no questions. But as far as the rotation, yeah, I would just make sure the rotation is comfortable, and you should be all right. That's pretty much it. As long as the rotation is comfortable, you should be good. I submitted my portfolio for college. Hey, so how? First off, what are you taking in college? How much CR, CD, ER on Fiorina with the pipe? I don't even know what the pipe does now I think about it. Total is still the same. What do you mean total is still the same? Hold on real quick. So Genshin pipe. Let me see. You're talking about the Fleuve Cadre Ferryman. So what is this thing? This is a not crit weapon. So, but it's 45% ER. So that's effectively, that weapon is effectively a Fester and Desire. So it's going to be 10, no, 15. So this minus, no, because this is a Favonius. With that weapon, maybe like 180. And that's only because, see, because the thing is, this weapon gives like an additional, what is it, 12 energy to Fiorina every 9 seconds. Is effectively what a Favonius does, right? When you proc it, which is kind of a lot, right? So if you take 12 energy, what's the percentage of 12 energy to 60? That'll tell you what the actual energy recharge increase is. That's what makes the Favonius like a select choice as far as energy recharge supplementation. But with that weapon, because you're not getting that extra 25% energy recharge on top of 61% energy recharge, right? You're going to need quite a bit of energy recharge with that weapon. You might be looking at like 180, 200 or something like that. You might be looking at something like that. This is provided you catch particles on Fiorina with this weapon. If you don't, then you're only looking at, what is it, 3 out of 60 or something. It's something crazy like that. Like it's a lot lower. It's something like that, but I would say maybe like 180 on the ER. The crit damage and crit rate still stays the same. Like your goal is still 60 to 70. You're still looking at 100 to 180, 120 to 180. It just depends on the ratio you're going for. And the 120 to 180 is really just dependent on how much your investment into energy recharge is. So typically it'll lean closer to the 120 if your goal is like 200 plus energy recharge. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much it. Do you have to level up her normals? No. You don't have to. You can. You don't have to though. That's just, I would level up her normals if she's ever the driver of a team. So if you're playing her and Yalan, then sure. Even still, I don't know if I would, but you can. Like, let's say you have Bennett, right? And you want to do vaporizes. And you want to do like a normal charge attack thing. You know how she can like switch and then switch back and switch back? But all you're really trying to do is proc pyro. With her, you do have to hit your charge attack twice, because it's going to switch the healer back to DPS. But if you're doing that, Fiorina, then yeah. C6 Bennett with that, yeah, sure. Yeah, with C6, yeah, her C6, she can do it. But outside of C6, like, no. You can, though. It's up to you. Oh, I did not add this. Hold on. So I got into university. The college has to look at my art. So you're going in for art. So that's what I'm saying. So hold on. Oh, animation and illustration. Really? Hold on, let me put the queue up. And because the queue is clear, yes, Mystic. So only when the queue is clear can we do repeats. That is not a problem. Alright, let me add this. I repeat, I do not mind repeats. Repeats are more than welcome. Just people who have not been helped for the day take priority. That's all. So let's see. And this is... Oh yeah, because I was talent farming. No, weapon material farming. We're going to do... What are you doing? Okay, so we'll do Shin. Wait. Hold on. Almost got it. We'll do him because I like him, and we're gonna do Shinha because I feel like no. We'll just do him because I don't want to restart over and over again. And I know you're running a buffer, Fiorina, so I'm gonna use Zhongli, ER Zhongli, as kind of like we'll use him as the healer. Wagwan, mademoiselle. Why, hello. Oh, that's what he looks like. Yay! This is artifacts, right? Do I have resin? I do. Because I'm still farming talent, so I gotta figure out if I'm doing talents or not. I know that my C1 Fiorina, I'm assuming buffs a lot, but I'm sorry, 56k on that charge attack is not okay. 56k on your charge attack? Oh, mine? We could do me. You want to do meme? We want to meme it out? We can meme it out. Want to meme it? I mean, we can't. I'll just meme it. Let's meme it. Let's do meme things. So we're gonna do this, then this, and then this. Okay. Yay! Yay! Meme things. 65? Yeah. He gets stronger. Not mine, but there's ones that get stronger. They get way stronger. This novelette is inspired by Jing Liu from Honkai Impact. Cause you know, novelette needs 80 crit rate. No, he doesn't. Just give him 70 and throw all the rest of it into crit damage. Call it a day. This is so the last guy that needs a 2-to-1 ratio. But I am trying to find. I am actually trying to find a happy medium between his HP and crit damage because of how much crit damage he can take on. And it seems like his diminishing return like threshold is really high. Like really high, and I'm trying to figure out where that is. Because if I can get to that point, then it's like, okay, well now I know that if I... Oops, wrong button. I'll just do this. Yeah, so that rating is like really high. Yeah, it's like 4-to-1, right? Like it's like a 400%, right? So it's like before you can even run an HP circlet, you would need like 360, which is stupid, or 340. But it's like I feel like if you can hit 300 with it, this is basically impossible. If you can hit 300, I'm still gonna say it's impossible. But if you can, with an HP circlet, run 300 with an HP circlet, which would be super nice. If you can do that, it'd be super nice. Where am I at, speaking of which? Oh, okay. Alright, let's see. Meme things! 410. Jesus Christ. Come on. God, yo, Risley is wrecking, bro. What? Hold on, bro. I saw that. Dude was hitting 33K multiple that. Like, hold on now. I can hit like 70K. But you're doing ta-ta. Like, wait. Now, hold on now. Got some heavy hitters in here now. Okay. I don't know if there is a support character that increases crit damage, but that would be interesting. Because if there is, that would actually be hilarious. Just to try and hit like 500 crit damage. Is it worth it? No, it's super not. It makes no sense. At that point, it's now I'm wasting my life away. Right, but if anybody happens to get it, I will get my Rio to C1. I hope so. Branya. Yeah. No, I'm talking about this game. If there's a way to increase crit damage in this game, that'd be fire. I mean, by way of a support character in this game. Like, yeah, you hit your burst and you do a thing, and then your character gets 15 crit damage. And for every hit, they get an additional 15 crit damage. Something stupid like that. Instead of just like defense shred or something. You know what I mean? I know defense shred technically is way stronger than crit damage at a point. It becomes... Matter of fact, let me explain this. Here's how strong defense and resistance shred is. Defense shred is... Specifically defense shred. Like, it's so strong that in some cases, a defense shred of 60% can beat 200 crit damage. It does depend on how much crit damage your character is loaded with. That's just Mika and Kujo, Sarah at C6. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Kujo does it. But she does it for Electro. I keep forgetting they increase crit damage of characters with certain elements and blah, blah, blah. Bro. Defense shred of 20%. No, I said 60%. A defense shred of 60%. Like, if you had a shred of 60%, that could be like 200 crit. So if you... No, I said 60%. So if you shred 60% defense, it just depends on where you're at. Here's why I'm saying that, Burger. Isn't that VV? No, VV I think is like 30. It's VV is resistance shred, I think. By 42%. Yeah, but it's a true 42%, right? Here's why I'm saying that. Because a 200% crit damage Shogun hits for like 200 to 300k. Just by adding a 60% defense shred, you double the damage. How much crit damage do you need to double the damage? So, if you have 200 crit damage on a Shogun, and you hit 300k, how much crit damage would you need to get her to hit 700 crit damage, or 700,000 damage? How much crit damage would you need on top of that for her to hit 700,000? That's why I'm saying that. So, if you're so overloaded in crit damage, defense shred can actually be an extremely powerful stat. You know what I'm saying? But at base, it's not necessarily just strong like that. Right? But if you're rocking somebody who has 1,000,000 crit damage... No, not 42%. 2 more? No worries. Yeah, but... No, what I'm saying is, Burger, is my Shogun... She capped out at 292k, right? It was something like that. I think it was something, or 3,000, 320 something thousand. It was something like that, right? But then I'm seeing C3 Shoguns hit for like 700k. So what is the difference between a C0 with an engulfing and a C3 with an engulfing? And C3, I know there's R5. No, I take that back. C3, what is C3? C3 jumps to what, 500k, right? Something like that. Yeah, then just a constellation. That's what I'm saying. So it jumps to like 500k, right? But the point I'm kind of trying to make though, Burger, is how much crit damage on top of the 200 would it take to go from 300k to 500k? That's the point. So if you're hitting that number, how much crit damage would you need to hit 500k? When you could just shred 60% and get there with just a small multiplier. With such a small multiplier, you can get the same result that you would get if you had like 700 crit damage. Not 700, but like, you know what I mean? Like some unrealistic amount of crit damage is what you would need. Or you could just shred defense for 60%. Not C3, but C2. But you see what I'm saying? Well, I mean, not C3, C2. I'm sorry about that. But at C2. But the point, but you see what my point is, right? Going from 300k to 400k is an unrealistic amount of crit damage that you would need. You know what I'm saying? Now going from 300k to 500k is unrealistic. So you would need another 120 crit damage is what you're saying. Crit damage and crit rate flower, just like you there you go. There you go. Now here's the thing, Mystic. After you put that on, don't just do a full dump yet. Rank it to like 8 and see if it hits crit rate, crit damage. By the time it gets to 8, it should have hit. Well, I don't know what it looks like. Is it a 4? Is it a 3 or a 4 liner? Because this kind of matters, right? So long story short, if I'm not mistaken, what it sounds like to Burger is that if you had 300, what'd you say? 320 crit damage, right? Then you should be able to hit 500k? Is that what you mean? You may have to reset, but I'll check. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take a sec to reset. Yeah, so what I would do, matter of fact, let me leave because you're gonna have to go to the login screen and then come back. So C0 320, so it would take 320 crit damage to hit 500k, and then at C3 you would need 200 crit damage. Right, so that's a difference of 120 crit damage. So you could do 120 crit damage or a defense shred. So let me see. Something about that doesn't sound right. Are you just taking 200 times 42%? Or 320 minus 42%? Or are you starting from the base and then adding in all the buffs and all that? Like you're doing the whole equation, right? Like this plus the multiplier plus the attack plus the this plus the that plus Bennett. You know, 1200 from Bennett, blah, blah, blah. Kazuha, which is resistance shred, blah, 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 right? C2 is the 60 shred, yeah. Yeah, C2. What I'm saying is, something about that don't sound right. Maybe it is, but, maybe it is. Maybe hey, Burger has been right about 99% of the time. So I'm not finna question it. But here's the deal. I will say this. You can take 200 crit damage and add 120 crit damage. Or you could just shred defense for 60%. How much is 30%? Right? Now logic would say 60 crit damage is 30% shred. I don't know if that's the case because of diminishing returns. Something about that don't seem right. Yeah, something about that doesn't seem right. Because To go from 200 crit damage to 320 crit damage is a 30% increase in crit damage. If it's a 30% increase in crit damage, it's only be a 30% increase in damage, but it's not a true damage increase. Crit damage is not a true damage increase because you have the other two, there's two other buckets involved. The defense shred cuts the defense damage reduction multiplier from 50 to 28.6. Yes. I'm going to choose to believe you. What about a 30%? No, the point is there's two different buckets. It's not like it's because it's all your crit damage sources plus each other, and then it's all your bonus damage bonuses plus each other, and then you multiply those two. Yeah. No, I know it's 300 to 420. Should I keep going with the flower? Did you reset it? Let me see. I don't know. That sounds weird. That's like what is that? That's a 30. That's like a 30. What is that? A 38% multiplier? Or a 38% increase, right? 40%. Okay. I was close. Let me see. So 40% increase. Hold on real quick. Why am I looking at that? Here we go. Wow. Yo. And it's a 4-liner? Hold on. Ooh. What did it hit? It hit attack percent? Yeah. Rank it to 8. And if it hits a crit stat, keep ranking it. But your goal... Now here's the trick with artifacts. Yeah, then rank it another 4 levels. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Rank it another 4 levels. The trick to artifacts is you do kind of want to step ladder these things. You don't want to just dump all your eggs in the basket. Unless you just don't have any other options and it's already deemed a straight increase. Let's say I had this piece and it's like I don't need the HP. When I dump this into a new artifact, it's going to be a straight increase regardless. I can just do a full dump. Yeah, keep ranking it keep ranking it. The reason why, Mystic, is because what'd your last artifact have? It had no crit damage. And you're going to be over crit rate anyway. Because when you reroll the other 2 pieces, you're going to be way over crit rate. I know technically you can never be over crit rate, but you are going to be way over crit rate. And I'd rather you have a chance at hit. You only needed to hit crit damage once on that piece, by the way. You don't need it to hit crit damage 8 times. You only need it once. Alright, so let me see. So, technically it should be 200 to 328 crit damage, but we'll keep it simple. Yeah. Oh, well, hold on now, Burger. Why don't we do 330, though? Come on now. I'm giving you a hard time. So, if it's let's say 20, right? 320, right? Then if it's 320... So if it's 200 to 300, because I'm not going to say 300 to 400. I can say 300 to 400, but I'm not going to say 300 to 400, right? Then, if it's 200 to 300, that's a 50% increase. If it's 300 to 400, that's like a 30-something% increase. In this case, it would be like a 40% increase. If it's going from 300 crit damage to 420 crit damage, it's like a 30% increase, right? If we're going off the raw numbers, right? But that's still a 30% increase. Going from 300,000 to 500,000 is not a 30% increase. That is like a 70% damage increase. That is not how crit damage works. And that's, I think, where I'm confused, where I'm getting confused, is adding, what's the number I'm looking for? By adding a 30% increase in the crit damage, should magically jump you up 70% in damage. even with, what is it without C3? If it's more than 30%, that doesn't sound right. Because you're increasing your crit damage by 30% and you're getting 50% as a result. That's not how crit damage works. It could be. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. I mean, you have the formula in front of you. I don't know. It sounds weird though, right? I'm not off, am I? In the thinking, at least in the thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 70% increase, drop it. It's still a 50% increase based on a 30% increase. That just sounds weird, don't it? Either way, you're raising your crit damage 30% and getting 42% out of it. Something about that don't sound right. If it's as true of a multiplier as it seems, but like we're in diminishing returns. So if the returns are being diminished, but you're getting an inflated increase on the back end, something's off. But it could be the case. It could simply just be the case. You know how EM is? You could add 20 EM. If you have 0 EM and you add 20 EM, it's a massive increase. If you have 400 EM and you add 20 EM, just don't add EM. Or something. You know what I mean? 300K to 500K from C1 to C3. Yeah, there's a defensive crit. Yeah. No, Burger. I'm talking about the crit damage increase. I'm talking about the crit damage. Like the C3, like the defense, I understand, but that's because that's how defense works. What the defense shredder is doing is it's taking, the defense is like a true multiplier. Like there's nothing in there to diminish that return on investment. So if you shred 60%, you're getting 60% back. You know what I mean? You're going to hit for 160% of the original damage. There's nothing to diminish that return. Whereas crit damage, there's going to be a diminish on the return. So having a 30% increase at C0, going from 300 crit damage, right? 300% crit damage to 428% crit damage, that's like a 40% increase in damage. But you shouldn't see a 70% increase or a 60% increase or even, you know, or even maybe 40%. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. It'd be nice to understand, though. What's going on, Gabby? We just being nerds over here. You feel me? All right. Let's see. Sorry, I've been in my educational bag the last like 2-3 days, man. You know what I'm saying? And life has been treating me fantastical. How have y'all been? Burger, how you been? Gabby, how you been? Hifumi, how you been? Mystic, how you been? Faith, how you? Oh, Faith. Side note, I need to talk to you. So, well, not talk like that, but ooh, excuse me, that's coffee. Faith, can you send me a link to like Imager or something in the like something recent? Because I know I've seen your pictures before, but I know they're gonna call me, right? And I want to be able to speak to some like recent art. Faith, for the letter of recommendation, right? It's just in the event they give me a call. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care where you post it, just as long as it's posted. That law logic, yeah, I mean it could be law, dude. Law is, you know what it is about law that I'm coming to understand. Law is about remaining as unbiased as you possibly can, and just understanding what the past did to shape the future, and really just making sure that people can't manipulate things out of the way that they want them to go based on a whole bunch of technicalities. And really it's just the more technicalities you understand, the better you'll be at either catching or stopping their technicalities for the sake of justice, right? So, you know, because people are going to do what they're going to do. Why? Because money's at stake. If they want to get $500,000, they need to win this case for whatever X company is, because they want $500,000. They don't care that seagulls and fish died. They want $500,000. But like, what's the right thing to do? If seagulls and fish are dying and kids are coming up with like, you know, SARS or whatever cause it, whatever thing they would get from like an oil spill, the right thing to do is like, okay, maybe y'all should rectify that situation and pay a fee to resolve the situation. But they're trying to avoid the fee, so they hire a lawyer, but that's unjust. But what they're hiring that lawyer for is to take all these legal technicalities and kind of make it like convince the judge to like move in their favor. And the job of the judge is to rule in an unbiased favor based on law. And the law really is just a list of past events that were ruled by some guy previously, aka statutes or common law. So it's like, it's really interesting. I'm liking it so far, but I think what I'm liking about it more so, not sure if the flower is better, how much crit rate you got on it. Because I can make an argument, and I'm not talking about law or being a lawyer, but I can look at your old flower and a new flower. I can almost guarantee you lost about 4% crit. How much crit did you have total? Like, watch, I'll show you. Because there's one thing, we just got done talking about this. There's one thing you're forgetting about your Risley, right? So what you're forgetting is that you still have this and this that's missing crit rate. Meanwhile, you have, like, you're 1% above where you're supposed to be. You're only supposed to be at 34% crit rate, right? So if you're at 34% crit rate, so if you're at 1% crit rate, or if you're at 34% crit rate, you don't need the 4% crit rate. And to make that even more solidified in the argument is because you're missing crit rate on this and this, right? With a crit damage circlet. So you are more than in good hands. What's this look like? Dude, you're perfect. You don't need that. You got your 14 crit damage on the trade, and you're still at your target, missing 14% crit rate. You're missing 14% crit rate, technically, right? 720, 718, 3.5, and then you multiply it by, it hits crit rate once, right? So if you got a crit rate hit and it hit once, boom, there's that artifact. And same thing here. You get crit rate, it hits once, boom, you're done. So missing the crit rate, you're already at your crit rate target. So, that's definitely a win-win situation. If anything, what you could do right now is let's say you got this piece, and this one I would do maybe energy recharge on your substat alongside crit damage, or if you don't get crit rate, energy recharge, or I guess energy recharge, and then with this guy, I guess it is what it is. So if not crit rate, then attack percent, what you got, so if anything, you're kind of in a good position. Now that I think about it, I think it's just this guy that needs to be rerolled. You posted 3 things? Okay. Yeah, because they're going to call, and I want to at least have something to speak to that's recent. Right, so, let me see. So, give me one sec. Boop. Holy Jesus. God damn. Okay, so you one of them. Okay, I got you. So you just, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen. Okay, so you are what I thought you were. You are the artsy fartsy. Okay, yeah, let them call me. I'm gonna be like, yes, not just the skills, but the person. You need this person, like for real. You can hear their tone. So it's not exactly about not being biased. If there's always one that's unjust, it seems more like rhetoric. At least not all of it. Well, no. It's more about can you convince the judge to not get fired? Right? Because the judge has a job to make a judgment call based on its completeness of knowledge of the law and things that came before it. So if you can't, like, let's say I'm the judge, and let's say you get in a dispute with somebody, and you're like, they owe me $50. You need to convince me based on past rulings, current circumstances, and something that actually matters, and be able to prove it, why they should pay you the $50. Right? Is it the law? Is it not the law? Because you feel they owe you $50, or because they actually owe you $50? Because if you feel like they owe you $50, that doesn't cut it. And the reason why is because they could feel like you owe them $50, and guess what? That doesn't cut it. You know what I mean? You said M suavida. What is that? Hold on. Let's translate that. Hola, mi amigo. Boop. Hey! Sí. Sí. Muchas gracias. And how do you say it? I hope I'm saying this right. Marcelo, I hope I'm saying this right. Dios lo bendiga. Yeah, but only one always has to try to justify on unjust ground. Isn't that pretty biased? Or do they just don't know or something? Yeah, a lot of times people don't know that they're unjust. And that is the point of court, is to figure out which one is just and which one isn't, because not everybody knows law. For all we know, that $50 that you're owed, you actually aren't entitled to. You just feel like you're entitled to it, right? But the point of law is to set in stone what is right and wrong, right? Stealing is wrong. Even if you feel like they did you wrong, doesn't mean you can just go and steal something from them because they called you ugly, right? And what it does is it kind of sets kind of a universal tone on what is considered right and wrong, right? And that is to maintain structure. Now, there are people who are really good at weaseling their way around these technicalities, right? Yeah, law equals order, exactly, right? So there are people who are really good at weaseling their way around these, right? Hence the lawyer, right? Now there's really good lawyers who know all of the things. And because they know all of the things, for example, let's say I'm looking at Mystic's character and I'm their lawyer and they're saying, hey, what should I do, right? Now, if they're just trying to show off and be the big person on Akasha, then I can weasel their way into Akasha. I could tell them to completely ignore a set bonus and just throw on the absolute most busted crit damage rolls possible on a character with no inherent scaling, like Kaching or something, right? So just forget about the set bonus. Just throw on something stupid on the character where they actually don't really benefit from a set bonus in the same way that the Shogun would, right? What that's going to do is it's going to skew Akasha, and it's going to put them at such. This is why you see Zhongli's on there like that, because he doesn't inherently benefit from set bonuses. You know what I mean? So take like a healer, like Barbara, throw the heaviest handed like crit damage pieces and crit rate pieces you have with the most refinements on the whatever, and then throw that up on Akasha, and you'll shoot to the top, especially if it's like a character that's typically unused like Barbara. Then you can go around and tout how number one you are on Akasha. Number one, I'm the number one Barbara on Akasha. You see what I'm saying? But that's what I would do as a lawyer, if that's what they wanted. Right? But what's happening in that case? Because I understand the law of Akasha, I can bend Akasha to move in their desire. They desire this, so I'm going to use the rules of Akasha to put them where they want to be. And that's where a lawyer comes in. I'm pretty sure she's on there somewhere. All you got to do is take your Barbara, throw all the craziest artifacts you got on your Barbara, and then just register with Akasha. And then your Barbara probably shoot to number one. I'm sure there's Barbaras on there. One of them came to the stream. Right? C6, God knows what kind of Barbara. It was a crazy DPS Barbara. It had EM. It was a vaporized Barbara. It was pretty impressive. What's going on, Volt? How you doing? Right? So, but the same thing happens with law. So with law, if somebody understands law, right, then what they do is they say, hey, my client wants this, and I need to be able to understand the rules of the system to be able to get them what they're seeking. That's all it is. I had DPS Barber, but I couldn't. Oh, you couldn't see other people? No, no. I mean, it is what it is with Barbara. It's what would make DPS Barbara viable is if she had a return on stamina, similar to like Ayaka or something. I know I'm using a lot of words, but it's really kind of hard to understand. Like, it's really kind of hard to say what law is. But that's because there's so much involved with law, right? But there is, after getting into it a little bit, there is a reason why it's there. Like, it's clear. It's once you dabble in the surface of it, it's very obvious that law needs to be there. Because all it takes is for you to think about a troll that you've met online and just imagine that person doing that, but they doing it in real life and they actually mean it. And then you come to realize, okay, there should probably be a law to protect people from whatever this is going on over here. That's why laws exist. There are tons of lawyers that try to bend the law to justify unjust for their own gains, right? Yeah, but people do that all the time. People do that on YouTube. What do you think clickbait is? Like, separating a person who clickbaits and sells you on their dream and does whatever they do just so you can subscribe to them is the same thing as a lawyer going in and bending the law to work in their favor so they can get a check. It's all to get a check anyway. Somebody who clickbaits, I don't differentiate them from a lawyer who's being a lawyer to get paid. They're the same thing to me. They're both hustling and they don't care about the audience. They care, but nobody's really getting hurt. You know what I mean? I don't care if I'm wasting your time and giving you brainless information, and I also don't care if you go to jail. At the end of the day, everybody's going to lose a little something, right? But those people exist. But there's also people who don't do that. You know what I mean? There's more on the line of the law? No, there's more on the internet because it's safer and it's cheaper to get into. There are more people who will take advantage of you without you knowing online than there are lawyers. When you realize what it takes to be a lawyer, you realize it is nowhere near as many people in the field of law than there are online. You could scroll through YouTube and just about every single YouTube video you see is a clickbait. And just about everything you hear on YouTube is by means to get you to subscribe and to get you to like them and to get you to like the video and to get you to bolster numbers and to put that's the point. More on the line, not more on the internet. Oh, well, yeah, there's more on the line. That's why they get paid more. You know what I mean? Hi, sorry for saying that again. I'm new to Genshin. Oh, sorry. I wanted some help. Well, I'm not new. I'm on your alt, but my alt, but I want to get good on it. So may you please? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. What do you got going on? And then Gabby, right? Oh God. Okay. Evil Fonte. Okay, let me help Gabby real quick. And then, but ask away. But what's going on? Like significance wise? Well, yeah, there is more on the line. That's why they get paid more. Like, there's a thing to that. Like, so if somebody, like, you'll know what is at risk in the field of work due to how much money it generates. You know what I mean? So I'm assuming, can you join? It's been cool. I'm kind of bouncing between that and psychology. Right? But obviously my passion is psychology. But I really want to learn law. I really do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of bouncing back and forth and just staying inspired and just kind of dabbling in it. But I'm trying to get in the paradigm of law. Because law is more of what I'm finding is it's more of a paradigm. And then there's the technical aspects. Right? Like with Genshin, I'm just waiting for Gabby to start it, by the way. And yes, this is the Fiorina artifact domain. But Volt, you would have to ask Gabby if it's okay to join that, and you have to be world level 8 to join. And if you are, that's fine. But you gotta ask them. But yeah, But it's the paradigm. Like, let's say for Genshin, right? When you want to build a character, you set up a paradigm. I want, um, uh, what's the best ratio for? No, you're fine, Gabby. What's the best ratio for a standard DPS character, whether it be her, the Shogun, him, Ito, Ayato, just standard DPS. Typically, it's 60, 70 crit rate, and then the rest goes into crit damage. That's a paradigm, right? Other people have different paradigms. They're like, oh, I need 90 crit rate. That's their paradigm, right? But you adopt a paradigm, and typically the 100 crit rate like club. That's typically when you get. That's like kind of reserved for constellations. Like it's kind of reserved for constellations. You know what I mean? It's either constellations or these like crazy support situations, or like you know what I mean. But typically, if you just want to clear the content, like you want to clear the content, get back to what's important, then like 60, 70. That way you're not farming all day, every day, and that way you're not doing all that. You know what I mean? And you just dump the rest into essential, the regular stats, right? So you're like level 19. I'm assuming world level 19. That's not a problem. As long as you're adventure rank 16 or higher, I can join. Like it's not a problem. But I don't really do open world until the queue is clear. I don't have many characters. Wait, hold on, real quick. What'd you say? I know that I learned how to file taxes. Good. I know the difference between functions of the I-9. Okay, W-2, W-4, 1040, and 1099. So if I wanted to hire you, Burger, and you were your own person, or like let's say I wanted to hire you as a contractor, what form would you use? Don't have many characters, and I need to get them really good, and my team is kind of weird. It's Traveler, Heizo. Oh, it's Traveler, Heizo, Razor, Barbara. There's it's not really an issue, right? But there is kind of like low key, I guess, an issue with that team a little bit. Now, in Genshin Impact, and this is a paradigm thing, paying quarterly to the IRS when self-employed. Yes. So if I wanted to hire you, what form would you give me? Would you give me an I-9 or a W-2 or a 1099? If we can help as well? Yeah. I mean, it's their world. That's why. Yeah, Flo, you would have to ask them. And it's their world. That's why. Like, it's not, I can't let you in my world. Mind you, Burger, I'm still learning as far as the business taxes. Like, I'm getting comfortable with those. Uh-oh. Hello! I'm gonna do this. I need to come that way. Yay! Yay! Be careful with that, Burger. And make sure yes, for business expenses, yes. Just remember that it has to be a certain percentage, and in some cases it has to be fully dedicated for it to be written off on expenses. You know, but I'm sure if your dad, because he's been doing it for some time, and he's good. So yeah, I would listen to him. So we have to ask Gabrielle if we can help. Yes, it's because they have to allow you to join their world. I kind of like psychology. I find myself thinking about inevitably when thinking about other philosophical stuff. Yeah, well, psychology kind of answers. The reason I like it is psychology helps answer a lot of these wacky questions that we may find ourselves having. You know what I mean? Where it's like, well, why does this happen in the world? Well, a lot of times, if you could just figure out what makes people insane, that'll answer the question as to why that happens in the world. Why is it this way? Because insane people. Why are people insane? Because of this. Oh, okay. Yes, and that is why. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why I like philosophy. And it's not necessarily insane people. It's just the answer typically is like psychology to me, as far as the world is concerned, it answers so many whys to why the world is the way it is. You know what I mean? But I want it more so that I can help people who like need help. If that makes, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I feel down, and they just need someone to talk to, but they're too afraid. Because you know how it is. People be so afraid to go see a therapist. I'm scared. I don't want to see a therapist. Blah 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 blah. I have no idea where my Akasha. I don't know where she's at on Akasha. Like, I'm so biased against Akasha that I don't even check Akasha. So you would have to go in there and see for yourself, because I couldn't even tell you. I like her. I don't like the concept of, especially with Ayaka. There we go. I find the philosophical aspect of it more interesting, though. It's more abstract. The what? The straightforwardness of psychology kills all creativity. Not really. It kills it if you kill it. But I like the creativity of it because it allows you to get creative to figure out what's going on. Right? It's, you have to use the creative part of your brain to be able to diagnose a situation. That's why I like psychology. He's been there since he was 21. Oh, so he's 25 years in the game. Yeah, so he's fine. That's a long time. Yeah, that 100% listen to him. Because businesses only last about 5 years. And a portion of them usually go out of business due to tax reasons. So if he's been there for 25 years, I think he knows what he's doing. Like, I think you're in good hands. I think it's cool to, hey Dad, would you like to go out for coffee? You can do that. I did not need to know that, Flo. But now I know, I guess. It's okay. You know why I don't like knowing that? Right? I don't, because it's like, it's a competition that I'm not involved in. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm against Akasha because it's a competition that is fruitless to me, right? If I'm going to be in a competition, I want to be in a competition that pays me. Like, pay me and I'll compete, right? Because I don't compete. I either coach, I help, I carry, or that's what I do. Now, if I'm going to compete with somebody, pay me. And but in order for me to compete, you got to remove the RNG. And on Akasha, it's an RNG fest. Everything in Akasha is RNG because artifacts are RNG. That's why I don't care about Akasha. All Akasha is doing is saying who has the best RNG. That's all it is. That's why I don't believe in Akasha. It's not who built the best, it's who has the best RNG. Because you can have a person who's been farming for... Matter of fact, we saw one today, right? So you can have a person who's been farming the game for years. And when I say years, I mean years. And just can't get good artifacts. Then you can have somebody who farmed Xiangling. Where's homie at? Who was it? 6'3". That's who it was. It was 6'3", right? So, only because UIDs are public, I don't have a problem putting it up. But if you go to Akasha, not Akasha, if you go to Inka, E-N-K-A, and you type in this UID, this is 6'3", shout out to 6'3", right? You put that UID in and you click on their Xiangling. Their Xiangling is in the top 39. They have the top 39 Xianglings on Akasha. And they got those artifacts in how long? 3 weeks they got those artifacts. So, because, like, some people have farmed 3 years and don't have those artifacts. It took them 3 weeks. Does that mean that they're better at farming? Does it mean that they're a better gamer? No, it has nothing to do with that. All it means is that they had better luck. And competition, like, that's not how the Olympics, that's not how basketball works, that's not how the Olympics work, that's not how soccer works, that's not how football works. That's not how competition works. So if there's going to be a ranking system, it should be ranked on non-RNG elements. But because the game is entirely RNG, I don't feel like Akasha is really a good place to, like, take ranking into consideration. like that. Like it can rank artifacts, but I don't think it should rank players, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like, in my opinion, I think Akasha would be better if they removed players from the equation and just left the characters. Like if it just left the characters and removed the player names, I wouldn't have too much of a problem. But once it includes the character's name, now there's a competition based on factors that the player has no control over. Right? So now it's just it's almost like, do you have a silver spoon or not? If you have a silver spoon, you'll rank high. If you don't have a silver spoon, you rank low. That's it. And all it is you're just farming until you can find a silver spoon. But it's not like you build and grind out and customize the spoon. Now, until they allow us to customize the artifacts, I can't take Akasha seriously. Right? That's just me personally. Now, if there's an Akasha for Warframe, I could take that seriously, because everything in Warframe, with the exception of one piece, right, you have complete control over. And that one RNG piece, you can just buy it. You can trade it. So the RNG is closed off as good as it can possibly get. So that's why I would consider Warframe's build system and ranking system. I would consider that one, but it's hard. It's so hard for me to consider Akasha. You can easily 1% if you build like. I'm not gonna see, but that's the thing. I'm not gonna build. I'm not gonna do that because I don't have control over Akasha. You know what I mean? Well, it's more problem solving in an actual therapeutic session. I like the more abstract way of thinking and analogies and whatnot. Well, sometimes it takes those analogies to be able to get to the straight line. You know what I mean? All right, so Gabby, are you good? Are we good? By the way, Gabby, I don't know if you have Fiorina, but I almost want to say try Fiorina with your you got an HP Sands? Good. I would say try Fiorina with your Eula. Just try it. Let me know what happens. I'm in the cutscenes where Senora beats up Venti. Oh, you are in the beginning. That's what's up. You could get. Oh yeah, that's not a good choice, right? No, the emblem is a terrible choice for. It's not a terrible choice. It's probably one of the better choices, all things considered, for Ayaka. But that's not the thing, right? I don't like that. I know what Akasha does, and I appreciate what it does, but the thinking associated with Akasha, I can't vibe with that. Because it's because I know people who deserve to be on Akasha who aren't on Akasha. Right? And then I've seen situations where it's like, why is this even on Akasha? Right? But it's on Akasha. Like, there was a person who farmed in Ayaka in 1 week. And they had some of the craziest artifacts on Ayaka in 1 week. That's not fair to the person who, and I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about to like Burger and Kinkle. Like, they've been farming Ayaka forever. And it's taken so long just to get a timepiece. Like, that's not fair to those guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's like, I don't really take Akasha that serious. I can't. You know what I mean? So, and the ranking system, it doesn't account for all factors. Like, let's say you want to run a male Ayaka, or you don't have a certain character. What it's doing is it's ranking your Ayaka based on this imaginary set of circumstances. And it's a realistic set of circumstances, but it's still an imaginary set of circumstances. It's not your account. It's not your Ayaka on everyone's account. It's your Ayaka in this random set of circumstances that are reasonable. It's reasonable, but it's not the actual. You know, so it's like, yeah, and it doesn't. It's. I have issues with it. I'm not against people using it. I'm against the ranking system. I think it's good for. I think what it does is inherently a good thing. It's just I don't like the ranking aspect of it because there's no reasonability to the ranking system. It's not reasonable. It doesn't make sense. It's like saying the kid born with a silver spoon is inherently better than the kid that's not born with a silver spoon. That's what Akasha is. Now, if that doesn't make it clear, I don't know what will. You know what I mean? But that's why I don't like Akasha. What it does, I get it. Great. But I don't agree with the ranking part. Take the names off, and I wouldn't have a problem with it. But as long as the names are there, you know, you're going to want to see where your friend is at. And when you see your friend is higher, even though they farm less than you, there's going to be this inherent, they're better than me thing going on. And that's what creates this false sense of competition that you don't have control over. And it's like, why even involve yourself with a battle you have no control over? You should take that energy and involve that with like school or work or your family or your partners or art or music, or put it somewhere where you have control. It's a waste of energy. Do something constructive. If you're one of my partners, I'm not finna be kicking with nobody who's wasting their time over Akasha. I'll be like, bro, get off that. Let's go get money, or let's do something constructive. Because I ain't finna be out here just doing stupid stuff. If we want to do stupid stuff, I'm watching South Park or Beavis and Butthead, cuz. Swag. But then, I'm telling you, I mean that, cuz. Let me see. From what I know, they never... Oh, yeah, let me get to Volt. I'm sorry about that. So, Volt. And I'm going to read that in just a second. He for me. Volt, what I need is your UID to be able to join you. And by the way, is the chat clear? Let me check the queue. How's the queue looking? So there's Volt. Okay. Oh yeah, Gabby, are you done? Well, I'm assuming Gabby's done. Gabby, you good? Could you look at my Nouvelette? Okay. See, I'm getting on my think tank swag. Nouvelette. Let's see where he's at. Hopefully he's ascended. He's not ascended. Okay, you do have to ascend him. I mean, you already know all this. You have the Lost Prayer. Okay, so I'm gonna be looking for a powerhouse amount of a crit damage invest. Like, you almost should have no crit rate on your build. Almost. Because you only need 34% crit rate. Unless, Gabby, unless you at some point are going to be going for a non-crit rate weapon. Which in some cases, those are a lot stronger than this weapon. For example, now I just want you to think about this. For example, 24... So a conditional, what is that? 32% crit, not crit, bonus damage versus, where's that weapon? Versus, I just need a catalyst user. Versus 41% HP. The bonus damage will be stronger. I don't know if there's another weapon that would be similar to like this. But all this is doing really is giving you the 32%. I'm just giving you something to like think about. All it's really doing is giving you 32% bonus damage, because the crit rate rating is so low. You don't really need crit rate like borderline at all on them if you're running a crit rate circlet, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at this. Basically, long story short, you only need 30 crit rate across 5 pieces, which is super low, typically. So let's see. So Nouvelette, you have 56, 255. That's actually really good. So let's see what's going on here. And I would level the weapon to 90 regardless, because it may move from him to somebody else. All right, but I would stick with that weapon for now. Just depends on how you use them. Wow. Okay, well, that set a tone. And then, okay, good. I don't like the attack percent roll, but I like the piece, right? And then I'm starting to see why you have that weapon. And then that is a good piece. And you may be done. So the only, okay, so let me see. Let me do this real quick. Let me see. How much crit rate is that? So it's 20. So you're at 26% crit rate. If you're at 26, you're at a 62% crit rate. Why does your account hate crit rate? You got to refresh? Okay. But it's like, it's only your account, Gabby. Remember, we went through this with your EULA for like a year. Like, your account hates crit rate. It loves crit damage. 30 crit damage here, 28 crit damage there, 27 crit damage, 30 crit damage, 20 crit. You got crit damage all over your account. Your account hates crit rate. You got crit rate. How much? 2.7. What? It's crazy. Like, hold on. It's a good Ganyu. That's a good Shogun. But that's because you got the Battle Pass weapon. Yeah, your crit damage numbers be like high. Alright, so I'm just waiting. So what you could do is if you already switched it, just pull up this menu, hold to quit. Just by doing that, it'll do its thing. And then it'll auto update on yours. So just let me know when you do that, and then I'll pull your account again. You said sorry I'm taking so long and the stream was lagging. My UID is okay. No worries. You did it already. All right. 56 255. Wait, ain't that the same set you had? Yeah, 35, 25, 28, 324, 14. You know what, Gabby? I went through the same thing. It was from a while. Okay. But you know what? I went through the same thing with the talents where it's like, I don't know what to rank. Because I want to use all of it. And I want all of it to matter when I use it. So when I hit a skill and you hear that pop, that paka, like I want that to do something. So I know exactly, even though it does like nothing, you still want it to do something. No, Volt, you are, when I pull your account, when I get with you, trust me, it ain't got nothing to do with 5-star artifact or none of that. Like, I promise you, without a shadow of a doubt, you are more than likely on track. Yeah, I promise you, Volt. Trust me when I tell you, bro. So, your Nouvelette, I can tell you, yeah, it is inevitable. I can tell you factually that you don't have to work on his burst or his skill. You just don't, right? If you invest in his burst and his skill, you're just investing in it because you're like Nouvelette and you want to see a number come off of it. Do they do damage? They produce a damage number. They do absolutely nothing compared to what his charge attack is going to be. All they're there to do is his skill gives you 1 charge attack, his burst gives you 2. His 1 gives you a charge attack based on hitting an enemy, or his skill gives you a charge attack based on hitting an enemy. His burst gives you 2 of them unconditional. That's the only thing that they do. Outside of that, they don't do anything. Right? So, but I just want to make sure that the next time I pull him, if you're going to be investing in him a lot, make sure his skill is at least at 9, or not skill, his normals. Make sure his normals are at least at 9, because that's what's important on him, as I'm sure you know. As far as his artifacts are concerned, I don't know if there's necessarily a huge issue with his artifacts, maybe outside of his crit rate, but the crit rate that you have on him is, for what it's worth, it does really fall in line with your other characters on your account. You're at 62%, I want to say, a 62% crit rate, minus 30 plus 36. This is where I'm getting that number from, if anybody's wondering, right? So minus 30 because of the weapon, and then plus 36 because of the set bonus. Boom. Now you're at a 62% crit rate, which, like I said, falls in line with the rest of the account, right? And if that is a good, and if you feel that's a healthy comfort zone, and it's working for you, your Nouvelette is actually in a great position. And also with the crit damage, if you want to know what your crit damage is, take that plus 33, and that's or plus 88, and that's your actual crit damage in accordance to everybody else who has Nouvelette, right? So this is just to kind of get you to perceive your Nouvelette in a different way. So if we take 255 plus 88, for all intents and purposes, you have a 343% crit damage rating. To put that in perspective, when what's the name was saying that's a lot of damage on Nouvelette, my Nouvelette has 320 crit damage. So you are beating me by 23% crit damage. How does that feel? So we have a similar CV, but you are beating me by 23% crit damage. right? So with all that being said, I don't really know if you necessarily have to do anything with your new Nouvellette. Your CV's in a good place. You're at a minimum 60 crit rate. Your crit damage is outrageous. Like I think you have more energy recharge too. Let me see. Because I would not mind more energy recharge. I'm at 100%. If I'm not mistaken, you had energy recharge rolls somewhere, I think. So going from 0%, I take 5. Yep, you got 6. I was going to say I take 5%, right? But just the fact that you have something is enough. You know what I'm saying? So in my opinion, I don't think there's really much that you need to do. Yeah, just work on the talents. Ascend him, though. Ascend him. Clearly, you don't got to worry about the base attack of the weapon, right? The crit rate is there if you want it. I would level the weapon because it's a lost prayer, not because he's using it, because he's not going to do nothing with that 3%, really. You know what I'm saying? It's because it's a lost prayer. If you come across a crit damage weapon, like let's say some other 88 crit damage weapon drops, because Genshin Impact, right? Oh, crit, blah, blah, blah. And you pull that, great. Use that. And give this to somebody who actually scales with it. Give it to Ningguang. Give it to Yai Miko. Whoever. Give it to whoever. Well, not Yai Miko, but give it to somebody else, right? You do that, they can actually use the base attack. Now it makes sense. You know what I mean? I have a feeling there's a 4-star weapon that beats that. Let me see. Who's the cat? Here we go. Doesn't this beat it? So when you use an elemental skill or elemental damage bonus, elemental bonus will be increased by 8% for 15 seconds and the bond of life by 24% of max HP. This effect can be triggered once every 10 seconds. When the bond of life is cleared, this will provide all elemental damage bonus up to a maximum of 12%. This effect, okay, so it's not that one. I think is it this one? So, because this one is normal charge attack and opponent hits an enemy. Normals will be increased by 16% and charge will be increased by 12%. Yeah, this beats it by 4%. Or, yeah, this beats the Lost Prayer by 4% and gives you energy recharge. As far as damage is concerned. I don't know if you have this weapon, but the thing is with the Lost Prayer, it gives you crit rate and 32%, but it gives you 32%, as you know, after 16 seconds. That one, you just got to tag an enemy 3 times. Boop, boop, boop. And now you have 36% damage at R5. It was something like that, but that's completely up to you. I have Yai's weapon, but she's neglected. I don't... Yai's weapon is purely a stat stick. Like that you're not activating that passive like you think you are. You can use it. It's not really going to work like that. Yai's weapon is Yai's weapon. It is so Yai's weapon. It's based on cast, not the skill hidden. Well, I guess in his case it wouldn't matter. But yeah. Any questions as far as your Nouvellette though? Like your Nouvellette is fine. Like I personally wouldn't change anything. I hope I was able to kind of, you know. Now I think about it, I think your CV is a little higher because he scales with crit damage. So you still got 10 more crit damage coming. So you're beating me technically by more than that. You're beating me by 5 CR in CV, or 3 CR in CV because the weapon's not even leveled. And you're also beating me by like 9 crit damage in CV because he's not even ascended to 90. So he's good. You know what I'm saying? He's good. All right. Thank you, Miss Mademoiselle. Mrs. MMMM City. All right. So his UID, Senor Volt. And what are we doing, Volt? And where the heck was that UID? Ah, thank you. That is a heck of a UID, cuz. I'm just going to say that. I was going to pray for you. I almost want to say get an alt account, cuz. Or wait for a cool million people to start playing. Alright, so let me see. So... Okay. That is Volt. Oh, God. That is the alt? We're just going to chill here for a minute. We're just going to... Matter of fact, let's do this. We're just going to sit here. Volt. Welcome to Dawn Precision. What is that bio? Just get some stuff I just need a lot. Okay, that's fine. What's up with that bio, cuz? Hey, Hifumi. Remember I was talking about, imagine a troll online, right? But take that, but they do that in real life and mean it. Now imagine if somebody was just walking in Starbucks and they're just walking around saying that. Your mom, your mom, your mom. People out there act like that. That's why the law exists, bro. This dude. I have a question though, Volt. Why that? Why couldn't you just say, why not put something nice? Why you gotta put something mean, edgy? Are you trying to be edgy? You don't gotta be sorry, I'm asking you. Whoever threw that paper, hey, no, Volt, you put that on your name, cuz. You gotta hold that, cuz. Yo, sister, stop lying. You did that, and you laughed at it. He said, he hit the ha-ha jokey jokies. I'm just picking on you, Volt. I'm just picking on you, bro. I'm just picking on you. I'm picking on you, bro. I'm just giving you a hard time. But yeah. This dude, and here's the funny part. You left it there. My sister did that. And you wore the t-shirt. Come on, okay. Alright, so what are we doing? Where are we going? So do you need a boss or... Oh, so let me give... Okay, real quick. I got to give you kind of the scoop on Genshin Impact. First off, welcome to Genshin Impact. There is this one inherent thing that you are never going to want to do until you're AR45. My whole chat will probably be typing it in right now, but I'm just going to say it. You do not ever farm artifacts from a domain, which is like this one. Like, don't farm artifacts until AR45. This is so important. It is so important that on this channel over the last 2 years of me just coaching, we collectively have seen it cripple accounts. Pull accounts. What happened to your account? Oh, you farmed artifacts before AR45, didn't you? Yeah. That's why your account sucks. Don't farm artifacts before AR45. Right? Just use the artifacts that they give you when you're fighting bosses and while you're leveling up and going through the world, and you know how you hit the little shiny thing and it gives you an artifact? Just use that stuff. Do not farm them. Right? With that being said, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be working on your character, weapon, and talents. That's it. That is all you're going to be... This, you won't even be able to work on, I think, until like the next ascension level or something like that. But that's it. Character, weapon, talents. That's it. And then in the early game, you're going to be learning how to, like, how these work. Right? So, for example, I'm just going to pull this guy. Right? You're going to have energy, because I don't want no crazy stats showing. So you're going to have, like, your HP piece. This and this are always going to be HP and attack. You can't change that. This changes. It has its set. This has its elements and whatnot. Stuff like this has its stats. And this has its stats, right? Don't worry about that for now so much. What I would focus on is on a character that has, like, you know how you pull the talents and it's just a % there? If it's just a % there, that talent is going to be attack. It's always attack. So with that character, you're just going to be putting a whole bunch of attack on him. ATK, % or flat, just attack. All the attacks. Right? Now, if you get a character where instead it's HP, see how it says something, something max HP? Or you'll have a character where it's something, something defense, right? DEF. Okay, we're going to put that on the character. But look at the talents. Figure out if it doesn't say HP or defense, or figure out if it does say HP or defense. If it doesn't say HP or defense, it's ATK. Load them up with that. You'll kill everything. If it does say HP or defense, load them up with that. That's it. Do not, I repeat, do not worry about crit rate and crit damage. Early game, your character should basically look like this. You do not need this. And the reason why is because 5% crit rate is not going to get you to crit. It's hard enough trying to crit with a 50% crit rate. Okay? So don't worry about crit rate and crit damage. Worry about your base damage. You're not going to need crit rate and crit damage until like AR47, 48 anyway. Just focus on getting the character's level, weapon, and talents. That's it. Any questions as far as that's concerned? You said 4 stars ain't worth spending. Yeah, do that. Don't do that earlier. Sorry, I have to get off because my mom is literally saying no to chat. So yeah, saying no to. Oh, okay, no worries. Probably because she saw that banner. Mom, you see this? You see this? Good kid. I get it. Come on, cuz. Not your fault. I was a kid too. You was a kid. You know. We both know. You know what I mean? But yeah. Hey, great kid. Well mannered though. I could tell. You did a great job. All right. So I'm assuming they have to get off the chat. So I will just follow their lead, and if they need to kill bosses, then they can kill bosses. Yeah. No, you're fine. What's going on, M? All right. So we say have a great day. Yeah, I didn't think they were taking off. So let's see. So if you need to put characters in your, and I know they probably gotta take off, but from the chat, I think they have to take off, right? But I think they could still hear, right? So if you can still hear, you're gonna go to edit profile, right? And in here, there's a button that says show and hide character details, right? And what I'm gonna recommend is you add whatever characters you want to add, and that'll allow, you know, people to see what characters you use and the builds on them. You don't have to do this, but what all this is going to do is, for me, is going to allow me to see, okay, you use these characters, and because you use these characters, okay, this is the build you probably want to do. Okay, yeah, chat here. I'll talk to you through the stream, and you can chat there. I don't know if that matters or something, but I'm not going to hide chatting from your parents now, you know. The fire flower? There we go. That's what I was wondering. The fire flower is down in this area, right? So I'm going to safely assume you have been it. So we're going to be on a little bit of a trek mission, starting here. But it's quite a ways away. But don't worry. That's where DWP comes in. So I'm going to get him, because why not? And I'm gonna get, I guess, him, because I feel like punching stuff. Yeah, that works. Okay. So this is not where the fire flower is, by the way. Okay. So we're gonna be walking really far, by the way. Like, really far. So get ready for a little bit of an adventure. Bye! I don't think it's limited to English. Wait, what y'all talking about? And M joined. Okay, M, I'm gonna help them unlock a boss, and then I'm gonna kill the boss at least once. Matter of fact, are we doing resin volt? Like, you know what resin is, right? That currency, the little moon thing. Like, we're spending that, right? Because that, it's your turn. Make sure we're going the right way. Ban M. Jesus Christ. Sorry, M. You've been banned. Burger has banned you. You know you ain't banned. All right. So if you were banned, you wouldn't be able to type. So our goal is to go here first. All right. So we got a ways to go. If you need to capture, yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. I forgot about them. Yeah, so if you need to pick up mushrooms, you're gonna want all this, by the way. You want that lizard, you do want mushrooms. I'm gonna promise you that. If you see stuff along the way, just grab it. Like, oh my God, best advice I got when I first started playing this game. If you see it, grab it. Here's a mint, grab it. There's a bird, not anymore. Oh, never mind. still, I guess. Here's some rocks. Might want to grab those. There's a thing up there. Might want to get that. Climb this. Climb this. And get this thing. You're 100% going to need a bunch of those. Like a bunch of them. Thank you for getting that teleporter. Alright, I'm not going to teach you long jumping. But all you're going to do is jump and float down. Yep, still got a ways to go. You're going to want to backtrack at some point too. And like re-walk this path. Like, you don't got to do it today, but at some point you're going to want to re-walk the path and get all of the little treasures and stuff that you see. Those matter. Those little treasures super matter. That is a little ways off track. Yeah, that's under, both of these are under a bridge. You can go get it. If you want, you can go get it. It's right there. You see it? It's right there next to Zhongli's head. That little gold thing under the what? Oh. Sorry, dog. You forgot you did something because you were bored? Alright. Priority 1 in Genshin, typically, is you need to... You do want to get those teleporters, usually when you hit a new area. I can't interact with that, but you will get that as soon as you get this. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to leave your world. I'm going to count to maybe 20 seconds. And then I'm going to rejoin your world. You cannot collect this until I leave your world. But in order... Well, you cannot collect that until you leave co-op. Okay? There's this little menu, or what you can do is you hit the little Paimon menu, which is just a little corner way in the upper right-hand corner, little, you know, little angel girl, whatever. Hit that. Go down to co-op mode. This screen's going to pop up. Hit leave team. It's going to kick me. When it kicks me, it's going to put you back into solo mode, and then you could collect this thing. Collecting this is going to open up a huge portion of this map and allow you to change elements. I know you can't get it in co-op. That's why I was breaking it down. But you have to leave co-op. By me just leaving, it's not going to do anything. You have to leave co-op. If I leave, you're still going to be in co-op. You won't be able to collect it. So you go to the menu and you hit co-op. And then you actually have to leave co-op. When you go to co-op, it starts a co-op session. Okay, Hifumi. Okay, I'm going to do this then. So I'm going to leave, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. And let's hope for the best that they do it. But the thing is, you're in a co-op session, and you actually need to leave co-op. Just because I leave your world doesn't mean you leave co-op. And you're probably experiencing that right now. Where it's like, why can't I collect it? Because you have to go to co-op, and you have to actually leave co-op. Because you're in a co-op session. You know how you play MMOs, and you're in the open world, and then you go to a dungeon, and you're in a different session? That's what co-op is. It's a different session. You have to leave that session. Let me know when you've left that. Well, I'll give them a little bit and then I'll rejoin. Zhongli! 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 What? Alright, Burger. This dude. You said, oh my god. Why is Burger trying to ban you? Do you spam? The only thing I can think of is you got spam tendencies. Do you spam a lot? I don't know who that is, but that is a heck of a name. What's going on? What is that? Chun Chun Maru. Am I playing since day one? Around day one. Yeah. Before I even get into it, do you got one of these type of, like, a little things? You see the bio? Do you got one? Are you one of them who be having them strange bios? Let me know now before I work with you. People with weird bios, they concern me, especially when they're grown. If you're kids, kids are kids. But if you 30 years old with that, bro, nah. I don't even know if I want to pull your account. Nah. Like, nope. Christian energy. I'm the destroyer of the worlds. Free to play. I used to be free to play. I am low spender to dolphin, I guess you would say. I coach free to play, and I purposely try to stay pretty close to free to play, with the exception of Zhongli. Zhongli is my whale character. I like how you spelled my name. I don't know. It's a Chun Chun Maru. I don't know. You got it. Awesome. So now you have a huge portion of the map filled out, right? Now, I don't know if you notice, but there's this little piece of land right here, right? We need to go like somewhere around like here-ish. Like it's like here. It's like over here. The only reason I know that is because this right here, right? So let's start walking this way. And then we're going to make our way across this little like rock area, and then we'll be at the fire people. Okay? All right, so let's see. Or I could just go to it. Show me your characters and weapons. I'm curious. I have a lot of them. I'm not a whale though. Right? So I have I can tell you who I don't have. So I don't have Risley, Baizu, Lenny, Al-Haytham, Wander. I don't have like a lot of like meta-E characters. Like meta-E, chasey. I don't know how to explain it. Like characters who people lose their minds over. I skip those characters. Like Ganyu, Hu Tao, Zhao. I actually wanted Klee. Eula was cool, but just one dude lost his mind and he killed Eula for me. Ayato, people was kind of tripping on him. Nilo, people lost their mind over her. Wander, if the community loses their mind over a character, that's a hard skip for me. Because I don't want to associate with people who lose their mind over video game characters. so that's all. But most of 4 stars I have though. Let's see. That is, you can get that if you want to. Those stars on the map, by the way, those are extremely important. So if you want to get them, feel free to get them. But I guarantee at some point you're going to need to get those characters. There's no argument with that. So, and what we're doing right now, we're trying to unlock the Pyro Regis Vine, aka the giant fire flower. Right, but I have to consider they don't have a lot of stamina. If you want, I don't know if you want it, but there's a teleporter right here. And that teleporter is it's not way up there, but it's kind of up there. So if you want it, you should probably get that. And Frog, what's happening, cuz? I find whoever I find cool. Oh, you said waifu. Uh-oh, you said waifu. That scares me. It's kind of a joke on this channel. I don't really care about the word waifu, but the thing is, yeah, as long as the character's cool, pull them. That's all that matters to me. If the character's cool, for me, as long as people aren't becoming obsessive, like wanting to date the character. Like there are people who do that. Like the character's hot, so I'm gonna pull the character. It's like I am grown. I'm 40 years old, and I don't have crushes on video game characters. And I have been on Earth too long and met too many people to even come close to want to associate with that anymore. Because I have had to deal with that for 10 additional years. You know what I mean? You know how like, hoarders, for example, right? A hoarder, when they first start out, may be like, I don't know, video games. And then 10 years goes by and it's video games and toys. And then another 10 years goes by and it's video games and toys and animals. Right? And then another 10 years goes by and it's video games and toys and animals and bottle caps and towels. It accumulates over time. Now, if we take that same energy and attach that to waifu, it's cool at the age 20. At the age 30, starts to get a little strange. At the age 40, I'm not associating with you at all. No, I don't know you. No, I'm not your friend. No, I'm not having a conversation with you. that's that, right? So, I think I want to say it's this way. Hold on, give me one sec. Give me one sec, because I got to eyeball it. It is... It is...
为流通而造的船，遇到港口也会停泊。
This way.
璃月是一切财富沉淀的地方。
But yeah, do you? Pull who you like, pull who you love, that's all that matters. And don't let nobody tell you a character is like not worth pulling unless it's in regard, like I would consider, like I would take it in consideration if it's in regard to account performance. Sure. But unless it's got to do with account performance, hold on. Oh, is that it? That's it? All right, so you see this area over here? We're kind of going to have to take a long route, but that's okay. Right? If you need to, you can go to the beach, but I'm just being a butthole about it. All right, so here's where we need to go, right? You see this little water park thingy? Where it's at, it's right, like, up there. Like, there's a teleporter up there, and that's what we're going to go unlock. Right? So, yeah. Don't worry about this puzzle. You will run into that like a million times. Like, if someone tells you to pull Kazuha, is that good or bad? That's amazing. And that's because Kazuha is amazing. But you're pulling Kazuha for account performance. Right? So, it depends on if you're pulling a character for account performance or because you like the character. It doesn't mean you have to not like Kazuha because he's for account performance. There could be situations where you like the character, for me, Ayaka, and account performance. It just happens to be account performance. It could, liking the character just actually has account performance. Ganyu, stuff like that, right? You don't mind waiting? You sure are saying that a lot, M. So, yeah. You'll be fine, brother. Yeah, so, alright, so, but yeah, just like the character you like. In regards to account performance, that's when I would like, okay, their opinions kind of matter. But if you're not pulling the character for account performance, their opinion does not matter. And I'm going to tell you right now, from dealing with coaching communities and meta communities and meta this and meta that and so on and so forth, I'm going to tell you right now, people's opinions matter so much to them that they're going to let it be known. I've done it. We've all done it. I'm not above it. We've all done it. And that's because we're passionate about what we're saying. Right? I had to learn to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody likes, for example, there's a guy that loves Candace. Drink her bath water as an anime character. Right? Love Candace. There's nothing wrong with liking a character. Right? It's when it becomes an account performance thing is where I would start to step away. If you like the character, leave it there. I like Zhongli. I C6'd him. You do not C6 Zhongli. You do not invest past C2 Zhongli. You do not give Zhongli anything outside of a Homa, a Black Tassel, or a Favonius Lance. You do not invest in his normals at all. He has 2 artifact sets that you might want to give him, and he has like 3 or 4 experimental ones. Outside of that, there's nothing that you give him. Right? I C6'd my Zhongli because I wanted to. So that's why I'm saying. Oh yeah, and by the way, you might want to use a water character for this boss. Do you have a... Yeah. Now just hit with Barbara. There's going to be a little thing that's going to show up right here. Yep. Your damage does not apply to that little button right there. All this button needs is to know that you're hitting it with something. And then you hit it with damage. Now I'm going to do this. Okay. So, and yes, you will be that strong. That's way later in the game. Don't worry about that, right? That comes way later. That's way after AR45. So don't worry about that, right? You have cons on any limited 5-star characters? Yeah, Zhongli. I mean, I have cons on the others, but that's because I played the game forever. But this is my only C6 5-star. Like, other than that, no, I don't have like a bunch of constellations all over my account. But that's because my community doesn't have a bunch of constellations all over their account, right? So Fiorina, no. Yelan, C1, great. Kokomi, no. Tartaglia, no. Yoimiya, no. Like, if I want to relate or be able to know where they're coming from and be able to coach to people who... Because not everybody just going to be throwing $200 at a video game, cuz. That's unrealistic. You know what I'm saying? But what people are going to do is they're going to save up their Primo Gems and pull C0. Some people might be throwing money at the game, but they're not... Not everybody's C2ing and C6 and everything. There are pockets of people doing that. Like 10% of the community is doing that. The other 80, 90%, no one's doing that. You know what I mean? Believe it or not, only like 5% of the population of Genshin players 3060 Abyss. There's only 5%. Only 1% really like try to master it. The Spiral Abyss is so not a thing to the actual player base. Like, it's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. But it's a lot of the content because people like big numbers. I like big numbers, right? So yeah. You gotta go? Not a problem. But yeah, so just remember, this is where it's at. Okay, I don't know if you know how to set a marker on your map, but you should be able to just tap there, pick an icon, and then go boop, and it'll set the marker. That's where the flower is. Right? So you just go to your map, or you go to that little teleporter where we're at. You just head to the left a little bit, there's a cave, just walk in the cave. Boop! And there's the flower. Sound good? Now I mean, and I think I cracked the code on why I'm not going above, what is it, 1090 subscribers. They join, I probably say something that's not typical of the community, and then they leave. And it's like, that's cool. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'd rather filter out people who don't belong here than invite everybody who I don't want here. Does that make sense? I'd rather get rid of people that I don't need than keep people that I don't need. Just for the sake of having subscribed. I'm super cool off that. You can just go AFK with that C6. No, you can't. That's not how C6 works. You can do that with, believe it or not, you can do that with C1 Zhongli. What C6 Zhongli does is it turns them into a healer. Yeah, and I think the next one was M. Yeah. So what's going on, M? Thank you, M City. So M, what we doing? Let me see. I'm assuming it's either it's reporter. But yeah, I mean, you could do some strong stuff with C6 Zhongli, but it's really I think it's C3 Zhongli is where it technically stops. Because C3, I think, C3 is his shield. So you get C1, that gives him 2 pillars. C2 makes it to where you can share this shield, and then C3 just scales it scales the talent level of the shield. All this does is extends the length. This is a burst buff, and this makes him a healer. That's all. Yeah, but that's C3. If you're just doing it for the pillar, you stop at C3. How's your day? It is fantastic. My day is going swell, young Jedi. You know what's funny? They didn't have to buff him. Right? They just, what it was they didn't want another Venti situation. So they nerfed him. But they nerfed him way too much. Like, he got over nerfed. But that's because of what he was supposed to be. He was not supposed... See, here's what happened. What actually happened is they marketed him as a DPS. But then they released him as a support. And that set China on fire, bro. Like, they was not having it. They was like, you are not finna show me kicks, punches, and kung fu. You're not finna show me this. You're not gonna show me that, and this, and a meteor, and expect me to believe that he's not doing damage, that's what's not going to happen. Right? So they effectively had us out here believing that, oh man, he's going to do all this damage, and he didn't. So they lost their mind, bro. But he didn't really need a buff, though. That's the crazy part. He really didn't. It was nice, and I accepted with open arms, but he didn't need it. I can admit he didn't need it. I was trying to keep him out so I could get another skill cast. The community went nuts. Bro, yeah, they lost their mind when he came. Oh my god, they was not having it. They was like, nah, cuz, no, that's what's not finna happen. You ain't finna, nope. And the thing is, he was supposed to be the Archon of what? Of China. So it's like, how you gonna scuff, like, the deity for China? It's a Chinese game. You know what I mean? It just, everything about it just didn't really seem right. So I do get it. Like, I do get it. You know, at the end of the day, it does kind of make sense. And I mismanaged my skill cast. Alright, Zhongli. Come on. I'm trying not to use his burst right now. I'm trying to save it for the next whatchamacallit. I'll just charge it. Because we're basically done at this point. Okay. Yay! This is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for this one part. Here we go. Well, I think I was supposed to wait, but that's okay. You might want to get into whatchamacallit. Yay! I think I collected already, right? I did, okay. Nouvelette? Yeah, Nouvelette is kind of broken. Nouvelette is, like, really strong. He's really strong. Yeah, facts. Nouvelette is really, really strong. Oh, I just had to check my battery. Yeah, he's a really good character. What I like about Nouvelette is that people weren't tripping too hard over Nouvelette. You know what I mean? Like, if they'd have been on Nouvelette, like, he's God, husbando, oh, I want to marry him, shipping him with Risley. And if that was it, I would have skipped him. I'd be like, nah, I'm fine. Like we ain't got to do this. It's all right. I don't need him that bad. You know what I mean? Was this for talents? I think this is for talents. No, I mean I get the fandom too. Like I get the fanfare and the fandom and like I get like fans of characters. But when it gets to the point where it's like body pill, when it's that energy, that's when it's like nah, I'm cool. Like yeah, you know I don't know if I want to say hate, but it's uncomfortable. Like nah, it's you know what I mean. Like I don't know. It's I don't know. I'm not judging. I don't think I'm judging nobody. You know. I just know I like my ice cream in real life, I guess is what I'll say. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. I would rather have real ice cream. I don't know if I don't think there's a good way of saying it. I'm gonna just stop talking about it. How about that? We'll just do that. It can be. You know, it's not so much that it's cringe. It's super cringe when it's a grown person. That for me is when it gets kind of cringe. Like I was a kid. Kids are kids. You know what I'm saying? Kids are kids. I got nieces. I got nephews. Like I get it. But it's when it gets to the point where it's like this is not, like we're not talking about Janet Jackson. We're talking about the Raiden Shogun. We're not talking about Kim Kardashian. We're talking about like Yoimiya. We're not talking about, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not talking about a real person that you could meet and go to a show and be a fan of. We're talking about a whole cartoon character. On some level, that has got to be unhealthy. I would think, unless I'm crazy. Am I missing something? Somebody got to tell me if I'm missing something. You know what I mean? I don't want to be judging, because I'm not trying to judge. It just don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, here's a shield. Yay! Let's go ham. You just pass as everyone here is different. They have different opinions, so yeah, I'm gonna leave it at, yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I am kind of with Burger. I kind of like, nah, I think I kind of want to judge. Like, I don't want to judge for the sake of making them uncomfortable, but I'm not finna change. I don't know if I need to change my perception on it though. Like, I'm not, I'll put it this way, I'm not gonna agree with it because somebody else does that. You know what I mean? That's like, I think dogs are cute and stuff, and I would totally marry a deer. Like, okay, you would marry a deer. That's weird. I'm gonna reserve the right to maintain that opinion that loving a deer is a little strange. I think that's strange. I think that's okay for me to think that that's strange. Not everybody needs to agree that deers are cute or not cute. I think it's weird. You know what I mean? What's going on? Name person with a name? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's kind of like, unless I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't think I'm tripping because I've been human for 40 years. So I don't think I'm tripping. I've done customer service for 40 years, and I've had my fair share of strange folks in retail. Who here works in retail? Anybody here working customer service, retail, the restaurant industry, the public? Who here works with the public? You know how you're working with the public and somebody orders a sandwich and they say, I want this sandwich with no bread. Can you put rat meat in it? And then when they say that, they're serious. When you would look at them a little strange. That's kind of what I think when it's like, hey, I'm going to marry this cartoon character. It's like, hold on, wait, what? And then when you don't agree with it, they want to talk to your manager. That's the energy I get. What's going on? Long the Bonk. That's a heck of a name. What the heck is going on? Why are we talking about deer love? I just got here. We're talking about that because, what was it? Who was it? Chun Chun Maru said waifu. And I was like, wait a minute. Let's talk about this waifu energy real quick because this is a subject that I like to filter off my channel. And it's funny because I've been at about 1,000 subscribers for a long time. Now, as you guys know, I don't grind subscribers. What I do is I filter out that energy. And all that tells me is that the mass majority of the people who come to my channel like this whole waifu thing. All of them. I don't want that on my channel, cut. I don't want that. And if the mass majority of the Genshin population is just, I want to marry Yelan, then I don't want them as, I'll cover a different game at that point. Like, I don't need that energy in, because Double Precision is not Genshin. Double Precision covers Genshin, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? So, yeah. This gen is done for. It's not that no, it's not even that. No, it's not the generation, cuz. It's not. There's some look, there's people in Double Precision who ain't like that. You feel me? There's people in this chat. Like, young no. Like, they don't be on that, bro. So I don't think it's the generation. I think it's the demographic, which basically I guess is your generation, but it's not the generation. You know what I mean? It's like it's like the fan base almost. Yeah, the fandom. Yeah, exactly. It's the fandom. You feel me? And I think I think the reason why people aren't like subbing or staying or whatever is just a testament to me that people just don't want to be, like, they want to be cool with that. Like, I'm cool, see? I have a crush on video game characters too. And it's like, when I make fun of that, they're like, I'm unsubscribing. And it's like, you should. I don't want you around here, cuz. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not finna change that. I'm not finna just start accepting that. Like, that's not cool. To me, it's not cool. You know what I mean? It's weird. If I have nieces and nephews and granddaughters and whatnot, meanwhile, Like somebody has a crush on a character that looks like my niece or nephew or granddaughter or whatever. It's like, dude, that's weird. So if I bring along my 16-year-old niece and you're grown, what are the chances you're gonna hit on my 16-year-old niece who has the same hairdo, who like looks like her? So if I bring her to a birthday party, I'm gonna have to smoke you or beat you up or pull you in the bathroom and have you jumped because you have crushes on things that look like Yo and Mia, cuz. If your mind is going in that direction, you will get beat up at my birthday party, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's why. You know what I'm saying? If you like, that's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying Yo and Mia specifically. I'm just saying if that's okay. If your eyeballs translate big head, small pieces of the body to I am allowed to hit on that, and you're an adult, what you don't realize is psychologically you're hitting on something that has the same features as a young teenager, and you don't realize that you're exhibiting pedophilic behavior. And this game is just fostering that. So if you come to my birthday party with those types of feelings, thinking that that's okay, what you're gonna not understand is why you magically have a crush on this 16-year-old as an adult. And now you're gonna have to get beat up. And that's why it's like, no, keep that energy away from me, bro. I don't need nobody who has a crush on Noelle. I don't need that. You know what I mean? I don't need that. No, you know what happens, Newts. Somebody says waifu, I go on a tangent. But I do that because it's like I do gotta filter those people out. If they are new subs, it's like if you feel like I'm judging you, I apologize. This is not the channel for you, cuz. You need to go to a channel where all they do is talk about how hot Xiangling is. This is not the place, cuz. Xiangling looks like a 14-year-old, bro. This is not take that, and there's places for that. This is not the place, bro. That's all I'm saying. So if people are leaving, all that tells me is that might be like, okay. I low-key zoned out and heard and went, what? Hey, I'll say, if nobody else gonna say it, I'll be the first one to say it. You know what I mean? Maybe because I'm old. And it's like I could kind of see, it. You know what I mean? Like, trust me, like when you get old, like ask old people. What I'm telling you is not cap. Like, go ask old people. Old people will tell you. Like, if you don't believe me, just go ask an old person. You know what I mean? They'll look at the character and be like, why does this kid look so young? Then you gotta explain to them that they're looking at a grown person, and they're gonna be like, what? What? Are you for real? Yeah. that's a whole adult. How old are they? 28? 28? Oh nah. Like, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? Like, but that's the day we live in. You know, and it's cool. It's anime. You know, so. But I don't mind being like the only person in the Genshin community talking about it. I don't mind. You know what I mean? You know, but I don't really care about fitting in either. I care about saying what's right. That's all I care about. Like, what's right? Let's do that. I don't need subs. I don't need likes. I need people to have. I need people to be of sound mind. That's all I care about, cuz. You know what I mean? People like fictional characters. Does that surprise you? You sound surprised, Flo. You sound surprised. What if I told you one of the biggest financial investments you could make with a relatively good return is anime body pillows? You can make a killing financially off anime body pillows. You go to Alibaba and you buy anime body pillows for like $10, and then you turn around and go to Etsy and sell them for $350. And because people are sick in the head, they're gonna buy this pillow for $350 because why? Because it's an anime body pillow. Here's why it's a concern. Now, you guys know I take psychology. I'm studying psychology. Do you know why babies look the way babies do? Do you know what denotes baby feet? Do you know what counts as a baby feature? What are considered baby features in the face, right? When you learn this stuff, anime starts to look a little different to you, right? So irregularly big eyes is the feature of babies, right? Irregularly big heads is the features of babies, right? So when you take just those two and you put those two together, matter of fact, they have this concept called childbearing hips, right? They have woman bodies, right? These types of things. Like this look like there's features that says these are adult features, right? As far as the body's concerned, very thin statures typically are associated with teenage bodies, not grown people bodies, right? So, if all these characters are hyper thin with huge eyes and big heads, your brain doesn't know the difference between what it's looking at and what reality is. I'm pretty sure all the nerds in here, I'm a nerd too, so no, I'm not making fun of you, but I'm pretty sure all the nerds in here know about the test that was ran. When you put your hand on one side and you put a mirror on the other side and then they stab a fake hand and it feels like it's real, that's because your brain doesn't know the difference. It only knows what it's looking at. It only can go off the information that it's fed, right? So if you're looking at a character with a huge head and big eyes, your subconscious associates that with youth, typically youth of a specific age. Jean, for all intents and purposes, has the look of like a 16-year-old, for all intents and purposes. Ayaka has the look of like a 12-year-old, for all intents and purposes. Your brain doesn't really realize this. And what happens is, because the lore in the game is telling you that it's otherwise, you now are okay with these feelings and fostering and feeding into these feelings. That's what anime does. Now, I'm not against anime. What I am against is I'm against people feeding this beast without knowing what the heck they're doing or getting into. Now, if you don't believe me on that one, go check out the furry fandom, right? Check reddit.com. Why are people hiding this so much, right? They hide these types of interests because they know it's wrong on a subconscious level. Subconsciously, people know that it's wrong. That's why they're so adamant to like not share it. And when they start to share it, they need to find these online subgroups to share it with. You can't go to Starbucks and say this publicly because everyone knows that it's inappropriate. That's why. It's the only reason why. You think she looks old because that's what the programming is kind of trying to tell you in the world. You know what I mean? But I'm talking on a psychological level. I'm not even talking about what the world is trying to tell you and whatnot. No, you need to go and figure out what are considered baby features and hyper youthful features to the subconscious. And when you realize what that is, anime starts to look different. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about judging anime. It's about, if I'm judging anybody, I'm just judging the person who is oblivious to what the heck they're so interested in. And all I'm trying to do is make sure that if there is a person, for whatever reason, who happens to have some kind of response to Ayaka, that I don't want them in Dome Precision. That's all I'm saying. And that's because I understand the psychology. I am more than sure that there are psychologists. I'm more than positive there are psychologists who respond to Ayaka. I'm sure there are. And they have therapists. Therapists have therapists. Just like doctors have doctors. Lawyers have lawyers. Know what I mean? But I would rather what do they say? Cut off the right arm to make sure the rest of the body doesn't get infected. I will keep cutting that arm off. Doesn't matter to me. What's happening? Gotta go. Pizza time. Swag. I have to do some farming on my alt. You do that, cuz. And it's time for me to go have a cigarette. I'm pretty sure there's some people who are lurking in the stream wondering, why is this dude on this kick? Some of them are probably Googling this right now, and they're like, oh my God. And it's like, yep. You can oh my God all day. You can oh my God as much as you want to. But when you turn around and you look at that body pillow, I don't want you asking me nothing. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask me nothing. You feel me? When you pick up that whatever anime that you was watching and you're like, this 2-year-old character is so adorable. I'm gonna, yeah, that's you have that conversation with yourself. You know what I mean? I'm just here to deliver the information and make sure that double precision is cool, because we have had in the past, not anything happen, but I'm gonna tell you right now, we've dealt with some questionable people. You know what I'm saying? And I've had to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So members come first, especially the kids. You know, and I got a duty to my community. So that's it. Boom. So, would y'all like to get into the DSM-5? Would y'all like to get into the DSM-5? The Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders? Would you like to get into that book? It just doesn't make sense. You could ship fictional characters with fictional characters, but not humans, right? You can do whatever you want. Just be aware of what you're doing. If somebody wants to ship a fictional character with Tupac, they could do that. And I'm sure people have done it. I'm like 99% sure people have done it. But people need to be aware of what they're doing is all. You know what I'm saying? Just be aware, right? So, what got me on this kick, by the way, for some years now, because I've been talking about this for a few years now, right? Is there's all these cases where these Discord communities, these content creators, these affluent people do this like weird stuff, right? But they kind of feed into it because their community feeds into it. You know what I mean? Or they feed into it so they attract that community. And next thing you know, you got a YouTube hit piece that has some credibility to it. And it's like, see, playing with fire, cuz. Now, Shane Dawson. Well, just maybe, birds of a feather flock together. You feel me? You know, so just be careful. I'm just saying be aware. Just be careful, be aware of the room you're walking in. You know what I mean? If you go into the ocean and you know that there may be some sharks around, you should probably go in with a shark cage. You know what I'm saying? The dolphins can kill sharks. I'm just saying, just be aware of your surroundings. That's all. So, it all originated HSMR JP with DSM. That's what I need. You know what? I need to build up. I need to build up my. I don't know how I'm gonna do this library, but it's not a whole library. Like you remember. Like I just need to add more books. I need more books. Is there another? Oh yeah, Well, no, I'm not gonna talk about that. That's probably a little too much for right now. Remember the opposite to the DSM-5 we were talking about? Yeah, I was super excited. Like out of all books, the Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders is the one that I wanted. Like, I wanted that one. Because it's like the human mind is something else, bro. Especially today. Because everybody's like, not everybody, but there's a lot of people who seem I don't think they know. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, I think I might need to know this given the landscape. I'm in the gaming community. There's some people who might need help. There's some people who might not be aware of what's going on. I'll go ahead and say it. I'll martyr myself out. I'll be the martyr. Hate me, but you heard it. So now you can't say you don't know. You know what I mean? So yeah. You said it all originated in the West, in Europe, not here where I live, and all these stupid concepts. Believe it or not, it started in anime and the furry community. The furry community in anime is where it started. If you're talking about what I'm talking about, that's where it kind of started. So here's the thing. I was talking to a furry once, right? And they were like, not all furries. I'm like, the problem is not the furry. The problem is the representation of what a furry is. If you don't want people judging furries, you need to change their mind. But right now, furries are not looking good, right? So you have to go in-house and talk to the other furries to repaint the image of a furry. Similar to how black people had to repaint the image of black people due to rap music, right? Due to the news and the cops TV show. So when the message is always saying black people are bad, people in China don't really have much information to go off of. So when they see black people, they assume what they assume. It's not that they don't like black people, it's that that's the only information that they're provided, right? They're not racist. They just don't know anything else. But once they meet you, you're like family, right? So that's the thing. And that's all people outside of the furry community are exposed to. So I was telling this furry, hey, if you don't want people judging furries, you need to change the furry community. Effectively, you got to work in-house and resolve the public image of the furry community. But the problem is, in the furry community, there are furries who are making furries look bad on a grand scale. So you have to address that. But you can't expect me to just trust the minority of the group when the majority voice is making everything look bad. That's what's creating a negative perception on the furry community. I am not going to judge every furry, but if I make a generalized statement, there's some precedence to it. I didn't wake up and just say I don't like furries. That's not what happened. I didn't even know what a furry was until I came to the Genshin community. You know what I'm saying? So, but, you know, it is what it is. Not all mushrooms are poison, but if you go to the wild and most all wild mushrooms are poison, you're probably going to say, I probably shouldn't be messing with those mushrooms, even if it's not poison, right? You just gotta change it. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of an uphill battle, but I'm not the one who created the issue. My issue is the black perception. That's my issue. I have to change the perception of black people, the outward perception that people have on black people. That's my job. As far as the furry community, that would be that furry's job. You need to change the perception, the outward perception that people have on the furry community. You know what I'm saying? Now, as a person on an individual basis, that person's cool. But there's a higher likelihood that I feel, based on the majority of things I've seen from the furry community, that this may be what may occur if I run into a furry. Right? You need to change the majority of the information coming out about furries. If that's the case. Unfortunately. It's not a fortunate situation. It's an unfortunate situation. You know what I mean? So yeah. So anyway, I see many. Hold on. You said no need to step into a lion's den to know that you probably shouldn't get too deep in his territory. Basically, Hifumi, you feel me? I'm from South Asia, and we're slowly westernizing ourselves. It makes me sick. I get it. I do get that. You know, I believe that cultures should stay their cultures. You know, if I can speak on that just for 2 seconds, as long as there is a sense of here is my universal law for the planet. As long as, regardless if it's culture or law or personal desires, as long as it's conducive for the well-being of your fellow human being, I don't care what you do or believe in. But when it's not conducive for the well-being of your fellow man or woman, that's when I have a problem with it. All encompassing. I don't care what your culture is or where you're from or what you do or what you believe in. If someone gets hurt by way of your belief, and I mean hurt, I'm not talking about a difference of opinion. I'm talking about you cost them their job. They don't have opportunity. They're starving. They're getting beat up. They're getting stabbed. Kids are at risk. Old people are at risk. There's hate all over the place. There's misunderstanding. There's misinformation. There's a lack of acceptance of what truth actually is. Anything along those lines is not conducive for the well-being of the human species. If it's not conducive for the well-being of the human species from this moment going into the future, I can't agree with that. Because it's not conducive for the well-being of the human species going forward to the future. If it harms the human species, I'm against that. If it helps the human species, I'm for it. That's it. And I don't think that that's too complicated. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. AKA consideration. Basically. I mean, I don't, you know. Can you show me your newbie build? Yes. Right after I finish this cigarette, I'm finna go in. I see many shorts channels talking about waifu. Does it come from this? The waifu thing is more of a movement, right? It's more of like a movement, and I'll tell you where I can have a problem with it and where I don't have a problem with it. Where I can have a problem with it is when there is a misunderstanding of the way the subconscious works in regards to what the person talking about waifu is talking about, right? If there is let's take Nahida. We all know Nahida is 500 years old. Does that make it okay to have a crush on Nahida? No. Okay? Because the subconscious doesn't understand that. Right? So I don't ever want to hear anything about Nahida being a waifu. I don't ever want to see anything about Barbara being a waifu. Right? Because the subconscious doesn't know the difference. That's where I have a problem with it. Where I don't have a problem with it is allowing people to be their authentic selves. Because at least they're being honest. That's where I don't have a problem with it. Right? It allows me to make a judgment call on who I'm going to let in and out my life. Right? Now, if there are cases where it's like, okay, fine. Clearly, that's an adult. Right? But this all goes to this thing that's been going on the internet. Right? We all know what sells. Right? I'm pretty sure we know what the majority of the internet consists of. Me and him talked about this, right? So if that's the case and kids are involved, we may see some kind of evolution of the internet, which we've seen in the last, 3 to 5 years? I think like 10 years, right? One of the biggest rules, so the rules of the internet, right? If I say rules of the internet, what's the first rule pops up in your head? Probably the pervy one. Why? Because people are pervy on the internet. That's a problem. If that's the only rule that you can quote, that's a problem. There's like 70 rules on the internet plus, and there's one rule that the internet knows. Now, if that doesn't say something, right? I hope I'm making some level of sense right now. All right, so here's my Nouvellette, 36-320. We got his weapon. We got the 4-star. We got the 4-set piece. We're triple crown, thank God. And then here are my artifacts. We got that guy. We got attack. We got HP, hydro, and crit damage. And that is my Nouvellette. German is to say what now? Yes, I have his best in slot. This was an accident. I was actually trying to pull a Homa. And the reason I have his best in slot weapon is because I was trying to pull a Homa. What I actually wanted to use was this weapon. But 2 characters are using the weapon, and I kept finding myself wanting to put this back on Kokomi because I like this weapon on Kokomi, and I kept finding myself wanting to use Healer Nahida. Like more times than anything. So I just gave him this weapon. Otherwise I'd be using this weapon. Or I'd just make another one of these. But if I make another one of these, I want to make a R5. Because I do like this weapon at R5. This weapon is really just a super version of this weapon. It's just this weapon but on steroids. That's all it is. It's a super version of that. It's a super duper version of that weapon. Yeah. Yeah, the prototype is amazing. The thing about the prototype is it is amazing with Fiorina. That weapon is great with if you have Nouvellette and Fiorina, the prototype Amber is like the best weapon if you don't have his weapon. If you don't care about damage, then the prototype Amber is probably the weapon that I would recommend people use. Like it's like the best weapon because it keeps your HP on your team in check while you're using Nouvellette. Because if you like, let's say you're using Nouvellette and your HP is just falling by the wayside. You're like, I can't seem to get it in check or whatever. You know what I mean? It is not Star Rail time. Because I'm pretty sure somebody's going to want to need help or something. Unless nobody needs help. If nobody needs help, we can go to Star Rail. You know what I mean? I'm really happy about Star Rail. But I haven't been doing anything. There's like nothing to do in Star Rail. Like I don't have the stamina. What is it? The Trailblazer power? I don't have the Trailblazer power to like do anything right now. How do you check this again? Huh, America. There we go. Alright, so it is. Wait, did it reset or something? Did it reset? No, it didn't. Okay. So let's say Nouvellette prototype Amber, and I'm gonna do. Hold on. Alright, so I'm gonna do a Dragon's Bane her. Because I'm not gonna really have an opportunity to hit her burst like that. I may, because he may be on cooldown or whatever. But we're gonna do an EM Shogun. Matter of fact, just to be safe, we're gonna do that Shogun. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do EM Raiden. Yeah. Because I'm gonna be running Hyper Bloom. Yeah, we're gonna run a Hyper Bloom team. So we're gonna do neat prototype Nouvellette, her healer Nahida, and him because I don't care. And then we're gonna do. I really should run Hyper Bloom on the other side, huh? Yeah, we're running Hyper Bloom on the other side. Okay, so we're gonna take Hyper Bloom off, and we're gonna run Nouvellette. We'll run, I guess, Rosaria. Why not? Her and then her, Diona. Or we don't even need Diona. We'll run Layla. What's going on, Kage? And then we're gonna run Yelan. We're gonna run Yelan Hyper Bloom. All right, so. But with Nouvellette, just keep an eye on the team's HP. That's kind of what I want you guys to focus on. Yay! Oh! Ah, I missed it! Come on. I know, I messed up the figurine rotation. I'm gonna be judged right now. I'm judging myself. But let me judge me. Whew, hold on. Yeah! Say what? Oh yeah, wouldn't it be lovely? Yay! Heal! Why not? Yeah, he does a good amount of damage just with the prototype. I didn't give Fiorina. Her buffs are good. Yeah, her buffs are like pretty good. Even with the prototype, he does considerable amount of. Yes, he does. Okay, as can be for myself. How are you? Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm doing good. I feel good. Why did I do that? Okay, hold on. All right, so this fight I kind of don't like, just because the timing on it is always like really weird. All right, so here is how Quick Bloom works. Oh, yo, bless you? How'd they bless you, cuz? I'm waiting for that thing to like disappear and teleport. There it goes. Where'd you go? All right, so here's how this works, because they always auto aim. Oh, I did not get Hyper Bloom, but that's okay. Yeah, what happened? All right. Layla! Rosaria! Burst! I want to burst on her. There we go. I put another Fiorina, but this time it was 18 pity. Did you say 18 pity? Mm-mm. Excuse me, sir. Or ma'am. Or whoever. Activate! I feel like I just said a Power Ranger statement. No? Oh, there we go. Yay! Yeah! What's going on, Sharky? How are you doing? Alright. Is there anybody... Oh, thank you, Nightbot. Forgot what to do with Sinnoh, so I need some tips. Sinnoh is... Hold on, let me do this last room, and then I got you. Oh, come on. No rush? Okay. It's time. Okay. Hyper Bloom, Quick Bloom teams are so good. Yeah, they're like mega low investments. Like you only need like one really strong character in those teams, and it's typically going to be either the Dendro or the Hydro. So if you have a super strong Hydro or a super strong Dendro, the other two characters don't even got to be built strong. Hold on, who's that? Sharky? Sharky, where you at? I think I gotta re-add you. Are they in the queue? Because I thought they just typed Q. Oh, they are in the queue. Hold on, let me pull their UID. Do you have their UID by chance? If not, then I will... Because I think it's in the list. It is. Nope, that's Shark. We need Sharky. Sharky, what's your UID? There it goes. Okay. What was that? 649 75. There it goes. How does it work? How does what work? Join. Yeah, you just do that. All right, cool. So we got level 70 Sinnoh. Did you just pull Sinnoh? Notice me? I noticed you, man. What's up, Sharky? What's happening, man? DWP is the group, cuz. I'm just CS from DWP. But we noticed you, Sharky. You've been here forever, bro. And you got the little badge in the Discord, cuz. So DWP noticed me. What you mean? You put them in the last banner? Swag. So are you just now building them? All right, so we got the white tassel. We got Sinnoh at 70. You haven't played him forever. That's not a problem. We have Thunder Soother, which isn't bad, but you're with this. If I'm not mistaken, with this build, you're going to be going for a aggravate build. You can do hyper bloom or quick bloom, but you're probably going to be doing aggravate. Four, 446. You want to, if I remember correctly, you want to actually invest in his normals. And his skill hits really hard, but you want to invest in his normals. I still need a Dendro, but yeah, aggravate. Yeah, you're probably gonna be doing aggravate. All right, so started a build a while ago. Goal is the other Thunder set. Got it. Just can't get any pieces. Okay, so I mean he looks fine, but I mean this number is obviously a little low, but it's probably because you're running. I'm assuming you're running a crit rate circlet. The only thing he could do is aggravate. No, he can do quick bloom. Like you don't need a lot for quick bloom. No, they didn't do him dirty. You can do quick bloom. You know, but you need his weapon. You're gonna want his weapon to do quick bloom. You know what I mean? I need the tassel refinements. You do need tassel refinements. All right, so let's see. Ooh, that's a reroll. That's good for now. That is good. That's good for now because I know you're just starting. Is that 20? That's 20. So this is gonna serve you for now, right? You don't need the 8 additional crit damage. You know, like a 10-20 or something, or 7-20. Like the 8 crit damage isn't really gonna make or break your Sinnoh right now, right? That is a good piece. That's actually a really good piece for him. So the thing about Sinnoh is you do want at least a little bit of energy recharge, even with Thunder and Fury, right? So if you're gonna be rocking this set, as it stands right now, you are going to want a little bit more energy recharge. When you get on Thunder and Fury, you're not going to need as much energy recharge. In my opinion, I don't have Sinnoh, but just seeing Sinnohs, in my opinion, no, not an ER timepiece. No, just ER substats, right? But you're going to have to fit those in somewhere. And typically for those substats, you want those to land on the circlet because you have a little bit more give on that. Right, so EM is going to be what you want for your aggravate and all that jazz, right? But the energy recharge, you still got to kind of balance it, right? I can't get a Thunder and Fury set to save my life. Put him on Emblem. Like he can run Thunder Soother, Emblem, or Thunder and Fury. Thunder and Fury is going to be his best in slot, to my understanding, but he can rock Emblem as well. What Emblem allows you to do is not even care about EM. You want EM, but you don't have to care about the EM. If anything, his weapon is going to be the biggest upgrade for him. Like that weapon is a huge upgrade for him. It's because of how much EM it converts into attack. Like it's the way it converts it to. So you can technically run like EM crit damage or EM crit rate. Well, EM crit damage, but you could rock that. Best in slot Gilded Dreams? No. Well, it depends. Gilded Dreams if you can kill stuff fast enough. Hypothetically, is C1 worth it? I feel like his weapon is more beneficial than his C1, but let's look at it. Let's see. Because his weapon is a huge upgrade. Oops, not that. So C1, after using, that's his burst, right? Yep. So after using this burst, Sinnoh's normal attack speed will be increased by 20%, which is a 20% DPS increase. If the adjudication effect of his passive talent, blah 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 blah, is triggered during, was that his skill? The duration of this increase will be refreshed. Oh, that's it? You need to unlock the passive, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what my highest CV is. I don't do CV, though. I don't do all this. I don't do all that. That CV is for nuke. It's more for, like, nuke characters. I feel it's more beneficial for, like, nukes. But it's not for clearing content. Clearing content, you don't even have to think about CV. CV is just something to give you an idea of the value of the artifact, but it doesn't really, like, you want to balance build. You don't want just high CV. You know what I mean? Anyway, so his C1 would be worth it, but his weapon is going to benefit you. I think his weapon is going to benefit you a lot more. I think. I think I would go for his weapon before C1, unless you're going to go C2. Right? C2 gives you, what is this? Max 5 stacks? That's going to give you basically an electro goblet. Like with C2, if I'm not mistaken, you could rock a EM Sinnoh. So you would rock EM crit, and then his C2 takes care of your goblet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, you know how, I mean, you know the like the rules of artifacts though at this point, right? Oh, you gotta refresh. You gotta do the you gotta log out and log back in. I gotta get some coffee too. I gotta refresh because I drank coffee today. It's been how long has it been, Em? It's been so long since I drank coffee, right? But yeah, I'm gonna make me a set. I'm just doing coffee today, just because I felt like doing coffee. Kind of missed it, but I'm gonna go back to tea starting tomorrow. Pretty much. No. You just log out and log back in. It'll refresh it. Just go back to the home screen. You know the screen with the door. Just do that, and it'll refresh your banner. All right. So, but as far as the Sinnoh's concerned, I don't know if I want to get too deep into artifacts until you get your Thunder and Fury set, and then we'll talk about T is way better, and then we'll get into your artifacts. If you're staying on Thunder Soother, which I do not recommend, then it's really just your flower. I think it's the flower that's the biggest outlier. You know what I mean? Yeah, tea is way healthier than coffee, but I needed that from the coffee today. You know what I mean? I didn't need it, but I just kind of want. I didn't want to because with tea for me, tea takes a second to like ramp up in my body. It takes a second, and it's like I want it now. Like I need it now. You know what I mean? I might have a little bit of a crash, but after I get on the phone with my girl, it's gonna be like I'm gonna have energy anyway, so it doesn't matter. Um, Only staying on Soother if I get 40 CV pieces. I wouldn't stay on it even if you got 40 CV pieces. To be honest with you, I would not. I would not stay on it even with 40 CV. I don't think it's worth it. So let's see. So, okay. So what we looking like? Okay, that's good. That's actually really good. That one is you could use that one. And you're. I would only take this one if you had his weapon. And even still, I don't know if I'd take it. But it depends on where your EM lands, right? With this set, by the way, you do want an EM timepiece. Yeah, you want an EM timepiece. Yeah, that is true, Hifumi, yeah. During loading screens, we could be hitting sit-ups, cuz. Y'all remember the GTA 5 challenge? It says weapon crit damage is crit rate. Yeah. So at some point, Sharky, it depends on the investment that you want to invest into Sinnoh. Now, side note, okay, you don't have to get his weapon. But I'm not going to recommend something when his weapon is best in slot. But this thing exists. And what happens with this one, when there are at least 3 different elemental types in your party, elemental mastery will be increased by 120. So now you kind of get to have your cake and eat it too. It's just not going to convert your mastery into attack. But you get your crit rate and you get your EM. Whereas with this piece right here, especially if you start to refine it, you may want an EM timepiece, but it gives you some wiggle room with your timepiece. You could rock an attack timepiece technically. Because you don't need a ton of EM. R5 white tassel, I would use this one personally. Well, I don't know. I might, me personally, I'd use this one. That's me. That's me personally. I mean, I feel like they're almost even though, because the white tassel's really strong on Sinnoh, like really strong at R5, like really, like it really is. It's a really good weapon on Sinnoh. But something tells me that I would use that battle pass weapon. It's got a higher base attack. It comes with the EM, which makes your build a little bit more flexible. That bonus damage is great. But I feel like you can kind of supplement that with crit damage, I feel. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's, well, I'll put it this way. If you're going to be going for his weapon at any point in time, just use the white tassel. If you're never going to go for his weapon, and if you have someone else who could benefit from that weapon, like the Shogun, then I would go on ahead and start investing in that weapon. But if you have a R5 white tassel, which I'm assuming you're going to be going for, then I would just use a white tassel. I wouldn't do this crazy. I wouldn't min max Sinnoh off of 4-star weapons. I would only min max them off of 5-star weapons. Right? But long story short, I think you're doing great with the artifacts you have, though. Yeah, then just go tassel. Yeah. So just see about getting an EM timepiece, which is going to be a little bit harder to get than attack timepiece. It may hit before the attack timepiece. What I am going to pray for is that you get a onset timepiece. I actually don't want you to have an onset goblet, because that onset goblet is going to be a nightmare trying to replace. You already got a good goblet on your Sinnoh. Keep it offset. Do not make it onset. If you get a onset, unless you're going to rock EM. You know what I mean? But once again, only do EM if you have this weapon in C2. So, outside of that, do you have any questions as far as your Sinnoh is concerned? Sinnoh, I think it's Sinnoh, but Sinnoh. Oh, and talents. Let's look at these. Invest in his normals before you, don't scale anything. Get his normals up to 7 before you move everything to 6. His normals account for a huge portion of his damage. His skill accounts for more damage, more of an increase in damage than, if I'm not mistaken, I think his skill accounts for more of a damage increase than his burst. At this point. All you're trying to do is convert him to Electro, which is what his burst does. It's kind of like Ito. Think Ito, but Electro. He's like an Electro Ito in a weird way. Does that make sense? Well, they shouldn't, because more of a need. Say what now? Wait, what y'all talking about? I do squats and stuff while I stream to keep the blood flow going in my old legs. I need to get on your hype, bro. That's all your questions? Swag. All right, cool. Because this was relatively quick, Sharky, do you need to... and we both did it. That's okay. Do you need resin help at all? And I know your account is relatively good. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You got this, Ayaka. You probably do not need too much help. It's up to you. If you need help, then I'm here. If not, I do need to break away, take a quick little break. Gotta use the bathroom. Gotta do that, refresh my coffee, blah, blah, blah. Not a whole break, but I just coffee and bathroom break. If no one else is in queue. I don't know who else is in queue. Wow, I'm an idiot. I'm looking at it, and I didn't even acknowledge the fact that Chun Chun is in there. Wow. What'd you say, Burger? You know I got love for Burger because he gives me a hard time. All right, so, my computer throwing up gang signs. All right, well, let's hope for the best on that one. All right, so Chun Chun, skill issue, facts. So, what is the UID? Imagine if I could read Chinese. Oh, yeah, no, it'd be on. What is the UID, Chun Chun? Chun Chun Maru. Not only that, am I looking at a set of characters, or are we burning resin? What are we doing? Why am I on Wi-Fi? Hold on. Yeah, we need your user ID. So you pause the game, it's under your profile name. It's also habitually in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. You can't remove it. By the way, if you're worried about that number being public, just by playing with you in co-op, I can just pull your UID. So it's not like you can't do anything with it, if that's what you're worried about. So if you've ever played co-op, you just gave your UID to those 3 other people. Network. Yeah. There we go. I don't know what happened there. Okay, while they're doing that then, I'm gonna go refresh my coffee. And I will be right back. Let's do this, because he's on the thumbnail. So we'll just do what? This? How do you do this? No? Oh. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Chan Chan Maru. Chan Chan Maru. Alright. I'm gonna open to a random page. Read the effect thingy. Say what now? Every time I pull out Ayaka, her HP gets melted in the thunder. Oh, that's why. Because that domain, you're not supposed to use cryo in there. Did you need to do that domain? Because Chun Chun, they ain't even responding. Who was after Chun Chun? Who'd you say, M? Infrognito? I might just pull infrog. Let's just do infrognito for now. Neurodevelopment, neurodevelopmental disorders. What is this? Which one is this one? Let's see. Let's get smart for a sec while I'm waiting for infrognito. Yeah. Global developmental delay, unspecified intellectual developmental disorder, language disorder. There's a whole lot of these things in here. These are amazing. Specific learning, unspecified attention deficit hyperactivity, swag. We gonna get smart, cuz. Do not what? Okay. All right, Burger. That is sound advice. I know what you meant. Just run Zhongli if you have bra. Yeah, run them. That is actually what you do. All right, so let me do infrog because well, I mean they're not saying if they need help. So let's do infrog real quick. Where are you at? Oh, they did. Okay. All right. Infrognito. What can I help you with? Uh, yeah. Yeah. What do you need help? No more using Chi Chi. I'm free. Zhao is not deserving of love. What? Wow. I'm tempted to give Zhao some more love. Uh-oh. Keep in mind, Sharky, Hifumi is a Hu Tao main. And Hu Tao is a better pyro version of Zhao. Can I look at your Fiorina? Absolutely. All right, so let's see. Um, level 80. You're gonna want a tender, which I'm sure you already know that. We got this guy, which is what? By 16. Additionally, increases the energy recharge by 32% for 5 seconds after using an elemental skill. That's actually really good. That's really random. That's a good weapon. My question is, why is it not a 454 61% energy recharge weapon? It's a fishing weapon. How do y'all start fishing in Fontaine, bro? I still haven't unlocked it. I have not unlocked fishing anyway. Great weapon. Use that one. I like the Favonius. Use this one. So, all right. So let's see. We have the 4-piece set. Sorry, I'm thinking about my coffee. You know what? Let me get my coffee before I jump into this because I'm gonna be thinking about that the whole review. Be right back. All right. Here we go. What's up with that posture and the talent? I don't know. She just, salesman. All right. So let's see. So, as far as the talents, this is a buffer. This is a buff talent tree, if I dare call it a talent tree. Because of the weapon, I almost want to say you should probably invest in her skill more. I feel like you already know this though in Frog, but let's go ahead and look at what's going on. So we got 43, 152. This is R5, gives you 16%. So whatever this plus 16 is, which will put you at 59. I am not sure how I feel about that, but that's okay. Let's see. So we got that one, which is good given the weapon. But we don't want a whole bunch of them missing crit rate, right? This one is good. I mean, it's probably going to use a reroll. They'll be level 9. Nice. Okay. This one is good. I feel like this was trolling you, but I feel like you can run a vaporize Fiorina with this one, so I feel like it's a good pull. This one I don't. I hate this piece. No, re-roll that. And that's where the problem is. All right, so yeah, this is going to be a reroll, as I'm sure you know, right? I do want you to just get a little more crit rate though. Now you're obviously going to get some crit rate by just leveling her, but yeah, you want to get some crit rate. You got to get something in there. Like get something. 59 plus 5, I get it, but you can get a little more in there. You know what I mean? I've been sitting on the sand since 4.0. Really? Yeah, this is not a bad. I'm not sure if I'm against this piece. It's because of. It's because of. See, but if she vaporizes, she exhausts the gauge. Like one hit will exhaust the gauge. But if her big hit vaporizes, this piece is worth it. You know what I mean? Especially if you got like, who is it? Dea, Xiangling Kazuha, or Dea. You know what I mean? Like something crazy like that. Like you pop Guoba, hit Xiangling burst, and then use Dea for whatever reason, and then Kazuha things, and then you use Fiorina. She should be able to vaporize on the third hit. She should. You know, the big hit, right? Either way, she needs a healer. That's what Dea is for. That's what all the Deas said, right? I'm just going off based off what the Deas said. You know, I'm being facetious in frog, but no, just at the end of the day, just re-roll the circlet. That's your biggest offender right now. I know she doesn't heal, but you don't need a healer with Dea. Remember, Dea is perfect. Remember, you remember in frog that whole conversation. Anyway, re-roll this for crit rate. I would advise you to reroll this for crit rate and crit damage. If not crit damage, even still, energy recharge. I don't know if I care. Energy recharge. Like, because it feels like a buffer Fiorina. It doesn't feel like a healer Fiorina. Like, it feels like a DPS Fiorina. It's a great Fiorina. But I almost want to say, as long as you can, because you saw how I was playing with her, as long as you can ensure that her burst is going to have a really good uptime, or you can ensure that her skill is going to do a crap ton of damage, it's one of the two. Just pick one. I don't know if it matters. I don't have a better HP Goblin in general. You'll get one. I got a question though. Were you throwing away all your HP dual stack goblets? I was at one point. You forgot? No worries. No, I did remember in the early game, this is before all that HP scaling came to the game. Definitely the defense one. Yeah, I was getting rid of the defense ones. Remember, I deleted all of them off my account. I got that attack time piece from Husk, and I was like, I'm getting rid of I'm getting rid of every defense piece on my account. Right, so I get it. But I can guarantee you're gonna get one. When the game thinks they're trolling you, that's when you're gonna get one. You can farm Blizzard. You'll probably pull a cracked one out of Blizzard. I need attack or cryo or something, and it'll be like, nope, HP. You'll be like, haha, gotcha, thank you. You know what I'm saying? So, but focus on the circlet first, right? And then you might get the HP piece by proxy. So get that, you should be all right. As far as constellations, don't worry about it. She's not here anyway. Talents, skill, mainly because of the weapon. I think you're already tuned enough. You can technically stop on the burst. Don't, but you can technically stop on the burst. The weapon is fine. Ascend her to 90. You don't have to level her to 90, but I'm going to advise you to level her to 90 because her scaling is based on HP. So just level her to 90. You will thank yourself for that. So roadmap, level to 90. Reroll the circlet. You'll be off to a great start. And then, of course, the skill. Boom. If anybody's wondering why I'm really lax, it's because we are talking about Incognito. This is not with the whatchamacallit either. Like, we're not talking about a newbie here. We're talking about Incognito. He's one of the hitters. Any questions? Like any questions? Any questions at all? Like a strategy or gameplay or like anything? That needs to be a toy. Who do you think I should build as a healer? Well, what healers do you have? Like to go with her? No, you don't need Jean. Jean is people like Jean because she's a one button like she she pushes her buff to max percentage when you have Jean. That's all. Um, I mean Barbara can do the same thing, but you want to Amber on Barbara because Barbara does the exact same thing. And with the prototype Amber, she's literally or limited 5-star. You can do Kokomi. Kokomi is a little bit. It'll be a little bit trickier, but if you're gonna run Kokomi as the healer with Fiorina, you might want to have Kokomi as the driver. You don't have them either? That's fine. Um, I don't know if I would do Chi-Chi. And if you do Chi-Chi, I would probably do a burst Chi-Chi. You know, like a 180 to 200 ER Chi-Chi. That way your team can heal off of Chi-Chi's, burst. Carrying you in the domain. Let's see. Let's look at healers real quick. So you could run Kokomi. I don't recommend Kokomi. You can, but I do not recommend Kokomi unless you're doing Hyper Bloom. Charlotte, Yao Yao, mostly. Or no, I would not do Noelle. I would only do Noelle if you're driving with Noelle. I would not heal with Noelle. She is not that kind of a healer. She can, but she is not that. She's not an emergency healer. Like she's not a healer. You know what I mean? Probably Yao Yao. Or I mean, you could do Charlotte, but because Charlotte, she's a burst healer, right? Yeah, that just scales her healing bonus. Cast healing, yeah, that's DPS and that's her cast healing. I'd want to build for a team to be based around her mostly, but that's for like a different team entirely. So my question is like, are you when you're talking about? Well, first off, what healers do you have built? Oh, Yao Yao or Charlotte? Probably Yao Yao. The only reason I'm suggesting Yao Yao is because Yao Yao is not gonna get in the way. She's not gonna get too in the way of like your reactions. Charlotte, in some cases, is gonna force a cryo. She'll end up forcing a cryo reaction. Like if you're trying to run vaporize, you might accidentally force a cryo reaction. Or you could just do Charlotte now and think about it, because Charlotte doesn't have to make contact with anything to heal. Yao Yao does. Right, so maybe Charlotte. Like, yeah, maybe Charlotte. Yao Yao's is like, there will be Dendro applied. Somewhere, somehow. If it was up to me, I would say Barbara. I would say build Barbara. Just build a burst Barbara. She's got, what, a 20-second cooldown. But every 20 seconds, it's like Jean, but every 20 seconds instead of 15 seconds. But she's free, though. Yes, every 20 seconds. Jean, I think, is what, every 15 seconds? Oh, she's 20 seconds. They're the same thing. Yeah, just build Barbara. So the biggest difference between those two, really, is the Vivi set. That's like it. So one you can run Vivi, one you don't. No, she needs the same ER as Jean. It's the same thing. They both have the same energy cost. The thing about Barbara is she has access to something called a prototype Amber. If you give her this thing, she don't need no ER. My Barbara has burst on rotation with a prototype Amber. But then again, I mean, I'm C6 now. But she has this. right? So every 10 seconds, you just get one energy. In 1 minute, that's 6 energy, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up over time. And then there's this one. Every opponent Barbara hits with her charge attack, she regenerates, blah, 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 blah. Like, she just, I don't know, that plus the prototype Amber is, like, great. Like, I don't need energy. I don't have energy on my, clearly. You probably benched her because it's the conference. You know what? Most people bench Barbara because of conversation or Kokomi. It's conversation, I've noticed. They usually say ICD and that starts the conversation. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, the self-apply hydro, that makes sense. But it's for I think 3 or 4 ticks. Now you don't know. I would not run Zing Cho. Barbara's great though. And if you're playing Barbara, see, because the thing is, here's the thing I'm trying to tell you. This activates on burst. It doesn't activate on skill. She is literally Jean. You know how Jean, you don't heal until you hit the burst button? You know how Jean, you do not do anything until you hit burst? But she doesn't have her prototype Amber, so now you got to stack all this energy recharge on her. Whereas Barbara, and trust me, I've been advocating for this character. I've never stopped advocating for Barbara. I know her limitations. She's not better than this. She's not better than that. But you don't have to self-apply hydro with Barbara. You just treat her like Jean. And if you want energy recharge, her energy recharge is so minimal that you can literally just give her 1 energy recharge timepiece, and that's all of the energy recharge you need. Jean is just a 5-star who can apply VV. That's Jean. So if you don't need VV, then just use Barbara. Yeah, just don't hit her skill. Unless you want a 15% like thing or whatever. You know how like Barbara, like you hit her skill and it gives you the 15% additional hydro damage bonus? Like, unless you want that, then just don't hit her skill. You just hit her burst. Her skill doesn't generate particles, by the way. Just don't hit her skill. I mean, that's what I would do. I would just not use her skill. If that was the case. Yeah, it's a whole team. The way the prototype Amber works is it heals the whole team, but it heals the whole team based on a percentage of the team's HP. Right? So, and it's only a 2% difference. That 2% difference matters as far as the energy, but it doesn't matter like that much. Right? It's not like, I need R5. Like, no, it helps, but it's not like, you know what I mean? But it's going to be 4% of that person's HP. Right? So when my Nahida hits a burst, you don't stack a bunch of HP on that character and that heals the team for more. That's not how that works. Now, what does work is healing bonus. Now, if you put healing bonus on, that works. But outside of that, it won't work. That's why she's on Maiden. Because I wanted the 35% healing bonus. So that works. But outside of that, it doesn't matter. Oh, energy? No, the energy doesn't apply to the team. Only the HP. Yeah, so it just gives the character the energy, but it heals the whole team. I know exactly what you're talking about with Yoon Jin. You know what? Here's going to be my recommendation as far as Yoon Jin, because I know how it feels with Yoon Jin. If you are one of those Yoon Jin players that just needs all of the defense because numbers matter more than efficiency, maybe you might want to look into running energy recharge. Like, stop. But I'm hoping that you're not fighting to just have the biggest numbers, but you should probably resolve getting to work rather than trying to get to work in style. Like, get to work first and then work your way up to a BMW. but don't try to get the BMW before you get to work. Meaning that get to the burst before you try to make the burst this big worthwhile like thing. You know what I mean? I hope I'm not rubbing anybody the wrong way, but give her like her defense doesn't matter. It doesn't matter until you get to the burst. It's the exact same concept as Bennett. So if you're not able to get to her burst, then increase her energy recharge. That's overkill, but increase her energy recharge. Yeah, but think about it, Infrog. Why in God's name do you have crit damage on that character? Let alone flat damage. Why do you have crit damage on Yoon Jin? Really think about it. Are you gonna vaporize with Yoon Jin? I can name you one character right now that those stats matter more on, and that's Beto. Why would you have a character with a counter who hits half the damage as Beto, running crit damage? Who's Geo? You can't even do a reaction off of it. Stop worrying about Yoon Jin's damage. Only worry about crit damage on Yoon Jin. In the event, you're going to actually be worried about the damage on Yoon Jin. It's just kind of there. Yeah, but my point is, don't worry about it having energy recharge, crit rate, crit damage, and then flat defense. You only need 3 stats, right? And one of those stats you only need if you're running a Favonius, right? So if you're running a Favonius, that's the only reason you need crit rate, right? Now you can run the defense with the 25 energy recharge. That's amazing, but that 25 energy recharge does need to be coupled with enough energy recharge to account for like I'm not even min max, right? But I would only run yeah. So I would only run because this is 51. So this is 2 of those substats in 1 artifact, right? But I can promise you all that defense that you're getting off a piece, that doesn't matter. Like that 58% doesn't matter as much as getting to the burst. So if you have 20-some percent, 18%, 17%, such and such percent, then at that point, you should be fine, right? I am nowhere near done with my Yoon Jin, which is why I run Favonius and this defense piece or this energy recharge piece. But I am almost hard pressed to say you need like 230 energy recharge. Because if your Yoon Jin is like mine, you're probably on the cusp of getting your burst every time. By the time you collect all the particles and you get back to her rotation, you're like 1 particle away every time. Like if you could just hit your skill a third, if you could just get a third of the particles off of a skill, you have 200, you should be rocking like 220, 230. Like I almost say you should kind of be around there. If you don't want to worry about her burst, because you got to remember, when you hit her skill and you don't have her burst, you now have to wait 9 seconds. And that 9 seconds in real time is more like 12 seconds, 13 seconds. Because you got to switch to her, do a thing, wait, maybe even try to dash cancel, switch back, reposition. Like it's all that. That's 4 seconds that you could be potentially looking at. If you play like a dope fiend, you could probably squeeze it into like 3 seconds. But yeah, you're looking at about 14 seconds just because you didn't want to deal with the energy recharge, right? You just normal? No, I understand, and that's good. That's what I end up having to do. You got to bust a normal out or something like that. Ooh, you can do that. But that would be my only feedback for your Yoon Jin. That's specifically your Yoon Jin. As far as the prototype Amber and the healer situation, just circling back to that, me personally, I'd do Barbara. I would take whatever you were about to do with Jean and just do that on Barbara. And the thing is, while you're farming for Barbara, if you're going to farm for Barbara, just keep it like a side set for Jean. And for what it's worth, you don't really need all that crazy stuff. If you happen to get it for Jean, great. But one set goes to Barbara and the other set goes to Jean. I don't use Jean for VV personally. But that's because I use Jean on Geo. I use her on Mono Geo. I would say Barbara's only better than Charlotte because her heal is entirely too strong. You got to join the queue, person. That green with the green, was that a Russian name or something? Check us if I'm not sure. I apologize, but was it 720-437-733? Exclamation mark, type this. Exclamation mark, join. Just type that and then I'll be right with you. Because I think there's people online. That's right. And I don't want to skip them. But yeah, so info, you said, because I look to play her in pyro teams like Yoimiya. Yeah, I mean, whatever you're going to do with, can I just use Kirara for Sinnoh Aggravate? I just put her, I wouldn't use her for Sinnoh Aggravate. You can, but you're only going to use her for the shield. You're not using her to apply. I mean, well, I guess you can. Yeah, you can use her. You can use her. Just know you're going to kind of have to like dash out and dash back in if you want to hit with Dendro again. But so like she has this weird shield mechanic. Actually, it's not even a shield mechanic. It's when she turns into the cat. Like that applies Dendro. So it's kind of weird. You turn into a cat and you bump into him, but you have to move away from him and bump into him again. Like she's actually like a car. If you want to apply Dendro. Right. But yeah, you could use her. But yeah, so anyway, back to it. I mean, I think you'll be fine with Barbara. What are you running on Layla? Oh, and you insist on Melton. Yeah, I mean, whoever you want to build. You got to remember, Frog, I coach for comfort, not damage. If you want damage, you build for reactions, but your options will be limited. At that point, I'm going to say, I don't know why you're with Layla. You should be running C6 Diona. If you have C6 Diona, you need to throw Layla away because C6 Diona gives you 200 EM. And she shreds shields faster. 4-piece tenacity of the Millilith, a bunch of HP like 150 ER. Yeah, what you should be doing is putting that on Zhongli and running what is it called? Noblesse on Diona. You should be doing that. For Melt. If Melt is why you're running Layla, you're running the wrong character. Unless you need a Zhongli shield and want to Melt. That's the only thing I could think of. So she does kind of fill that role, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. Like it freezes and then melts. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I mean, I do get it. I do get it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would build Barbara. That's me personally. Right? If you want to build Charlotte, you could build Charlotte, but it's, I mean, let me see. The only thing I need to check before I send you on this Charlotte grind is what's the cooldown on her burst? 20 seconds? Yeah, so that's going to be, you're going to get like 1 melt, 2 melts off of that. So you'll get 2 melts every rotation. I don't know. I mean, you could do that, but I don't know. It's up to you. It's your call. I say Barbara. If you want to build Layla, build Layla. I'm gonna leave that up to you. Just all I will say is if you're, yeah, that's fine. You can do cryo. That's fine. I will say if you are gonna do whoever you're gonna do, yeah, whoever you want to do. It could be her. It literally doesn't matter. Just my concern is whoever you're gonna do, just go all in on the heals. And if they require a burst to heal, make sure you min-max their ability to heal. That's my only concern. That's pretty much it. Her skill applies cryo off field and generates particle. Build her. Just when you do it, make sure you go all in. I just got wacky stuff on her, but make sure you go attack, 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 tenacity. Just go all in on heals though. And if you have to, run maiden. Like if you have to. Like I wouldn't say clam, don't run clam. But if you have to, run 4-piece maiden. I just put this on just to have something on her. You know what I mean? But just go all in though on your healer. Like this. Like I'm a healer, and I heal. Maiden is better than 2. Well, Maiden gives you 20 per. Maiden gives you the equivalent of bonus damage in the form of healing. Yeah, 4-piece Maiden beats 2-piece. I mean, you could read it. Like, so you get 35. So you got 35 here, and then you get 35 here. Any character that you play typically is going to have over 100 bonus damage after it's all said and done. But you only got 35 healing bonus. You are nowhere close to... you don't even diminish returns on healing bonus. But if you go all in on a healer, Maiden is like the best for all in healers. Clam is better for consistent healers. One-shot healers, you want to run Maiden. Because they're following the norm. I mean, they're following narrative. That's why. They're like, run clam, run clam. No. You can run clam, but if you see how lazy I am in a Spiral Abyss, that should tell you I think I know what I'm talking about. Not everything has to do damage. Let damage dealers do damage. And let healers be healers. And let tanks be tanks. And if you can create a reaction out of it, great. But let those people be in their role and leave it at that. Right? You don't need Clam on Barbara. She doesn't do enough healing to fill up Clam. When you do all the math, it doesn't really work out. Just take that resin and invest that into your DPS character. Take that and just put that into your DPS. Oh my God, that's better. Do that. That, to me, makes a little more sense. Whoever's strong on your account, put that resin into that. Or Yao, but still Deepwood. Yao and Deepwood make sense. Typically, Yao's the only Dendro. Well, the only support Dendro. The other Dendros, they typically run Gilded. That's why. So yeah, but I mean, do you still keep asking if you still got questions? Because I'm sure somebody else here has questions. I'm typing in who just to see like how deep we are. She was empty? Okay, good. So you know what I mean though? I'll put it to you this way. What is 30K going to do? What's 30K every 20 seconds really going to do? You know how much damage that actually breaks down to? So let's say you got Barbara on Clam and you max heal, you max out the Clam set on that one burst, right? That's 30K divided by 20 seconds. That's going to give us our DPS. That is 1,500 damage per second. What is really going on? And why are we investing in that? If I was going to play Yao, I'd play her with Nahida. It would be worth it to completely swap my Nahida into a new set. Yeah, put your Nahida on Gilded. If she's a DPS Nahida. Just put Nahida on Gilded and put Yao Yao. Or, I mean, you can flip. You can do it however you want. At the end of the day, you just need to hit enemies with Dendro. And typically, you're going to put whoever is not your strongest Dendro character on that set. Whoever is not active is going to be on that set. Your on-field characters typically you want to have on Gilded. Not be necessarily because they're on-field. It's just because you're not going to be... It's just kind of like best practice. You know what I mean? Like they're made to be on-field. So just put them on Gilded. Because Gilded always ends up being a stronger set as far as that character's personal damage. Like almost every time it ends up being a stronger set overall. But that shred, right? If there's a situation where there's going to be two Dendros, whoever's going to be off-field is going to be running that. Especially if it's a Hyper Bloom team. If it's a Hyper Bloom team, you want to put that on the Dendro character. I've actually been curious to know that if Shogun can run that set. What's going on, Romello? And now I got to translate what Burger's saying. Let's see. What you talking about, Burger? That is not what I'm looking for. Queue is empty. Got it. Thank you, sir. You got very, very, very good news? What's the good news, cuz? Oh, yeah. I bet you I ain't got this in a minute. Ha, 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 ha. Lean. Oh, wait. Hold on. Ha, 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 ha. Lean with it. Rock with it. Ha. Oh, what? That was weird. Ha, 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 ha. Lean with it. Rock with it. Ha, 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 ha. Lean with it. Rock with it. Ha, 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 ha. Lean with it. Rock with it. Bruh, when am I going to do that? We might have a project tonight. All right, even though my Nahida's Dendro set is already really good, I would still put her on Gilded. Yeah, well, you would put her on Gilded if you could get similar substats. Or would it be more worth it to keep Nahida on Deepwood and put Yao Yao on Instructor? Real talk, I would keep her on Deepwood and put Yao Yao on Instructor. For the sake of resin. I would do it for resin. I wouldn't just go out and... Because you already know what that's going to look like as far as trying to get those artifacts on a different set. Like, I wouldn't do that. Doesn't make any sense. Congrats. Wait, what happened? My GPA finally went back up to a 4.0, and because of that, I can finally start wrestling. Okay, boy. Hello. We got the Stone Cold Stunner. Hey, M, because I'm a #1 stunner. The #1 stunner. You know what I mean? Here we go. Stone Cold Steve Austin up in this piece, though. You know what I mean? You going to be hitting folks with the rock bottom? You know what I mean? They gonna come up and be like, you ain't got your grade. You gonna be like, I don't care what your grade. I don't care what you think my grades are. I got a 4.0. Hit him with the rock bottom. Hi-ya! You know what I mean? If you smell what Romello is cooking. I'm just saying, congrats, cuz. That is huge. That is huge. Congrats. Congrats on that 4.0. You know what I mean? And get it in on that wrestling. Hey, you know what? How's it feel to get that back at 4.0? You know what I mean? And not only that, are you confident you can kind of keep it there? Like, you found a strategy, huh? Like, if I do this at this time and I do this at this time, then you basically guaranteed a 4.0. It's just time management, ain't it? You know what I mean? I have one better than that. What you got? What you got, M City? Let me know. You said what? Yeah, no, I already spent like 3 months on my Nahida. Facts, and Frog. You know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. Ain't nobody trying to spend... I don't care if it took homie 3 weeks to get them artifacts. That is not the norm. So if somebody's like Gilded is stronger than Deepwood. In most cases. On Nahida it is, on Alhaitham it is, on Tainari it is, on a lot of these characters, Deepwood is stronger than... I mean, not Deepwood. Gilded is stronger than Deepwood. But... it is not so much stronger that if you already have a really strong Deepwood set, that you need to now then go out your way to go get a Gilded set. It's not that serious. Just stick with the set you got. It's already really good. This game is a game, you already know this, Frog. This is a game about resource management. That is Genshin Impact. At the end of at end game, Genshin Impact is resource management and investment management. That's all it is. Where are you going to invest your time? And where are you going to invest your resources? Project when time allows? Exactly. Yeah, when time allows. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. We talked about that. When time allows. Swag. Know what I mean? Speaking of which, I didn't clock out. I paused it, so it's not crazy, but I ain't clock out. I should probably clock out. Let me do that. All right, so because if I let it go until what, Friday, it'll carry over to the next month, and then I'll have to redo it, and yeah, it's a pain in the butt. It's not that complicated. It'll just look weird when I do my my invoices. I'll be like, man, I could swear I did more time, and then I look, and it's like, I know I didn't do that much time in December. What? So, yeah. But yeah, no, Romello, I'm happy for you, man. I still want to know your strategy. All right, so I'm going to open this book to a random place. Prevalence. There are no large-scale population studies of... We're not going to talk about that. Substance related in ooh, this is a good one. Tobacco use disorder. Right? So prevalence. Although cigarettes are the most commonly used tobacco product, use of other tobacco products, especially e-cigarettes, have become more common. In the United States, 19% of adults use a tobacco product in the last year. 19% use more than one product. 14% use cigarettes. 4% use cigars. 3% use e-cigarettes. And 2% use smokeless tobacco. 1/4, 24%, of the current U.S. smokers are non-daily smokers. The 12-month prevalence of DSM-5 tobacco use disorder in the United States in 2012-2013 was 20% among adults aged 18 years and older and 29.6% among Native Americans. 22.3% among non-Latinx whites, 20.1% among African Americans, 12.2% among Latinx, and 11.2% among Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Prevalence was higher among men, those who were young, unmarried, less educated, poor, or residing in the southern United States. That is so... What? And those with almost any psychiatric disorder. The prevalence among current daily smokers is approximately 50%. Wow. Global comparisons show that in all geographic regions of the world, the age-standardized prevalence of daily tobacco smoking is higher in men than women. But the gender ratio varies greatly from 16.9 to 1 in East Asia to 1.2 to 1 in Australia. Wow! There's a 17 to 1 ratio in East Asia, cuz. Yo! That is insane. Are you for real? I don't like how they got out the South, though. I don't know how I feel about that one now. I feel like that was disrespectful. You feel me? They didn't have to do all that. Can I get help with resin? Absolutely. I think that's all the questions I have. Not a problem, man, Frog. All right. Where is Ramel? Are you PB&J? I feel like you're PB&J. Are you PB&J? I haven't talked to a blue term in a minute. Let me see if I can sneak in tobacco. Don't judge me, okay? I have a disorder. Don't judge me. You are? Okay. I hope I hit the right button. Yes, I am sneaking this thing. Did I do it? Did I hit the button? There we go. What domain we doing? Oh, you finally world level 8? Oh, it's on. We're super on. Yeah, it's about to be older poppin'. World level 8 basically means every single boss you fight, you're guaranteed 5-star drops. That's what world level 8 does. So any gladiator, Wanderer's Troop pieces, you're guaranteed gold drops. Does it matter? Probably not. But we all know that Troop... Wow, my voice just cracked. We all know that Wanderer's Troop... And what are we doing?
Oh, this is a talent domain. We all know that Wanderer's Troop and Gladiator are really good supplemental artifact sets. Should have been the same level. They maybe, but no, not. You know what it is in Frog? World level 8 should have been a bigger increase. That's what should have happened. Yeah, it's only like 2 levels. It should have been a bigger increase is what it was. They should have increased the difficulty more, and they should have increased the drop rate more to make it a lot more worth it. You know what I mean? Pre-farming for raiding, I already have most of... Oh, yeah! You about to get the raiding, huh? Yo, she's such an integral part to this game, cuz. Like, she really is. She's such a factor. Okay, something is going on. I should probably hit him. There we go. Pink, pink. Pink. Ooh, I need a burst. I should not have done that. Awesome. That's why we run energy recharge. That's why we run energy recharge. I still want to re-roll a lot of these artifacts, but I can't afford it on Zhongli. Because y'all know I got this entire set in like a month plus variations. Like I got this and this. I think I already had that. No, I got that and I got the 2 circlets. No, I had the attack one, but I got the HP. Yeah, physical. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's C6. So, with the reason why I do that is because I got the 3 extra levels on his talent. Plus, I'm running triple HP. Well, typically triple HP. Like it's like I'm good, but I run a HP circlet. That's why. What are the next banners? I'm assuming the Raiden. Cool. Get on. Come here. Yeah. So it's because I wanted Zhongli to at least be able to do something with his normals for situations like that, right? Where it's like I just need a little, I just need to get that little piece of HP off. You know what I mean? Let me just. Okay, cool. On to the next one. You know what I mean? I don't need a shield to hit hard. I want his burst to hit kind of cool, but I still need a little bit of this. You know what I mean? But I wanted a shield bot Zhongli that at least got like a well-rounded DPS. He ain't got to be the top DPS, but I want a shield bot with enough DPS across like his whole kit. You know, so it's a really balanced Zhongli. I'm sure there's better approaches, but that's the approach that felt the best because his normals are really strong if you scale it properly. You know, but physical was the only way I could really think of to get his normals to hit hard with an HP circlet without having to worry about this super crazy investment. But the problem with running an HP circlet on Zhongli, he doesn't scale with crit. So in order to make it work, I would need these outrageous crit rate rolls, and I just happen to get them. And like I got these outrageous rolls in like little to no time, actually. I wonder if I hit my burst, would I get it back soon? You aim at me. There we go. Yeah, aim at me, because I'm a tank. Now, I mean, no. I think leaks say Navia. Yeah, it's probably Navia. Now I think about it. Because we just got through the Archon and Ayato. Archon and Ayato. It's got to be Navia. I don't know if I want Navia. I think Navia is going to be hype. I'm sure she's going to be functional, just like every other character is, but I feel like she's going to be like more hype. I don't know. I don't know if I'm super excited for the rest of the Fontaine characters. I was, but I think Nouvelette and Archon is enough. I think. I think. Because my concern was she had to beat Ito. Like, if she could beat Ito, then alright. But if she can't beat Ito, then I don't know. Hold on. Cool. What? There we go. I just like his combos. Oh, I did it wrong. Was it? Ha 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 ha. You gotta sidestep them. Pop. Because they're gonna bounce back and you jump behind them. And you can just ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Love that. Me either, to be honest, except for maybe some Lenny comms or like his weapon. Yeah, I think Lenny's weapon would be really good. Like, I just really kind of learned about his weapon. I think the stream before last. Because the stream before this one was, what was it? It was Honkai Star Rail. Because I was gonna do Genshin this last one, but it was a birthday party. And I gotta put family before all of this, you know what I mean? Alright, let's go. His eyes keep going white. No! I did not need that. No, hit him. There we go. Got him. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Nice. That works. Why does my chat keep disconnecting? There we go. He'll stop having to share with Yoimiya then? Oh, yeah. Yeah. With that being said, I do hope you get his weapon. I know what that's like. Having to, like, share a weapon back. I'm doing that right now with a Favonius sword. And I'm not liking it. Like, at all. Dude, my chat is disconnected like crazy, and I don't know why. You know, on YouTube, it'd be like, your chat disconnected. Like, can we stop with the chat disconnecting? Yay! No! Ah, messed up. No! Got him. Mm-hmm. Where you at? God dang, you just killing everybody? Stop it. Whee! Boink. Thank you, Zhongli. 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 Alright, cool. Yeah, try to get as many talent books as you can. Like, as many as you can. Like, it's painful. For me, at least. Because it's like, when I do this, all I can think about is I want I need artifacts. Like, I need to reroll artifacts, I need to get artifacts, I got something to do with artifacts. There's something missing or something, right? But when you do the talents, though, because there is an endpoint, and the endpoint is in sight, and, okay, well, if I just do this for like 1 or 2 days, then, yeah, we're good. Right, so, yeah, let's do, yeah, I'm totally with, what? I'm totally with doing this domain. Over and over and over again. I need to make sure I'm leveling their inner, there we go. Okay, he should be dead soon. Hello! I did not mean to, oh, that worked out. I have, yeah, 170 ER. Let's do it. Let's do it. The guy who borderline needs no energy recharge. Let's go. Awesome. This is like such a like a Zhongli moment. All right. You're condensing your resin too, by the way, right? I just thought about that. You are awesome. All right. Excuse me, sir. You deal with that. What are they saying? I'll figure it out later. What's this looking like? Boss is 10 times, we'll do that. Did domains? Okay. Okay. Classy. Professional. Lawyer. Medical doctor. Yeah, not a problem. Who am I looking at? You know when a stream was really popping is when my iPad worked. I just thought about that. All right, so let's see. I'm going to safely assume Yalan. Maybe Toma. Who am I? Who am I? I'm assuming these are Raiden. This is Raiden. All right, so let's see. Wow. Whoops. Yeah, let's start with Tom. Wait, what? Ignore my. Okay, hold on. Let me get out this rain. Yeah, Toma has Raiden stuff. Yeah. Okay. Boop 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 boop. Let's check on this. Catch 80. Definitely want to level that all the way to 90. Okay, so we got this guy. That one is really good. That one is... It's really good. You're going to want to... Here's the thing. Do you need to re-roll it? No. Are you going to want to re-roll it? Yes. I want to make sure I'm emphasizing the exact words. Take what I'm saying literally. Do you need to re-roll it? No. Are you, as a person, going to want to re-roll this? More than likely, yes. And that's just because it's the Raiden Shogun. When you get her, you're probably not going to care about attack percent. You're going to halfway care about energy recharge. You just want her to do the big thing. All of us do, right? And if that's the case, yeah, crit damage, right? But do you have to? No. I just want to make sure I'm putting a little emphasis on that, okay? Attack. This one excuse me. I might reroll, but it depends on what your Shogun's going to look like once you finish her. This piece I would 100% not run crit damage. I would run crit... Well, hold on. Oh, yeah. I would run crit rate here. I would personally recommend crit rate. But it depends on what your target crit rate is, right? So this weapon being R5, you already know. Take crit rate minus 12. What's going on, Kage? How you doing, brother? So I would take the crit rate minus... Whatever your crit rate is minus 12. What's your target? Like, how much crit rate do you want your Shogun to have? 60, 70, 80? Like how much do you want her to have? I would not go under 60. You want to have 60? Okay, so 48% is your target crit rate, meaning that you are going to need another 17% crit rate. Where are you going to get that from? You're not going to get it from just a timepiece. You need 17 crit rate. Nah, you can't turn that down, Kage. Come on, cuz. Kids come first. You already know how it is. Life before the game, family almost before life. You feel me? But yeah, so what you're going to be looking at, Heizo, is you are going to be looking at a artifact. If you want to run a crit damage circlet, right? Which this is a perfect crit damage circlet, but if you want to run a crit damage circlet, you are going to be looking at a circlet that, not a circlet, you are going to be looking at a artifact that's weighing extremely heavy in the crit rate department. But you're going to need like 2 of these, right? Meaning that you may be looking at replacing your feather. Mickey Mouse and you. That's what's up. Hey kids, we got Genshin Impact here. We've got Toma, and he's got 14% crit damage, 6.6% crit rate, and 11% energy recharge. It's all good, brother. You know what I mean? Shout out to the family. All right, so I would investigate if you have any control over it. They digging it? That's funny. It's all good. Who's that, Frank? What's going on, Frank? You? No, somebody kids is watching. Kage's kids is watching Mickey Mouse. But yeah, so I would be looking into this, like re-rolling this, because you're gonna need 2 of them. You need to make up effectively 17 crit rate. That's like 9 additional crit rate per piece across this and this. Just a timepiece, right? Like the pieces are fine, but that's why I'm kind of like, you might actually want to rock. You might actually want to rock like a crit rate circlet. This is going to be too hard to pass up. I understand. You might have to pass it up though if your target is that. Now, if you're not opposed to re-rolling everything, right? Then what you'll need is, what is it? You will need 43 crit rate minus 6 across 4 pieces. How much is that? 43 minus 6. Right, how much do you have? Okay, so it's going to be 60 minus the catch, minus whatever is on your circlet, which is 42, right? Divided by 4 gives us how much crit rate you need per piece. You need 10.5 average per piece crit rate. This has to get re-rolled. This has to get re-rolled. This you need 10 crit rate, and this has to get re-rolled. That will give you your target of 60 crit rate. If you are insistent on rocking this piece. I'm just letting you sit on that for a second. Right? Now, if you do not mind switching this to crit rate, then you could switch this to crit rate, and you can take the consistency over the damage. But that's up to you. Yeah, they can do better, right, on the circlet. But this is kind of a crazy circlet for the Shogun. It's got 10% attack. It's got 10% attack. It does have at least the energy recharge stat, and it does have crit rate on it. And if anything, it does have at least a usable substat by way of attack. Kid you not, wish it had EM instead. Not even joking. I'd rather you took EM. You know what I mean? Oh, what's going on, Ashwin? How you doing? Right. So that is one option, but I would I'm still saying I would recommend crit rate in this place, because you have, and it's because of how much power you have behind these, and I don't want you to have to go out and just refarm everything. Right. You're only missing an energy recharge timepiece. And I'm gonna tell you right now. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna show mine, but I've come across some of the most busted artifacts over the course of time of just trying to get my one really strong energy recharge timepiece. I have one really strong energy recharge. One, right? Yeah, that's HP. I have one really good energy recharge timepiece. You could get multiple. I have one though. I have a feather with 35 crit damage. I have a circlet with 14% crit rate. I have some crazy emblem pieces. And I have, out of all that, I have one 6 crit rate, 20 crit damage energy recharge timepiece. Mind you, I have like 2 or 3 like 20 crit damage attack timepieces on emblem. Right? So, for the sake of your resin, it would be crit rate like something like this, which is fine, right? And then you would have your energy recharge or those stats on an energy recharge timepiece. That will put you at the 63 plus 12. Now, what does that come to? 75. So you would be much more consistent, and the crit damage doesn't need to be 80 billion crit damage. But you would choose the 80 billion crit damage, and I'm going to show you under these circumstances, right? It's just a really rare circumstance, right? But under this circumstance, I just got to put her stuff back on. Give me one sec. And even still, I don't think I'm going to be able to satisfy it. What? Oh. And then crit damage, right? Right. So under this circumstance is when you would rock a catch. This puts me at 70 crit rate with a crit damage circlet. But I need to have 14% crit rate and 14% crit rate to do it. Not only that, I need 6 and 10 and another 10. Then you can rock the catch with a crit damage circlet. Now, for all intents and purposes, you can drop this by like 10 crit rate, yes, because your target is only 60. But out of all of it, you are going to need something like that. You are going to need 14 crit rate plus on one of those artifacts. Somewhere, somehow, you're going to need that. If you are insistent on rocking a crit damage circlet on the Shogun with the catch. I'm just talking about your crit rate, right? So my recommendation is do crit rate for now. Don't try to switch everything out right now, right? Your pieces are good. Especially with something like this, you are 100% going to need something like that. I'll show you exactly what you're doing. What you're doing is you're doing this, right? So you're taking this and you're dropping the crit rate for the sake of crit damage. So if you want to drop it for the sake of crit damage, now you're at your target. Now you got this outrageous amount of crit damage. But either way, you're still going to need a busted crit rate roll, regardless of what you do. Regardless of where you put what, you are going to need a busted crit rate roll. And still have to have some crit rate weight across your pieces if you're going to rock that piece that you had, that I just saw. If you're rocking that piece that I just saw, you still need a busted crit rate roll. If you're going to rock a crit damage circlet. Right, so I'm just making sure that you know what you're in for if you're insistent on that circlet. Great piece, keep it, use it, but only use it according to your target. Only use it under the event that you get like 14 crit rate on something. And you still have to uphold your crit rate like rolls. Now you saw the rolls that I had, right? When I tell you how much resin it took to get that, it took like 5 or 6 emblem, I think like 7 emblem. I can count. I have to go count how many emblem characters I built just to get that combination of artifacts. It took that many characters of putting emblem on to get those rolls. And it wasn't until like the like third quarter this year is when I got that circlet with the crit rate. That's how much resin it took. Right? Now, if you're down for that, you're just going to have to invest the resin. And it's as simple as that. Now, side note, and this is just to make sure that you're not losing any faith in anything. Remember, we had that that account earlier, 6'3", right? 6'3", and I posted their UID in the chat. They had one of the most incredible Xianglings ever. And it only took them 3 weeks to get a higher CV than every emblem character on my account. They have better artifacts from emblem than every emblem character I have on my account. On their Xiangling. And they got that in 3 weeks. So it could take you 2 years. It could take you 3 weeks. It's all RNG. But at the end of the day, that's what you need. So when you see a crit rate, crit damage piece, if it starts to hit crit rate, don't be scared because you need that. Right? You actually need that. Right? I'm pointing this out because you will actually need that. If it doesn't hit crit damage, don't trip. Because you got a crit damage circlet that's going to make up for all that missing crit damage. On this piece, what you need is the 14 crit rate. If you can get it on the circlet, great. That's where you want it, is on the circlet. But you're still going to need it somewhere in the kit. Preferably on the circlet. This in regards to the catch. I hope that makes sense. Let me switch this back. Yeah. Right? So, but as far as your Shogun, it looks like you're headed in the right direction. What happened to Yelan? Yelan was here and now she's not. Yeah, I love that piece. And keep that piece. Because you do want to attack on your Shogun. But start with crit rate. That way you can at least use the Shogun. You have a functional Shogun until you get the piece. The last thing you're going to want to do is have the Shogun and can't use the Shogun. Yeah, no worries. Ashwin, let them cook. They in the kitchen. They got the spoon, they got the skillet, they got the ingredients, they got all the things, man. They out here cooking, cuh. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like. And I hope any information that I'm putting out there is of any kind of use to somebody. Somebody, somewhere, somehow. I hope it's helping somebody. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I've been wanting to do like a talk, by the way, to kind of like step away from like this overachievement phenomenon thing. You need a lot of strength in the game for the Abyss, but I believe, I don't feel like I've fully tested it, but I believe that there is a way to deal with the Abyss without having to, with almost any Abyss, without necessarily having to overinvest in characters. I think what was happening in the Sumeru patch, for example, is I was so against Dendro, yet the Abyss was catering so hard to Dendro and Bloom and Nilo. Like, it was so hyper catered to these 5-star characters and these new characters that you had to build all these characters, and I just didn't feel like doing that. Right? But now that I have characters that can do it, I am in kind of like a full belief that there is a way to clear any Abyss for like the low, for the super low. And it ain't got to be with mega busted artifacts or anything. Like, you just pick a character you want, and you do have to play by the rules of the Spiral Abyss. Hey, what's going on, Kira? Long time no see. If the Abyss is calling for Dendro, you have to run Dendro, right? But I am, and a piece of my heart really believes this, that there is a way to not necessarily have to rebuild every character on your account and move your artifacts around from this character to that character just to be able to beat the Abyss, with the exception of the Shogun, because you actually need 2 sets for the Shogun. Need an EM set. You don't need, but you want 2 sets for your Shogun. You want an EM set and a DPS set. Join Kira, man. Kira's been forever, cuz. I hope life been treating you good. Any questions, by the way, Romello? Because I think we're still looking at your You're pre-Shogun, right? Dude, the Shogun is like... People who skip the Shogun, that is concerning to me. And no, I'm not talking about Shadow. But it's like, bro, what? How do you skip the Shogun? I'm going to take... I ain't even... You know what? I want to take... You know what? I know who I'm going to take. I haven't done this domain. I haven't done this team in a while. Believe it or not. I do it all the time on stream, but I personally have not done this team in a while. Why? Because I've been on Honkai. Can you show your exploration progress? It sucks. Wanna know why? Because I'm not an explorer. But if you want to check progress of somebody who does do this, you should probably talk to Burger, because mine is terrible. 13%, 14%, 8%, 7. I don't do exploration. I'm not an exploration player. I only do I don't even know when I don't know when I do exploration. Captain Explorer here? Yeah, I do not do exploration. Yeah. Uh-oh. This way, big fella. Here we go. Yeah. Run that fade. Yeah, la la loo. Let's go. You got 100% up to Sumeru? Bro, I couldn't even do it. I could not do it. You know what? It was after Inazuma. After Inazuma, there was just too much. Because with the Inazuma patch, we got Inazuma. We got the Chasm. We got... and what's that place? Under Inazuma? Watsarumi Island? You know, that place under there? What is it called? The place under Watsarumi Island. You know what I'm talking about, the caves? Like, we got 3 places with Enkanomiya, thank you. We got 3 places. After that, I'm like, I think I'm good on this exploration thing. And then Sumeru came out. Bro, when Sumeru hit, Sumeru was so big, I gave up. I'm like, I'm done. I'm good. I get it. They want me on the game all the time. I'm not going to do this. This way. But I mean, it's good though. Hold on. Nope. Break that. Come on. You got them. You got them all. Nah, I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. If you could do it, bro. I can't. I can't do it, man. I can't. I used to like really kind of like low key try. Like with Leeway, I'm not 100%, right? Like, I don't know why Alicia's 31%. Unless they added. God dang. Did they add it? Oh, they must have added like 1 million chests. Why is my exploration so low? 56%? Oh, they must have added 1 billion chests. You like to explore? I can't do it. You know what it is? I get on, do my commissions, get off. Yeah, I get on. I can't do it. It takes too long. It could take. Now, when I'm just killing time, like that's cool, but it takes a long time. Only when you have time. Yeah. It is kind of fun though. Now I think about it. Oh, it's not in my world. I was finna say, like, why is it so low? It can be relaxing. Yeah. Hold on. Go over there. No, big fella. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Only real ones know about that. Only AM City. Only real ones know about that. Let me tell you something. Let me show you something. You know what I'm talking about? In living color. All right. Yeah, it's Romelo's. I got you. I was finna say, why am I so low? But mine is like, yeah, mine is not. It's not. It's probably way higher than I think, but it's not like that.
I don't even use the interactive map until I'm like pulling my hair out with the last 10%. Yeah, like I used to do it, but nah. I'm at a point now where it's like if I have to explore, to get a character that I want, it's not worth it. Respect your elders. Stop it. Young Jedi, you stealing my swag again. I think we talked about this. God dang it. He went way over there. I did not need him to do that. Hold on. Bro, this little electric dude has to be the worst, bro. Wait, did he die? Oh, he died. What? Huh. Shoot, Romello must have murdered that big fella. Going for a jog on a Sunday. Going for a jog on a Wednesday. Going for a jog, looking up the logs. Going on a jog on a Sunday. Hanging with my dogs, kick it with the frogs. Going for a jog on a Sunday. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna guess you didn't finish the tree and dragon spine and whatnot. No. I usually do those. It's just after Inazuma, I just stopped doing the trees. When Sumeru came out, it was a little too much. You didn't finish the tree either? Yeah, no, it's after Sumeru was just a little too much. I was like, nah, now we just adding content just to add content. Like, I'm not doing all this. What? Oh. Man, break that. Come here, little fella. There we go. That's where you get most your primos and wishes? Hey, if you can, do it. I can't. You know what it is, Kage? Hold on, let me see. What's your UID? Because I can tell from the UID. Yeah, okay, so you came, what? That was a Hu Tao patch, right? You joined either during Hu Tao or Kazuha, right? Bro, before Inazuma came out, way before Inazuma, before Dragon Spine came out, right? There was like, Kazuha, yep. So it was like before Hu Tao. There was this huge stretch of just no content, bro. Now, you talking about going to every crevice, everywhere, exploring everything. And it's just like, dude. So we did it from Modstat to Leeway to, wrong way. Stop. God dang it. We did it from Modstat to I have to do it over here. Uh-oh. No. Go that way. There we go. But yeah, there was a moment where there was a stretch where there was literally nothing to do. So we just ran around Leeway and Modstat, and there was nothing. And it was super fun. But dude, the burnout was real. And then Dragon Spine came out and that's what killed it for me. Was I did Dragon Spine, and then Hu Tao was announced, and that just killed the game. So I took a 5-month break, came back, Inazuma was cracking. Loved Inazuma, right? I guess the story was bad or something like that. That almost kind of like, right? But Ayaka brought me back. As far as exploration, I did have fun with Inazuma, but that's because I had Ayaka, right? With Ayaka, she kind of trivialized a lot of the water, so I didn't really have to deal with the water thing. But then Sumeru came out. And when Sumeru came out, you said what? With crit rate and crit damage? Bro, let's keep it pushing. When Sumeru came out, bro, and I saw how big Sumeru was after the second part, I was like, nah,
No. This is what we're not gonna do. We're not doing. No. No. I'm not gonna do 2 regions worth of content because Genshin tells me to. You know what I mean? Mind you, this is around the time that I just started I started my new business. You know, so it's like, nah, I'm good. I'm gonna have to. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pass. You know, but I will say this: there are moments I'll be sitting talking to my girl and they ain't doing nothing. You know, so I'll load up Genshin and just run around. And if I get stuff, great. If I don't get stuff, all right. You know, but it's like I'm what I'm really looking for is like World Quest. You know, but I get it. I get it. When Sumeru dropped and I was like, yes. You was like, yes? Nah, cuz. When Sumeru dropped, I was kind of excited because it's new. It's something new, right? I didn't really like the climbing. You know, I didn't know how to feel because Sumeru took away Ningguang for me, right? When Sumeru came out, Ningguang got benched. Like, she was so irrelevant in the Sumeru patch, and Yai Miko took over, right? Because everything activated from Electro. Everything was Electro. You know what I mean? You got to find I can't do it. We had a guy named Real Back who was that was like his thing. Like in DWP, there was a guy named Real Back. That was like his whole shtick. The dude would just be in your world and just find everything. You know what? You're not escaping this shield break, bro. No, come this way. You saw how dude tried to dip? Your skill's on cooldown. I got a burst. Your shield is still breaking. I like the rainforest in Sumeru, but not the desert. You know what's hilarious in Frog? I actually like the desert more than the rainforest. But I don't like the climbing. It's all that up and down climbing. I didn't like the climbing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a taste. Sumeru, okay. I could put it this way. If Sumeru was its own game, right? If this was its own like RPG, fantastic. You know what I mean? Of course, they would have to add more content and whatnot. You know, but yeah, I like the Kage. Yeah, I was feeling the desert because the climbing. I didn't like all the climbing and whatnot. Like for me, it was just a little too much climbing. Break it. Got it. What? Oh, that was Yalan. I was gonna say, why is he he just bounced like the other direction. That's crazy. You said what? The desert was just sand and more sand, but underground. Underground was cool. The sand I don't know if the sand was necessarily like an issue. You know what I mean? Oh, climbing ain't no thing. Yeah, climbing ain't no, yeah. I mean, not for a Cosmain, but I can't do climbing, bro. I can't. You know what? Because I had to deal with leeway for like, I don't know how many months. Like, when I say there was literally nothing to do until Dragonspine, there was literally nothing to do until Dragonspine. And in leeway, when I tell you there's nothing to do, we were manually climbing at mountains, scaling everything, like going from the bottom of the water and climbing slowly up to the top just to see what's up there and run around the edges and just climbing everything, bro. And it's like nah, man, like nah, it's cool. Like I'm good off climbing. So you joined at a great time. Is I guess what I'm getting at. You joined at a fantastic time. Joining when Kazuha dropped, bro, climbing shouldn't be necessarily an issue. Can I show you my damage real quick? Not yet, because there's still people in line. Showcases, we gotta wait till the queue is clear. Have I seen the leaks? Nope. I'm sure there's something. But yeah, did you have any other questions though, Romello? I don't want to leave you hanging now, but did you have any other questions? Thanks.
All right. So you said who's the next one? Kira? Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised there's 4.5 leaks. Like there's leaks on top of leaks on top of leaks on top of leaks on top of leaks. I don't think Hoyo understands the benefit of leaks. Like there's kind of a benefit for leaks. Like they should appreciate leaks. Plunge attack support. I am not pulling Cloud Retainer. That breaks my heart. Yeah, you're up right now, Kira. So what's going on, Kira? Plunge attack support. That ruined the character. You know what I don't understand? Is why won't they just release this character? Why's everybody got to be either charge only or plunge only? Like, what is that? It's normal on burst, right? But it's not normal on skill or nothing else. It's always charge or plunge or something. Or, you know what I mean? Like, give me a character who can do damage with normals, and then I'll be happy. Like, I want to do this. Like, I want a Zhao who can do this. That makes sense. You say you want a review? I just want a review. If you can't do a review farm Ayaka domains, I could do both. Yeah, I can do both. You want to do the domain first, or you want the review first? Level 10 friendship on Yoimiya. There you go. There you go, cuz. Congratulations on that one. Ain't you a Yoimiya main? You said firm is a normal attack. Who's firm? Who in the world is firm? 649. All right, hold on. Oh, I got it. And then, who am I looking at? Am I looking at Ayaka? Both in the game and mentally? Here's what you do, Kira. Stop stressing. You probably need help mentally because you're stressing. Anyone you can. Well, what's your goal? I need to know what your goal is. Oh, okay. I'll just do a generalized. Well, I still kind of want to know what your goal is. What's your goal? What's your account? Oh, Freminate. Got you. I got you. No, I'm talking about a 5-star. Like Zhao. Like Zhao, Ayaka. Like she's a burst charge attack character. You know, she's skill, he's skill, she's charge. Zhao is plunge. Yoimiya is normal, but she's a bow character. You know what I mean? Like a, you know, Zhongli, but an actual DPS. Where you can run Shimenawa on the character, and that, like, all the damage comes out there normal. So now you can play Devil May Cry. I want a Devil May Cry character. That's what I really want. Give me a Devil May Cry character. Give me Archelino, but make her a Devil May Cry character. I don't want to play Genshin anymore. I want to play Devil May Cry in Genshin. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? All right, so still to be the best Ayaka main in the worldwide. Ganyu isn't so good. You're fine. Okay, so all you want is the strongest Ayaka. That's it? Now, when you say you want the strongest Ayaka, you want the strongest Ayaka for what reason? Like, the strongest Ayaka, I'm assuming as a trophy, right? But the strongest Ayaka on, what, like Akasha or something like that? We talked about this earlier today. I actually spoke on this earlier today in the stream. So, no, that's fine. So you want her to be the strongest on your account, right? I'm assuming. So if you want her to be the strongest on Akasha, then your Ayaka actually is going to require a lot of resin. Right? So I'm going to have to kind of give you a talk before I can get you into farming this Ayaka. What's your AR? 56? So I'm going to have to give you a talk, but because it's RNG. To have that Ayaka is going to be RNG. Right? And you will need a mist splitter. There's no way around it.
340 resin is never going to be, that's nowhere close. You need like an average of 5, like you may need 100,000 resin. And you probably think I'm joking. I'm actually not kidding. Because you need 20,000 5 times. 20,000 gets you a great set. But you're going to need that great set, and you're going to need to turn that great set into a ridiculous set. And the only way you can really turn into a ridiculous set is you might have to do that farm 5 times over. You may not have to, right? But you may have to. And now I need new goals. Do what you did for Baizu for Al Haytham, if you have them. Not the same set, but the same investment. All right, so Ayaka. First, you need a mist splitter. Throw this weapon in the trash. The artifacts that you're going to need to get at least close to it, they're going to be some relatively unrealistic artifacts, okay? But I need you to understand this. No, that's fine. Do heal in Nahida. You seem like you go against the grain. Do a heal in Nahida. So that's what I have. If you think I'm joking, I have a heal in Nahida. You should build a heal in Nahida. All right, so what is it? Ayaka? So the thing is with Ayaka, I'm going to show you my artifacts. You're going to need better than this, okay? You're going to need this, but better. You're going to need this, but better. Probably more attack. Definitely more crit damage. You're going to need this, but it's going to need to hit crit damage at least once or twice. You're going to need this, but you're going to need it to hit, I think, crit damage. I think you need a max roll on crit damage, right? And then you're going to need this, but instead of HP percent, you're going to need attack percent. Meanwhile, any dead substats like HP percent here, defense, flat defense here, flat HP here, all that needs to be filled in by energy recharge. Like you actually need those rolls with a mist splitter and triple crown. Constellations don't matter. Right, but you need 4-line artifacts. You need 4-liners. There's only one artifact that doesn't require a 4-liner. And that's your timepiece. And that's because your timepiece doesn't qualify for the 4 lines you need. But every artifact needs crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge, attack percent. Crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge, attack percent. Right? Now this is attack percent, so you would be crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge, flat attack. Crit rate, crit damage, energy recharge, attack percent. And then you would have crit rate, attack percent, energy recharge, and whatever you wanted, maybe flat attack. But you would need that across all the artifacts. The only reason I know you need that is because that exists on Akasha. Like somebody has that on Akasha. Can you use harder depth artifacts? You can. I wouldn't recommend it though, because her normals aren't as strong as her skill. But you can, if you just don't feel like farming for her. Keep in mind, C6 Fiorina, just side note, and then I'm just waiting for I'm waiting for Kira to respond, by the way. So the thing about C6 Fiorina is C6 Fiorina, you're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to be, you know how like Nahida, right? C6 Nahida, you can not know how to build and she still performs. You can build incorrect. You can run defense on your C6 Fiorina and she'll still kind of function, right? You're supposed to run HP crit damage. You can run HP Hydro. I don't recommend Hydro, but you can run HP Hydro crit damage. Like you can do that. But on C6 Fiorina, you can run defense crit damage. And because she's C6, it'll still work. Because of all the passive benefits. So you can completely eradicate the build and it'll still work. Defense, yes, you can be an idiot and just run the dumbest, ugliest, stupidest build ever on a C6 Fiorina and it'll work. Because C6 Fiorina is C6 Fiorina. So to answer your question, yes, you can run harder depth on C6 Fiorina. The reason why is because you can run whatever you want on a C6 Fiorina. Should you run Heart Adept? No. Don't do that, but you can. I'm not being rude. I'm letting you know exactly how it is. Should you? No. Can you? Absolutely. And that's because C6, you can use her normals and charge attacks and all the things, but should you do that? No. Because that is a mere, like, what, 5% of her overall DPS. So you're going to overinvest in something that's 5% of her DPS. Why? Because you can, and you can because you got a spoon-fed, Fiorina. But that's the fun of having a C6 character. The fun of having a C6 character is you could put stupid builds on those characters. So if you want to put a stupid build on Fiorina, do it, because I did it. Does that make sense? So can I use Husk of Opulent Dreams? You can. The reason why is because she's C6. You just give her, you just substat carry her. Yeah, you buff her, you just run strong substats. Give her Husk, give her defense, but run strong substats. I did not read your Baizu thing. You probably thought I was joking, Kuma. You probably literally thought I was joking. No, when I'm trying to explain something to you. There are characters who are so strong at C6, you can be a complete stupid person. You can be a complete idiot, and you can't mess that character up. Fiorina happens to be one of those. If your Fiorina doesn't function at C6, quit Genshin. She's one of those characters. It's kind of like C6 Yelan. If your C6 Yelan or your C6 Nouvelette doesn't work, you probably need to uninstall Genshin because it's borderline impossible for them not to perform. They may not perform like a C6, but they'll perform like a C0 at C6 with a terrible build. You just give them good substats and they'll perform like a C0. That makes sense. All right, so, and you said Baizu, Yelan, Kuki, Nahida. That's a great team, actually. That's actually a really good, I think that's a really good team. Why don't you switch Kuki for the Shogun? Or just keep Kuki. You know what? Keep Kuki. Faith, hey, I see you. I felt Faith look at, you know what? You better stop disrespecting Kuki now. All right, I already know about Dory, but you're gonna stop talking about Kuki now. I know, Faith. I know. Just keep Kuki. You're good. All right. So, anyway, so Kira. All right, let's get back to Kira. I'm sorry about that. Let me see. Where you at? Boom. Okay, you are not online. Right. So now that I'm just trying to put in perspective what you're going to be in for your Ayaka. Okay. So with that being said, that's your goal with Ayaka. Once you start farming Ayaka, there basically is no stopping. And what I'm going to recommend for the sake of resin management is you already have a good build on your Ayaka. She is really good. She's really good. Right. I would recommend just strong boxing everything at this point, right? And I don't even think there's... Oh, you still need a 4-piece set. Oh, yeah, nah. Okay, so you're going to need a... Well, you can keep the goblet. But you're going to need... Oh, your crit rate. You know what's cold? You actually need to re-roll this. And this needs to be on set. But that's what you're up against. No, because you got to get rid of this weapon. You need a mist splitter. You're never going to hit number 1 unless you're on set. You have to be on set. By not being on set, you're leaving 80 CV on the table. You're leaving the equivalent of 80 crit damage on the table by not having her on the 4-piece set. You're trading 80 crit damage worth of value for 20% energy recharge. That's what you're doing. No, I'm just letting you know what's in the future. Right? So you will have to be on the 4-piece set. There, you do not. That is non-negotiable on a number one Ayaka. It is non-negotiable. Two-piece two. You could probably do it on a four-piece emblem, but you are not doing it on a two-piece emblem, two-piece Blizzard Strayer. You have to pick a set, and that's going to be the set you're rocking. Right now, you already got the feather. Right, your timepiece, sure. Right, but you're going to need an and when I say incredible, you're going to need an incredible goblet, like 25 crit damage, 14 crit rate, 12 crit rate, and you're going to need like 17 crit rate on the circlet, on a crit damage circlet. And the reason why is because you have no crit rate on your timepiece. But you're going to not only need these stats, you're going to need these stats with energy recharge. Right? And that's why I don't ever recommend trying to shoot for this Akasha rank, because you don't have control over these stats that you're getting. If you did, you would have these stats on a Blizzard piece, but you don't. Right? What I would do instead is just focus on trying to make the best Ayaka that makes you happy. And do not compare your Ayaka to other people's Ayaka, because I'm going to tell you for a fact right now, I've been running a group of 200 people plus for years. And I can promise you without a shadow of a doubt, whatever characters you have in whatever game you play, the value of that character does not matter as far as gaining respect or any type of credence from your peers. So if you want a high five or a handshake because your Ayaka is number one, that's not how that works. You could have the number -10 Ayaka, and that doesn't mean anything in the real world. It just means you have the absolute best Ayaka. That doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't tell me what kind of person you are as a person, right? Now, that's why I'm saying focus on making the best Ayaka that you can make for you to where you're satisfied. But don't try to make the best Ayaka in comparison to other people. Because the ceiling that you have to hit is so high, it's unrealistic. And the last thing I need you doing is going to school or going to work worried about being number one, because it's actually that high. Right? But if you insist, you need a mist splitter and you need a 4-piece set, right? And then, I mean, I'm sure you're going to triple crown her. She will need to be triple crown. I'm just not going to lie to you. So you can do it, but I'm just saying I'm not going to lie to you though. It's just a hobby. Go for it. I'm just saying, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you the actual truth behind it. That way, when you get into it and you start farming and you're like, it's not working, or if it works, great. But if it's not working, I told you. You know what I'm saying? So, but keep trying. I'm still trying, believe it or not. Not for Akasha. I'm trying because I want a certain Ayaka. She doesn't need 300 crit damage. I just want 20 crit damage on all pieces. That's the Ayaka I want. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like, that seems a little more realistic. You know, so I would start with a soft goal. And if you get better pieces such as this, then great, right? But if you don't, you know, I'm just trying to keep you on earth, right? Start with this, though, and the 4-piece set. All right, so on to your Mona. I don't know what kind of, we'll come back to Mona. So Ganyu, we got 36. Was it 4-piece Blizzard? That is not. So with Ganyu, you're going to need actually 50% crit rate. For a Melt Ganyu, your EM is fine. She's level 90. The weapon's level 90. The set technically is there. I don't know what kind of goblet you're waiting for, but you are 14 crit rate shy, right? So if you come across a circlet with 14 crit rate, how realistic is that? It's super rare. I want to say it's like a 1 in like a 400 circlet chance. This is for all circlets, like all troop circlets. Like you'll probably have to burn through a bunch of defense and whatnot before you get 14 crit rate. You could get it on the third one, the third crit rate circlet that you get, right? Or a crit damage circlet that you get, right? But I would be shooting for a crit damage circlet with crit rate. Now you could, there it is. You could supplement that crit rate by just re-rolling this with some crit rate on it. That way it takes a lot of the strain off the circlet. For example, if you took away that 16% attack, which translates to roughly 10 crit damage, right? And you took away that 12 crit damage. Now you took away 22 crit damage, but you added on the equivalent of 40 crit damage because the average circlet, good circlet, is going to have 20 crit damage, 20 crit damage versus 61 crit damage, you could take away effectively all of the damage on this piece minus the EM and just rock a crit damage circlet, and you already beat it by 40 crit damage. So looking at it from that perspective, I would recommend you reroll that for crit damage, crit rate, and let's try to keep the EM, but don't worry about that attack percent stat. If you keep the attack percent stat, great. Don't worry about it though. This piece is fine. That's a great piece. This piece, reroll when you get it, reroll it for crit damage. That'll help you stop sticking to like this piece per se. And then, yeah, and then also try to get this on set. That way you're set up for the Cryo Goblet. Bennett, all I care about is his ER, which you have. What's the weapon? That's perfectly fine. You know what's funny? The set bonus doesn't even really matter, but I would only do noblesse so people can get off your case if they're worried about it. But 20% attack is not that big of a deal when you're rocking 280 crit damage on something. When it gets to that point, like the 20% attack matters, but not really. Like EM sometimes is stronger than that. But yeah, so Constellation C1, get his burst to 9. You should be all right. If you're insistent on rerolls, I would only reroll for more energy recharge, particularly this guy and that guy. And I actually would reroll this for HP. Because once you put Pyro on, now you need crit rate, and now you're going to need more crit rate. Yeah. And because you need more crit rate, well, now you got to reroll, where is it? Now you got to reroll that for more crit rate. You might have to reroll that for more crit rate. So I would start with the timepiece. So try to get an energy recharge timepiece with crit rate and crit damage. If you insist on EM, great, that's fine. But we want to get this number over 60 and maintain the 124 if we can. And that is because you're rocking a Pyro Goblet. Side note, because you're rocking a Pyro Goblet, also now a set bonus matters. And at that point, I'm going to recommend Crimson. Either 4-piece Crimson, either a 4-piece Crimson, or what is it? Either 4-piece Crimson. You could do Noblesse, but I almost want to say like Crimson. Either Crimson or Noblesse. Like I would do one of those. And then you can do a 2-piece Crimson because you don't got to trigger the whole Crimson. Right? You just need the Pyro, at least the 15% Pyro. Right? Now, this qualifies for it because that needs a reroll. And you could technically do either the Circlet or the Flower. I don't know if I'm willing to give up that 25% ER. I would be more inclined to you re-rolling this piece. I would rather take a chance on a 16% energy recharge and a 17% crit damage than that 25% ER. Maybe that's just because I'm biased to ER Bennett's. Otherwise, you are looking at removing a potential 25% ER in place of crit rate and more crit damage. But it's going to be one of those two, and you're going to want a Crimson. Here's also DPS. Yeah, I'm talking about a DPS. You want Crimson here. You do not want us because you want DPS. You need to increase your crit rate, and you actually need a set bonus now. That's why. Does that make sense? As far as Hu Tao, Dragon's Bane is good. Level that thing. You actually do want to level. You're missing 40 EM. That's why. 57. You want that up. Your crit damage is amazing. You need, what is going on here? Mostly a support. It doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter. You still need a set bonus. Okay, let me explain something. When you are DPS, anytime you're doing DPS, it actually matters if you're min-maxing. Right? If DPS matters, you actually need to invest in the DPS. For example, Chi-Chi's DPS does not matter. So don't invest in the DPS. But whose DPS does matter is Zhongli's. So his DPS matters. But you still need to actually respect the rules of a DPS character. You can't just ignore it and throw it by the wayside because you don't feel like investing in it. If they're a DPS, give them DPS. For example, she's a pseudo DPS. That's why she has 64% crit rate. But she still needs energy recharge. And I still need 3,000 attack minimum. Hence why I have this thing. So you can't ignore, like, regardless of who the character is, right? Even Layla, right? Layla is using this weapon. She's on a 4-piece blizzard. I'm rocking an HP because I need a shield. But if any kind of damage is ever going to come out this character, I still need a ratio, which is 20 plus 40, 60%. You still got to hit your ratio, bro. You know what I mean? Or at least try, right? Now, because you have a timepiece that I would highly recommend you re-rolling, that's a great opportunity to just do it on Blizzard. And you can strongbox it. I would just strongbox like a Blizzard timepiece, if you can. You know, but that would be what I would recommend as far as he's concerned, right? And you said you don't use her a lot. That's fine. But if you are going to use her, decide whether you're going to use her. Decide what you're going to do with her burst. Let her burst dictate the set bonus, because you're already in a Blizzard situation with him, based on what you told me, right? Like, you're going to be farming Blizzard at some point, right? Yeah, but they're not 32.5% good, right? You're missing 32.5% bonus damage. I think actually you're missing 37.5% pyro. Right now, if you don't have 37.5% pyro worth of value, well, yeah, no. So the only one I would keep is this piece. I sound harsh, but this is not worth it because pay attention, right? You're giving up 37 point. No, Ashwin, don't do that. What it is you're giving up 37.5% pyro for effectively 13% crit damage. You could just reroll a Blizzard version of this with 14 crit damage, and you're trading 13 crit damage for 37.5% pyro. But you are opting to take 13 crit damage. That's what's happening. Right? Now let's say it's still 13% crit damage. You're going to get a 20. I can almost guarantee that, right? And you don't even have crit damage on this piece. So out of the whole set, you are actually trading 13 crit damage, and that's on an average piece, just so you can use this piece. That's what I'm saying, Ashwin. Don't do that. All you need is 14 crit damage, and you just got 37.5 bonus damage, which is a different bucket of damage. That's a stronger bucket. When I do build Hu Tao, she's going to be a Shimenawa. You could do Shimenawa. If she's going to be Shimenawa, you got to throw this piece away. But either way, at that point, you're really not doing great with that piece, and you're going to get 20 on this one anyway. Like this one, you're keeping this one for 5 crit damage by not having a set bonus, right? So it's good for where it's at, but I would not do that. What I think is happening on the account. So, all right, so check this out. You remember we had a person who would stop by, their name was Win. You remember Win, right? What Win would do is Win would do stuff like this. I can only kind of like show you, right? So Win would do that, let's say her, right? Win would go here. They would go sort, they would go crit damage, and that's it. Because they would lack a lot of crit rate, right? They would go crit damage, and they would just pick whatever had the most crit damage, and they would put that on their character, right? As long as the main stat was good. So on her, it would be like attack or defense, and then they would pick pyro with the most crit damage. They didn't care about set bonus. Now, I'm bringing this up to say this. Do you know what happened when they did their first carry? And I let them carry. I didn't let them carry to prove a point, but it kind of made a point. I was like, all right, now you've been fighting with me this whole time. You have an opportunity to carry somebody. They got washed in that they tried to carry somebody and got spanked, bro. They got over spanked, and that's because they didn't respect set bonuses. They didn't respect crit rate. They didn't respect energy recharge. They just thought I was just blowing smoke up their face because all they wanted to see was a big number. And it's like, you can't carry though. You know, you're not gonna perform. It'll feel good when you do the big number. What I'm trying to coach you to do is the big number every single time for an economical cost. It doesn't take 1,000 crit damage to perform. Right? Were you guys here? Were you here when I hit 300k with a burst on Zhongli? It was a nuke, right? But it's still 300k. No event. It was 20%, what, resistance shred or defense shred or whatever that was. But still 300k on burst. That's not really, like 100k is like an achievement, right? But either way it goes, I'm trying to help that situation, right? So when I'm looking at your account, the stats for the most part are fine, but if you're gonna go DPS, the investment's got to be there. She looks great. You're only short by 3 crit rate, right? And you still got a ton of room for growth. Because why? Because this piece is missing all the crit damage. You don't even have crit damage on this. So she's got a ton of DPS she's missing. He doesn't even have a set bonus, and I can only assume. Oh, thank God, he's not DPS. Okay, so he is not. What? Is that the weapon? Okay, that's it's fine. It's fine, Kira. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I just was tripping for a minute. If you can, switch this to attack. This doesn't benefit his burst. That's why. You're not doing anything to his burst. And he doesn't have a ratio, so why are you investing in crit damage and physical anyway? Right? So it's those kind of notions. Right? If you don't have the crit to put out the DPS output, why are you investing in something that requires crit to perform at your AR? Right? So it's those kind of things. You know what I mean? And he doesn't need that. Right? But if you are going to run 700 EM on a Kazuha, just switch this for EM and just call it a day. You know what I mean? No, I get it's just EM. Right? And you only need EM. And for all intents and purposes, Kazuha is kind of one of those characters that you can build around. Because guess what? I bet this Kazuha is performing. Right? Want to chat about Flo, tell a fella come see. Oh God. So, all right. If you can, just do the budget Kazuha. And for God's sake, take this piece off. He doesn't need this. You do not need pieces like this on Kazuha. If you have it, great. But why a blizzard piece is on him? I don't know. No complaints on her necessarily. HP, crit rate. Yeah, that's fine. You know what's funny? She's like the most balanced built one I've seen so far. And then your Nahida, that's fine. How much EM? 572. Uh-oh. Ooh. All right, so here is your homework, okay? You need to focus farm. No. You're fine. Look, listen to me, Kira. You're fine, but you need to focus farm. You need to figure out. I think what's happening is you're scat. All right, I mean this in no disrespect, because I'm not disrespecting you, right? It's just this is the only way I know how to say it. Your farm is scatterbrained, right? Constellations don't matter. But your farm is scatterbrained, right? So it's unorganized, I guess is what I'm saying, right? So when you're building a character, it really doesn't take that long to build a character, right? You just have to consolidate your farm. You know consolidated farms, right? When I say that, right? You want to do consolidated farming. You want to consolidate your farming efforts. Like if you're going to farm a domain, don't farm a domain for one character. Yeah. Try your best to never farm a domain for one character. If you are farming emblem, make sure there are a minimum of 2 characters you're going in there for. Right? If you're going to farm whatever that new domain is, make sure there are a minimum of 2 characters that you're going in there for. The reason I farmed him out is because I knew I was getting the Archon. I didn't know the set. I just knew that was the domain. So I kept all the busted artifacts that I had, or seemingly busted. Right? That's why you do it. I don't need Layla to be on tenacity because I could care less about tenacity. I just need somewhere to put these artifacts that I'm never going to use. And guess what? It worked out. Toma, I only needed an EM set, so I strongboxed it. Not all of it, but when it comes to Ito, I had him, and Noel. With Kazuha, I had like 5 Vivi characters. She ended up on Maiden. She was literally plug and play. Hand-me-downs. Hand-me-downs. Matter of fact, this is like the wrong piece. Right? So it's just, but you want to consolidate the farm, is the point. Consolidate your farm. That way, when you're building these characters, because chances are when you're farming, like let's say you're Kazuha, I'm pretty sure you have more than Kazuha. I am confident you have Sucrose. Will you use Sucrose? No. But there will come a time you'll need Sucrose for something, and guess what? You got a Sucrose now. Will you need Diona? Maybe. Do you need her on Noblesse? Probably not, because you're probably going to run her with Bennett at some point. I don't know. If you're farming Ayaka, guess who else uses Blizzard? Kea. Guess who else uses Emblem? Kea. So it's like you can run a sloop, like you can consolidate your farm is the point I'm getting at. But he uses it. It doesn't matter if you use him or not. He's built, you can put him away. And if you don't need him, guess who else uses Emblem? Xingqiu, Xiangling, where's she at? Dea. Dea uses it. The Shogun uses it. Yelan uses it. Xingqiu uses it. Xiangling uses it. Kea uses it. What's her name? Beto uses it. Lisa uses it. There's so many characters that use the emblem. Right? And while you're farming your emblem characters, you just upgrade your emblem character over time. While you're farming your VV character, you give the other VV characters the hand-me-downs. And you give the ones that you need for them to them. How do you think I was able to build him with 300 energy recharge? Because I kept getting EM with energy recharge while I was farming for Kazuha. And while I was trying to build a DPS gene. I just ended up with these pieces because that's the power of a consolidated farm. What's going on, Dragon DC? That's why I ended up with this piece, and 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 this piece. That's how you end up with those pieces, is you consolidate your farm. That's how I ended up with this piece, and this piece. Ignore that. This piece, this piece. That's how you end up with those pieces. You consolidate your farm. Then you end up with completed characters without a bunch of split pieces. You see what I'm saying? I actually use Healer Nahida, so it worked out. Nahida first dropped, first thing out my mouth. I've never had a DPS set on my Nahida. Check every single stream I've done. I've never had a DPS set on my Nahida. I've used her as a DPS, never had a DPS set because I don't use her like that. Right? But if you consolidate your farm, right? Let's say you're farming somebody who could use Gilded. Now you got a Deepwood set for her. Let's say your farm is for a Blizzard set. You could use a Hydro set on her. She uses Emblem, matter of fact. Let's say you're farming Shimenawa or you're farming Emblem. Now, because you're doing a consolidated farm, you're building her and her because they use both sets. Don't just throw your Emblem pieces away. I'm sure you already know this. It's just the mentality going into it, right? So when you go to build this character, be aware that you're farming for 2 characters. No, I'm not even talking about just your Mona. I just named off like what 7 emblem characters, right? No, I know she's probably C2. No, I get it. But the thing is, it's you're farming for 2 characters. You see what I'm saying? So farm her emblem, but know that there's like 7 other characters that are going to benefit from that domain as well. And as those come in, just keep it in the back of your head. Oh, Xiang Ling could use this. Mona could use this. Xing Cho could use this. Yalan could use this. Beto can use this. This character, you know what I mean? Same thing with the Shimenawa. You know what I mean? Like, who else uses Shimenawa? She uses it, what's her name? God, what's her name? I forget her name. Yan Fei. It's hard to use it with Yan Fei, but you could use it on Yan Fei. Yoimiya. Right? Yoimiya uses it. But there's multiple characters that's just an example of a consolidated farm. I'm just giving you an example. If you're farming Noblesse, you can just be farming only Noblesse, but there's like 3 characters or 4 characters that benefits from Noblesse. Lisa, Bennett, who is it? Rosaria and Diona all use Noblesse. So if you get a bunch of attack pieces, Lisa can use those. If you get a bunch of defense pieces, what's her name? Xin Yan can use those. You can run a Noblesse Xin Yan. I'm just saying a way to consolidate. That way you don't end up with all these fragmented builds. You see what I'm saying? Like main stat, try to do main stats first. That's why they're called substats. Substats are reserved for, you please gotta excuse me for saying this, but substats are reserved for idiots. People with a billion constellations who have no idea how to build, that's what substats are for. You can do this on a C6 R5 character because it doesn't matter. The constellation are the main stats and the set bonus. That's what the constellations are. The substats are there just to make this page pretty. You know what I'm saying? In those situations, and what's funny, that never happens on C6 R5 accounts. Like never, right? So I think that's what's happening, Kira. So I would start there. Account wide is, and we're in the Discord, right? There's so many people in the Discord who do this. I would consult with them and try to get some tips on a consolidated farm. Hey, I'm farming for this character. Who else can use artifacts from this domain? And see if you can kind of weave something in there. You know what I mean? Do you have any questions as far as that? As far as the account, do you have any questions for that? And 100% good luck on Ayaka. 100%. Almost done, Ashwin, because I think they needed an artifact run. But if you're skip the bebop, stop it. What's going on? What's going on, Yoimiya, man? That was helpful. Okay, cool. And then yeah, and once again on Ayaka, start with the mid-splitter. If you're gonna do artifacts, you're good. But if there's an Ayaka rerun coming, start anticipating the mid-splitter. And just keep in mind that you may be looking at like 240 pulls maximum, but 240 pulls. Just giving you a heads up. By the way, Kira, I forgot what it is. Gabby needed something. It was dragon people. I forgot what it was. So just I guess don't kill the dragon people. Oh, that's Romello? All right, bro. What's going on, Romello? All right, cool. So, are you... Wait, no. If I'm farming with you... Am I farming with you? Because Ashwin is next. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. But are we farming something? Because if we're farming a domain with you, then I need to join your world. That way you can restart the domain. Nah, I mean. But let me know. We're doing emblem? Okay. So I'm gonna join your world. Yeah, they've been waiting like a minute. Let Ashwin go? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So Ashwin, where are you at? What's going on? Because I'm just checking out a character, right? Crit rate, Jesus Christ, I ain't seen. Oh, you changed your whatchamacallit, bro. That is not the same crit rate. Hold on, cuz that ain't the same crit rate. What's going on with you? How have you been? You're in an Asia account? Okay. Let me pull that. Ashwin. I do see. Thank you. Inca. No. Inca. Alright. Who am I looking at? Bro, how many accounts have you... Romello, are you just out here getting banned from YouTube channels? That's the only people I know who be having like a... Oh, Fiorina. Okay. When you got that many YouTube accounts, it's concerning, cuz. Alright, so let's see. So we got... level 90. Good. We got 80 out of 80 Favonius. Okay. We got 63 crit rate, 200 crit damage. That's really good. You must have some good artifacts. 155 energy recharge, okay? And you're running a hydro damage goblet. Really? Any reason why? Anyway, so we got the flower, which is... I like the flower. I really like the flower. I like the feather. It's rubbing me the wrong way, but I do like the... I like the fact that it's a double-digit crit damage. Love the timepiece. I don't know how to feel about this goblet. The circlet I'm fine with. The goblet, I don't know. I don't know about that goblet. You say you lack knowledge? Here's the thing. So, the hydro goblet is stronger only by a super small margin with no burst. The minute you hit her burst, it's a huge difference in the damage when you run an HP goblet. I think it's like 3%. What's the set? Golden Troop. So, for example, I don't know if I can show this, but just so I can show what's going on. I don't have the case, but what I'm saying is, if you run Hydro on your goblet versus HP, if I'm not mistaken, is only like 3% weaker than Hydro before the burst. When you hit the burst, HP is dramatically stronger. Now, by the specific number, I don't know, but it should be night and day. It should be night and day as far as her skill is concerned, right? So if you're not worried about the skill damage, as far as the burst is concerned, keep Hydro, because it's a great goblet. But I don't know if I would run Hydro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure how I feel about that. Right, so my personal feedback, as far as your goblet's concerned, I would actually recommend running an HP goblet. And you should actually, if I'm not mistaken, you should be fine with 14 crit damage, because that's only an 8 crit damage difference. I mean, HP on burst definitely beats the Hydro Goblet by 8 crit damage, more than 8 crit damage. Yeah, that's not crit rate. Yeah, but that's not the same crit rate. Anyway, so other than that, I mean, everything looks great. Like, I don't know. I mean, tick that burst to 9. So, okay, so here's what I would do, straight up. I would make the goblet HP, minimum 14 crit damage. If you can get 20, now you're in good hands with Allstate, okay? Try to keep the crit rate that you have. If you can get more, high five. If you don't, I don't care, because she's going to be a sub DPS and you're going to be doing crack DPS anyway. Get the burst to 9 though. So really just a goblin and a burst. That's it. If you can get the circlet on set, fantastic. But the thing is, you're worrying about an HP main stat, not a Hydro main stat on your goblet. So, you know, I don't think I would reroll anything else. If you're insistent on doing a reroll on your feather, sure. But just know that if you're going to reroll that, you're going to have to reroll a lot of crit rate on your goblet when you move it to HP. So in the event you get, like, I don't know, 10 crit rate on the goblet, sure, you can reroll the feather, right? But I don't want you to lose, because right now, cumulatively, you have 15 crit rate. I don't want you to not have 15 crit rate when you reroll your goblet. And if you choose to reroll your feather, then between your feather and your goblet, still have 15 crit rate or higher while moving your crit damage up. Cumulative 32 crit damage, 15 crit damage. It should be more than that in both departments. Does that make sense? Yeah. As I'm going to reiterate over and over again, get that burst to 9. Side note, do you got to rank the weapon all the way up to 90? No. Would I do it? Yes. Because she's not the only person that's going to use Favonius over time. You might have a team or a situation where Fiorina is just not going to apply, kind of like Zhongli doesn't all the time, the Shogun doesn't all the time, Venti doesn't all the time, Nahida doesn't all the time. There will be a situation where Fiorina might not, she just might not apply, right? And if that situation comes up, well, somebody else might benefit from that 50 base attack. Sounds a little stupid, but 50 flat attack is completely different from 50 base attack. So, yeah, you might want to get that little 50 base attack. Just throwing it out there. I means I should try to get an onset circlet or HP goblet. Just get an HP goblet. Your circlet is fine, but I would start with an HP goblet because the take rate should be a lot easier. Getting 14 crit damage on an HP goblet should be way more achievable than getting an onset circlet with 13 crit rate. Crit damage circlet with 13 crit rate is what I mean. I would shoot for the goblet first. Now, if you get the circlet, great. But if you don't, then definitely the goblet. I would not worry about the circlet being... As long as you complete the 4-piece set bonus. The only reason I recommend situations where the goblet is offset is when you're trying to scale the goblet over time. Right? So until you scale the goblet to the point of completion, then you should be able to upgrade the goblet over time. Because that's typically where a lot of the growth is going to come from by the time you're done with the character. Typically, like, oh my god, all the pieces are great, like this is great, that's great, this is great, that's great, but the goblet's not. And until you get the goblet is usually where everything is kind of hung up on the character, which is why I usually recommend the goblet being offset. Yeah, rare cases where it's not the case, right? Rare cases where it's not the case. But, you know, that's a crit rate situation. But, you know, when it's cool. But in most cases, it's not cool. Right? I need a new goblet. I don't need a timepiece. I don't need that. I could use that, I guess. But I don't need that either. I need a timepiece. Or I need a goblet. You see what I'm saying? Like the goblets. That's why I recommend the goblet. Like just about every time. It's always the goblet, bro. It's always the goblet. Matter of fact, my Ayaka, I'm not going to show the piece, but the goblet, so it's only a timepiece and a goblet. The goblet, I got a huge increase on my Ayaka just from the goblet. Like, just the goblet. So, yeah. Lucky for you, it's HP. So onset or offset, it doesn't matter. Any questions at all? No, you're not banned. If you were banned, you wouldn't be able to type. What? I want to draw right now. Who should I draw? Draw Pom Pom. Official? Alright. Are you doing aggravate official? You are not. You are kind of, sort of. You're accidentally doing aggravate official. All right. So we have 85, 149. No, from Honkai Impact. Pom Pom is from Honkai Impact. No, your messages wouldn't even work. Anyway, so we have 7, 10, 68. I like your feather. I don't know how I feel about that flower. I like the feather, though. I love the timepiece. The goblet, I'm good with. Right? That's actually a perfect example, right? The goblet, you do not need that energy recharge, but we needed that energy recharge to hit on crit damage. And because your crit rate is at 85%, the crit rate, it's nice and it's great and all that, but you have 5 crit rate that you could sacrifice technically. So let's say you get a goblet that has, for all intents and purposes, 6 crit rate, but it's got 27 crit damage. You should probably take that goblet. So so you're in a good position. That would be an insane upgrade, right? As far as your circlet, reroll the circlet. Energy recharge is so not necessary on official. You know this, right? The attack percent, that's great, but you do not need the attack percent. What you need is crit damage, and you need to level 90 that weapon. By level 90ing the weapon by itself is pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's pretty much all your attack percent rolls. Just by level 90ing the weapon. Maybe not. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm exaggerating a little bit. I think it's more like 10%. It's like a 10% attack percent increase or something like that. Something like that. Either way it goes, I would definitely increase the level of your weapon to 90. Because you'll go from 590 to 674, and then all your attack percents will multiply on that. Some official team? What do you mean official team? Oh, you just started? This is a amazing official. Yeah, as it stands, the only place I would really trip on is really just kind of like the circlet. I would really just reroll more crit damage on. Keep the circlet. Trust me. Keep that circlet. Do not get rid of that circlet. I promise you, do not get rid of that circlet, cuz. Do not get rid of that circlet. I can guarantee somebody's going to need that ER. Like some kind of 4-star substat, something or another. Somebody's going to need it. You can give that to, what's his name? Yeah, don't worry about it. But somebody's going to use it, right? What I am saying, though, is I would reroll the circlet in her case and see if you can get maybe like 21, 22 crit damage with the attack percent. Those are going to be your 2 substats. If not that, then see if you can get the crit damage, the 14 crit damage with a whole bunch of EM, like a good amount of EM. Recommend official team? Are you trying to drive with official? Or like what are you trying to do with official? You just trying to use official in general? Because official is more of she's like a taser character or like an aggravate character. She's not really like you're not hyper blooming with her. Sub DPS? You know, Fishel's one of those characters you can typically run with anybody. I noticed that she does kind of work best in like single target scenarios. She's good multi-target, but she's one target at a time. It's kind of like Fishel's deal. Let me see. I'm trying to think. There's not really official like team. Like the best way I can describe official team is any team you would typically put Yai Miko or a skill-based Shogun on. You replace with official. Wherever you would put Yai Miko at as a sub DPS, put official on that team. Like wherever, like if you play the Shogun and you just hit her skill and put her away, those are the teams you put official on. So, all right, if that's not making it, if I'm not explaining that properly, you would do like Fischl, Beto, Xingqiu, Yelan. Right? Maybe even like Fischl, Beto, Xingqiu, Kokomi. Because you need a healer, right? You could do a taser version of her. You could use Fischl in a what is it? You could use Fischl in like a superconduct Eula team. You know what I'm saying? You could use Fischl in like a Nahida aggravate. Right, so you would run Nahida maybe on point. You don't have to. I don't recommend it. But you can run Nahida on point, Fischl sub DPS. Typically, you're going to run like Fischl, Nahida, Al-Haytham. Maybe Kokomi because you're not running healer Nahida. Something like that. Fischl could battery like a, what is it? Like a Hyper Bloom Lisa. right? So you could have like what's his name? You could have Nouvelette. This is single target though, so you could have Nouvelette, Nahida, Lisa. There's your Hyper Bloom, and then she could technically be your aggravate DPS, but it's still the same situation. Yaimiko. She's just taking the place of Yaimiko in that situation. Yeah. Just here's the thing. Just remember this. She cannot activate blooms. Just remember that. Everything else she's fine. Just don't put her on a hyper. Just don't rely on her for blooms, and you'll be fine. Everything else, great. Blooms, don't even think about it. She only activates them on burst. Technically on skill, but now you're babysitting her skill, which don't make sense. Yeah. So, any questions? Any other questions, Ashwin? Any at all? Who's he work well with? Double hydros, passive pyros who can vaporize, like reverse vape. No question? Okay. He works really good in taser. He works really good in freeze. He kind of works good with kind of anybody. The thing is, you don't want to. What you want to avoid is having him on a team with another hyper DPS or another like driver. Like I wouldn't have him on a team with a driver. So you may see this where it's like the Shogun, and you may see the Shogun in Al-Haytham, or Al-Haytham. You may see the Shogun in Nouvelette, but typically when you see this, you're never hitting her burst. You won't even see her burst. Right? Or you may see him in like Nahida, but what you should not see is him in Al-Haytham. You should never see a situation like this. You should never see a situation like this. I mean, you can, but I wouldn't. If anything, I put Ganyu here because she's a off-field. She can off-field cryo. She can do off-field cryo application. Like this makes sense. Would I do this? No. You can, but I wouldn't do that personally. I would do this personally, and I would just dump more damage on him. Only because of the way he operates. Like you 2 charge attacks, switch, 2 charge attack, or 2 charge attacks skilled, 1 charge attack, burst, 2 charge attacks, whatever. What Dendril stuff works, Nahida? So he's always the driver in a Dendril team. Here's how Nouvelette works. Just remember when it comes to Nouvelette, he's incapable of doing off-field hydro. That fact alone should help you develop your Nouvelette team. He can't do off-field hydro. So if you are looking for something like this, right, and you're like, I want Xing Cho, but I want my hydro to be Nouvelette because hydro. That's not going to work because he can't do off-field hydro. You know what's funny? Technically, this team super works. This is actually a team. I just realized that. My point is, he is not a replacement for Xing Cho. He's not a replacement for Kokomi, Mona. No, because all of them are off-field. They can all do off-field. He cannot. The only character he technically replaces like that is Tartaglia. He's a super-duper mega strong Tartaglia. That's it. Who in the world was in this spot? Diona. That's who it was. Why? I don't know. You want to see Nouvelette? It's just this, and it's HP Hydro crit damage with his weapon. You can technically do this. I should probably not do that. You can technically do this. Yeah, 42, sure, but this is Nouvelette. Thank you, Dragon DCC. Swag. I gotta use the restroom, cuz. And then when I get back, does your current team using work best for you? What are you talking about for Nouvelette? Oh, this team? I mean, I like it. It's not my strongest Nouvellette team, but I like this. It's the least maintenance team. Like, it's the most comfortable team. I don't have to try, and I don't got to do all this extra stuff just to get the job done. You know what I mean? The team that like you got to try with is Lisa and Kazu. Lisa Kazuha is my strongest team. Him, Lisa, and Kazuha. That's my strongest team. But this team is the most consistent team. Like I don't have to try. Hyperbloom is like my strongest like casual team. But I don't like reapplying the Dendro and all of that. Like, and then it's got to redo my Shogun, and it's like, nah, I'm good. Right. So anyway, I'll be right back. Red card all the way. That part. All right. I'll be right back. You said wrong chat unless you're into the sport. Wait, what? Oh, flag on the plate. You tripping. Hold on. What was that? I don't know what crit rate talking about. All right, so I'm going to have a quick little swag magnet, aka a cigarette. Wait, what? What is happening? I don't know what happened there, but okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna go out and have a quick little whoop whoop, and then we're gonna get into the abyss. I did kind of want to show like a budget Nouvellette approach. Yeah, I wasn't even hitting the button. I'm telling you, I was not hitting the button, Dragon. That's why I was like tripping. Like, dude, why is it doing this? Hey, Burger, what is crit rate? What is Romello tripping on? Or whoever this crit rate person is. They're a mod now? Hold on. Who's just adding mods? Hold on. Who playing with my YouTube channel? This is I'm gonna start kicking editors. Burger, is that you? I don't have a problem, Dragon, but whoever just did that, you might lose your right. Who did that? I don't really care who did it. Just don't do that. Matter of fact, I need to not be that way. I know y'all was. I don't know what y'all was doing, but don't do that. I don't mind Dragon. Wait, what? Who did that and why'd y'all do that? You know who I think did it? M, was that you? M playing. You playing, M? M is playing. You playing around? If I got mod anywhere, it would probably be Genshin or the Honkai Discord. I don't have a problem with you being mod. I don't really care. Was somebody picking on Dragon? Somebody picking on you, Dragon? Is that what happened? That's usually when I see that happen. Yeah, you would tell me, yeah. Burger, where you at? Because you're the only other person that would do it. Yeah, the only reason mods do that or have that is for the queue, really. I don't care. You want to manage the queue, Dragon? You want to be a queue manager?
自身工作的价值，以认同枫丹大众所作所为的意义。
What is crit rate talking about? Hey, crit rate. What are you talking about? And why are you spamming that same thing over and over again? Only if you want to. It's if you want to. I don't really mind. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, the thing is, it's just if there's too many hands in the pot. Like typically, so M usually takes lead on it, but some other people, they would get access to the queue because they would be pulling people. Like you remember we had that big run. We were super busy, like all the time. Burger was pulling people out the queue. Kinkle was pulling people out the queue. Oops was pulling people out the queue. Like there was a bunch of people that had to jump in because we were just busy, bro. And I was just stuck doing reviews the whole time, and people were needing resin runs, and I wasn't able to do resin runs. So I had to start appointing people who can take out people out the queue. You know what I mean? And then M was she just kind of took lead on overseeing the queue, like making sure the queue was in order. I don't know what you're saying though. I can't read Canton. If anything, I'm trying to learn Spanish. I would love to learn Chinese, but Spanish is kind of my jug right now. Your AR60? Oh, that's what's up. Hey, you already know though, AR60 don't mean nothing as far as like power. You know what I mean? Is there somebody in queue? There better not be nobody in queue. I already did ask one. Oh, okay. M-City swag. So I'm just going to take me a cool little break, and then we're going to jump into whatchamacallit. Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's only 7:51. All right. Yes, it is clear. Thank God. We are clear! So I think, yeah, she's an amazing mod. Like, she's a mod. Like, it's crazy how much of a mod. Like, she's a blessing to the channel. She really is. To the queue, she's awesome. Does anybody have any questions before I go in to whatchamacallit? Yeah, we're taking a break. Yeah, just a quick little break. Does anybody have any questions though while I'm just out here chilling for a second? Because I'm gonna jump back in and jump in the Abyss and see if I can minimize the requirements for the Abyss. Can we do the domains? Yeah. Well, I mean, once I'm done with this, yeah, I'll jump in. I do not have a problem. That is why the stream exists. This stream exists for you guys. Boop. There's always forms of mods. Yeah, there's always a mod here. Like, it's okay. If you want to help, then I guess tell people to come to the channel. You could do that. You could say, hey, join DWP, I guess. You know what I really need? If you want to contribute to DWP, what I really need is a blogger. If you get bored, you could just hit ChatGPT, create a blog. Just make sure you read it if you use ChatGPT. But I would need like a gaming mod, like somebody who's like, if you get bored, just create a blog. Or post on the social media, just don't get crazy. Yeah, bring them in. Make sure they drop a like, though. If they drop a like, likes are worth gold. The only thing I would care about, if I did care about something, would be likes. Subs, that's cool. But likes, I'll take the likes. Because my goal is to make sure y'all ain't worried about your accounts. And worry about life. Make sure your life is better than your Genshin account. Or at least strive for that. My favorite stream of yours is the 1K streams. What's the 1K streams? Is it cold in your plate? No, not really. You gonna head out, Dragon? All right, for sure, man. All right, you take it easy. Always a pleasure, Dragon. All right, let's go on ahead and... Oh, yeah, Kira, you need help with something. What? You are on my recent list. Oh, when I hit 1K? Oh, yeah, that was lit. You got late night? Oh, God. You... Come on, cuz. We don't... Say that for the club, cuz. That's for the club, cuz. I have a feeling... I don't know. Have fun, but just remember there's kids here, cuz. By the way, did you need help with something? Who was that? Frank you? Did you need help with something, Frank you? Yeah, Kira's right here, yeah. After the studies, that part. All right, what domain we doing? Is Frank you your homie? Did they need to join or something, or... And why's your HP so low? And where are you? You are probably in Inazuma. You are in Inazuma. You are doing Emblem. You see him a lot on streams. Frank, did you want to join? You might as well make yourself comfy. You bringing Ayaka? That works. I'm gonna bring... You got a silly... I don't know what the silly Q is. You're bringing Ayaka? Okay. I will bring Nuvalet and Zhongli. I have not used this guy in here. Yeah, we be chilling in here, cuh. We be chilling. It's just chill. But the thing is like when it gets like weird, like just try to keep it from being weird. You know what I mean? We're on different servers. Oh, are you on EU or what? All right, so here's how this is gonna work, Kira. So I'm gonna pop my burst, then you're gonna start. Or I guess, yeah, I'm gonna pop my burst and then hit the key. Like I want to give you a shield before we start. I guess that's the point. AFK? No worries. Yeah, Frank, you on EU or on the Asian server? By the way, welcome to the stream, cuz. And I'm assuming you're gonna hit the key, so let's go. Up, okay. How many fanfare stacks? Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. Nope. You're gonna have to relax, big fella. I need a burst, big guy. Thank you, sir. You said what? How many fanfare stacks you get from C6 Barbara? If you wait till everybody's HP is at 0, or not 0, but at 50% and then hit her burst, it should max out your fanfare stacks. It's the same thing as Jean. Oh, we got another Kira. That's the Kira I know. What's going on, Kira? How you doing, cuz? You got a copycat in here. You got a cryo damage with crit damage. Wait, what? You got a cryo damage with crit damage. Max is 450. I think after a bunch of constellations, because I think it's, what is it? It's, I don't know. I can't even tell you now. I think about it. Oh, that's your alt. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it's C1, right? Yeah, C1 gives you another 100. But I don't know. Is it 350 at base? Oh, you know what it is? Here's what you want to do. You want to hit your, you just want to dash into him with Ayaka. Like, you don't have to do anything beyond the dash. Am I not hitting him? That was weird. Yeah, you just need to dash it. So as soon as you hit the key, you just dash. You just dash. You just go whoop and then pop up like right, like here. So keys usually like right here. You just dash, or I think it's like right here, and you just dash up to like around here, and you just let go right here. He'll freeze, and that's it. And you say you got a cryo damage. You got a cryo damage with crit. Does it have crit rate though? Because you still need crit. You still need crit rate, crit damage. You just got 4 artifacts in one run. Wow. Okay. You got attack with crit rate and crit damage on Shimonau. You need that. That's called streamer luck. Can I steal permanent flowers? Okay. Wait, who is this? I feel like is that M? No, that's M. And that's M. I don't know who that is. Yeah, but I don't care. Well, in my world, yeah. Right now we're in Kira's. Oh, duh. Never mind. We're in Kira's world. I'm a little special. All right, let's go. Oh, did you dash up? Don't you go nowhere, big fella. Okay, he went somewhere. Oh, he went way over here. All right. Ooh, I need a burst. Ooh, I did not get a burst. Okay. I am far from a burst. All right, okay. So it's going to be pretty important that you... Yeah, you're going to want to make sure right as you hit the key, you want to dash up and let go right here. Otherwise, that big guy is not going to be... Yeah, he's not going to... He's going to cause issues. Because I can't give you a shield. Flexing a Ganyu feather? Probably. I'm joking. Ian with attack and crit damage feather. Well, hey, keep in mind, Kira, you still need crit rate and crit damage. Make sure it's crit rate and crit damage. You could have so there's a thing, so there's RNG seeds, right? You may have an RNG seed on your account. But when you hit that, make sure you dash over that Ayaka. Just dash. No! No, I told you to dash. You know her dash applies cryo, right? I'm gonna do this. Okay. Got it. Okay. Crit rate, crit damage. Don't forget that. You need crit rate and crit damage. So you can get attack and all that, but you still need crit rate and crit. Just don't forget that. If it don't got crit rate and crit damage, strongbox it. Cause what's your AR? 56? Okay. Yeah, I would still do that. Cause your account is strong enough to it's technically strong enough to get through all the content. Yeah, that's cool. It's got ER and crit damage. Does it have crit rate? If it's a 3-liner, I'll show you how to deal with it. Yeah, DWP, how y'all doing today? Newts! How life been treating you? What are these usernames, cuz? What are these usernames? How you doing, man? Why? All right, man. All right, it's bound to happen. All right, so one sec, no problem. Pretty good. I did fall off of. Trying to decorate the. I got you. You doing all right though? God, man, y'all. I'm gonna pray for the internet, cuz. I'm gonna pray for y'all. Can you imagine applying for a job, right? This will never happen, but just imagine you apply for a job or you apply for like a university and they say, okay, what's your email? And it's that at gmail.com. The only place that's gonna hire you is like a biker club, cuz. Like, ain't a or a comedy club, they'll hire you in a hot second. You said they'll be, oh yeah, you're more than welcome. Guess who I don't know, but welcome. That is hecka funny. Is that all you need? Oh, yeah, niece. Okay. But yes, I have no idea who you was. I just remember that name. That name is, bruh. I still use my email from 8 years ago. I'm pretty sure it ain't that purple username. Oh, that's a crazy one. You know what? People should do comedy. Same. You doing Kazuha? Same thing. Okay. All right. Let's make it happen, Kevin. You still? That your mom made you when you were 12. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of a long time ago. I lost my first email. My first email was my sister's names. Just remember dash with Ayaka. Just dash and let go next to him. Mm-mm. You said what? Oh, y'all getting too, no, you getting too weird on me now. Here's what we're gonna do. What? Swag. Zhao? Okay. Y'all getting, alright, y'all getting weird. Don't get weird on me now. Okay. Alright, don't get weird. It gets weird sometimes. Know what I mean? Get weird. Y'all start getting weird. I'm gonna start cooking. I'll be like, alright now. You know, there are business cards that recommend therapists. Hold on now. But yeah, no, it's I don't know who you are. The person who said Zhao. I don't remember who you are. Unless, like, is that our alt name? Cooking up some rice? That sounds like a plan. I'm gonna have, you know what? I'll show you how to do it. Yeah, so I'll show you how to do it. It's really simple, but it's as soon as you hit the key, you hold the dash button and you just let go right here. Like the minute I do it, you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, that's way easy." Yes, it is that easy. Language. All right, so need every primo for a Sino. You say, I want chocolate and I need to do my dailies. You know what? The dailies are super easy. If you have any outstanding quests, just do like a quest or something. You'll auto complete your dailies. You don't even have to do commissions anymore. Crit rate, crit damage, and ER on emblem. Is it an ER timepiece? Oh, you were here since Warframe? Oh, so you already know. Oh, so you was back then when I was Ratchet. That's what that was. You was here when I was Ratchet, bro. I had to go through like a change. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to change my whole G code. Hold on, let me do this. Yeah, you say that, Movelet. Sir, I don't like how aggressive you're being for no reason. It's because I need a burst. Yay! There we go. Need a hint? Nope. I still don't know the name, but that name says it all. I don't know who the name is, but the name says it. Yep, that's got to be from Warframe. That makes sense. I told y'all I used to be Ratchet when I covered Warframe back in the day. I used to do this thing called Warframe Wiki Wednesday. And it was like relatively professional. And all I did really was I would read the wiki because people didn't want to read the wiki. All right, so I would read the wiki. It was really for my Warframe clan. All right, so if they wanted to update or there was a change or there was a mechanic that somebody was maybe struggling with or something, I would go through the wiki, and if I was able to show examples of what they were meaning in the wiki, then I would show examples. I remember one time I had this one guy, he was like, "You're literally just reading the wiki." I'm like, that's the point. Because people don't read, so I'm going to read it. What's going on, Cap? How you doing? What's going on my account? I couldn't even tell you. Now you see how he froze? That's why. Mm-mm. Yeah, I can't even remember. I don't even remember. But somebody was like mad. They were like mad. They left like a comment. They were like, you're just. It was like they were like angry. I'm like, bro, this Warframe, it's not for you. It's for the clan, cuz I ain't doing this for views. I'm doing this for the clan. I had a clan with a bunch of people. That's how it originally started. Like, I'll never forget. So it was me and this guy named Mini Chickens. I've told you guys about chickens before, right? Like Cap, you remember chickens, right? So me and Chickens, I did a frost build. He did, I forgot what he did. He did, I think it was Loki or something, but he did like a crazy build. And we had put it up just because people in the clan wanted to know what our builds was. So I put that up, and that kind of started the journey, but then we just didn't do nothing for a long time, right? And then one day I was like, if I'm just going to play this game all day, I might as well stream it. So I started streaming. And then I would get questions in the clan, so then I'll just tell the clan, you know, okay, well, I'm just going to do a stream about it. I'm just going to talk about it. For example, there's one where it's like, how do you get to 777, right? So I tell them how to get to 777, but then it's like, okay, well, how do you do the Explorer Orb? So then I would do the Explorer Orb, right? And it's like, okay, well, now I need to know how to even get to the Profit Taker. So I'll be like, okay, well, this is what I recommend to do the Profit Taker. You know what I'm saying? You say, yeah, it's been a while since. Yeah, it's been forever, man. But I mean, he's been running a business since back I haven't talked to him in a long time either, but yeah, I mean, everything was like for the clan. But I was putting up all that stuff really like for the clan. You know what I mean? And then I got into podcasting. That's when things went left. Things went left when I started getting into podcasting. And then it got to a point where it was like, you had meta and performance and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And then DE was messing up, and it was just, I just had opinions. But that was back when I used to be alcoholic. I was an alcoholic, and I was drinking like crazy, and I swear I did not care what I said on stream. I was the same person, I just was more aggressive. You know what I mean? I wasn't as democratic in what I was saying. You know what I mean? He actually brought into the clan. Who? Chickens? Chickens brought you into the clan? Is that what happened? Because I remember, man, like, I remember when you first hit the clan, okay, swear to God. Remember when M first hit this stream? M City? M City is like the nicest person on planet Earth. You were that in the clan. It was like, dude, this is like the nicest guy I have ever met in my entire life. Like, who is this guy? That's why you're a mod, bro. I was like, we need that. If anybody wants to mimic somebody's attitude, be like Capricorn. Like, that's why I made you general. That's why you're there. It's like, if you're gonna be like something, be like Cap. Everybody has their place. You're that guy.
You know what I mean? Check Kazuha, you're the best stream. I try to be. Well, not the best streamer. I try to be the best person. I'm trying to be the best person I could be. Level 70, let's go. Level 90, okay. 722. Oh, wait. You're not. No. What am I checking on Kazuha? First things first. Are you putting emblem on Kazuha? I'm going to get out this rain. Because this is just a bad thing waiting to happen. It hasn't loaded? Okay, hold on. Leave co-op, and it should reset off of leaving co-op. Did I do that? I did that with a prototype Amber, bro. Oh, okay. No worries. It was just a high drawn defense. And I had just gotten the news that my previous clan oh, got you, yeah. No, that was back when Hydron was it was a interception. Remember it had the 4 quadrants and you had to sit on one and capture it? And we had to capture up. I think it was back then. And everybody used to love being on, what was it, C? Because C was in the middle. Like you would put your map clearer, like Saren or something, you put them on C. Is Nouvelette infinitely crying about Inazuma or what? Probably. All right, so let's see. So we're looking at Kaz. Okay. Roll that to 4 and keep our fingers crossed that it hits crit rate. And then roll that to 4 and keep our fingers crossed that it hits crit damage on the 4th slot. Same thing on that one. Because you're going to need crit rate, crit damage on every piece. Like, that is the rule of thumb. To complete a character, the rule of thumb is crit rate, crit damage on every piece, no matter who the character is, with few exceptions. Zhongli, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage. This is every character. Right? Crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage. This is every character, without exception. Right? Even Nahida. Crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit. This is every single situation, right? Like I said, with exceptions. Nouvelette, he gets 36 crit rate, so on some pieces, you can sacrifice crit rate. For example, his Goblet and his Circlet. We don't need a whole bunch of crit rate on those pieces, but you still need crit rate, crit damage, right? Same thing with Kazuha. Kazuha would be an exception. You don't need crit rate, crit damage on every piece, because he's not a crit rate, crit damage character if you're running an EM Kazuha. Right? EM characters don't need crit rate and crit damage. EM bots. You know, like Kuki Shinobu. She doesn't need crit rate, crit damage on every piece. If you get it, great. If you don't, it doesn't matter because that's not the source of their performance. Healers, they don't need crit rate, crit damage. Like, at all, right? But your DPS, if you roll it to 4 and it doesn't get crit rate, crit damage, I hear you. It just got crit rate, right? But if you don't get crit rate, crit damage, what you do is you set it aside, and you're going to use that piece to reinvest into another piece. So here we got crit rate, crit damage. Let's say I rolled this to 4, and it didn't give me crit damage. Just as an example. I know this is a bad example, but let's say it did. Matter of fact, let me see if I could do it. So let's say this piece. Hold on. Okay, so let's say this, I don't have enough. All right, anyway, let's say I roll this to 4, and it gives me like attack % or something. Right, I'm going to set this aside, and then when I get another piece that's potential, like this piece, I'm going to take that level 4, and I'm going to invest that level 4 into this. And it's a free upgrade. For example, I'm going to unlock one just to show you. Boop. The wrong one. So if I unlock this and I go boop, see how it jumps to level 4? I don't actually need artifacts to find out if the next one is going to give me a dual stat. That's why it's important. Why am I keeping this? Because it's a 36 crit rate set. That's why I'm keeping it. But that's the point, right? So, boop, jumps it to level 4. If it gives you crit, if it gives you double crit, keep it. Lock it, keep it. If it doesn't, unlock it and use that to rank the next one to level 4. And the reason you're leveling 4 is just to build up an inventory of crit rate, crit damage pieces. Crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage.
It's a crit rate crit. That way, when a new character comes out, you already got a bunch of crit rate crit damage pieces that you just need to rank. Once again, 36 crit rate. But you just got a bunch of crit rate crit damage pieces that are ready to reinvest. Or at least that's the goal. And then if it has 3 stats in one, keep them. Set them aside. You never know. Obviously, exceptions. VV characters, VV characters typically don't need a whole bunch of crit stats. You just need EM and energy recharge. Maybe crit rate. Depends on if you're running Favonius or not. Right? So that would be my recommendation. Now, what's going on? Yeah, you got to reset it. Yeah. Side note, I don't know who these pieces are for, but I would not recommend splitting the set. I'm assuming this is what you got, right? Total, and those are looking good. They are looking good. I personally am afraid of what's going to happen is your inventory is going to get so big over time that you're going to be able to select from different artifacts. And from my experience, when you have pieces like I got a bunch of feathers, right? So when you have pieces that are like 4.4 crit rate or crit damage, those pieces, for whatever reason, they seem to kind of hit really low on crit damage. They could scale really high, right? You might end up with like 18 crit damage or 20 crit damage, but it's kind of rare. But I've noticed those end up being like 17 crit damage pieces, which is on the high end, right? If they start at 7, that's typically when you end up like with 27 crit damage and all that. That's when you end up with that, right? But selection is typically not going to happen until like, I want to say like AR58, somewhere around there. It's typically when it'll start to happen. You know what I mean? Do you got more resin? I love the new sun and moon blades in Warframe. That weapon is the reason. What is a sun and moon blade? That's what it took to hit a million on Nova? I gotta check your Nova build. Do you know back in the day with a Tonkor, you could hit like 14 million with a Tonkor. Not even a Kuva Tonkor. I have a picture of it. Then again, they did nerf a lot of the game. Like the average damage, if I'm not mistaken, in the Dual Nakana, gotcha. What the heck? Yeah, you got to reset. You might have to reset. Yeah, because nothing is ranked up. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what you need. Kind of, right? It depends. What we're going to hope for is when it hits 20, you so want that to hit crit rate. It is not drastically important, but if it hits crit rate, you're done. If it hits crit rate, you're done. You can set it aside, you're good. You got your flower. That's it, right? If it doesn't, you're still in the green. You got 21 crit damage, you're good. It at least gave you 3.5 crit rate. That's better than 0, right? But once again, you want it to hit crit rate. This guy, you're done with this. It doesn't matter what it hits. It could hit EM and you're good on this piece. Because you just need it to hit crit rate once, typically on circlets. Typically. Right? And it's a matter of balancing your artifacts. Right? Like, my rule of thumb personally is I need it to hit crit rate 1 or 2 times. Typically like 1 time per piece. Like, I want 2 times on crit rate, but typically like 1 time on crit rate is enough. You know what I mean? And then the rest can go to crit damage. But as long as it hits crit rate and crit damage at least once, or as long as it hits both crits in any combination at least 3 times, 1 on crit rate, 2 on crit damage, 2 on crit rate, 1 on crit damage. As long as it does something like that on like every piece, then you're good. At that point, you're in good hands with Allstate. Right? So hopefully when you move this to level 20, then at that point, if it hits crit rate, you're done with that piece. This one, we just got to wait and see when you rank it to 4. Same thing with this guy. This guy, this is a swing piece. It can go in either way.
美丽的景色，自然会产生
No.
五湖四海的想法吧。
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So now you got 27 crit damage, right? So, but you want to take it steps at a time. Yeah, and it's on set. Yeah. So keep this in mind, Kira. When you're doing the next piece, I don't know who these pieces are for, but when you're doing the next piece, just keep in mind that when you do your next piece, you're going to have to compensate the crit rate at some point. So you are going to be looking for like 10 crit rate on a piece, because that one pin. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Em. So that one piece, this one, because that one hit of crit rate, you need to compensate. You're gonna want to compensate that somewhere. You know, I'll give you probably the most painful example I have. Right, the most painful example I have is Yelan on my timepiece. Right, this is my timepiece. I hate this timepiece because I need the energy recharge. And I need the energy recharge because it didn't hit anywhere else. Right? Now, if I could reroll this and get energy recharge, that means I could reroll this and get more crit damage. Right? But you have to compensate your stats in other places. Right? So when you get your next piece, you are going to want... See, because the 10 crit rate, for example, is part of the reason why the crit rate is kept in check, right? And you're going to kind of want to do your best to kind of balance your pieces in that way. And sometimes you're going to have to sacrifice. Sometimes you're going to have to sacrifice to compensate for another stat, depending on the build you're going for. Right? But having a decent selection of artifacts, that's what's going to kind of help, you know. Should I rejoin? Should I rejoin what? It all went to HP. HP on what? Oh, see? All right, so what you did just now is you probably started with something like this, and then it hit attack, it hit HP, and then you ranked it again, and then it hit HP again, and here's where the problem is. You kept investing in the piece. If it doesn't hit crit rate in the first 2 hits, right? So let's say I rank this, it's just gonna unlock. So I'm down to 4 chances. So 3 of the 4 chances, I don't need it, but I really, really want it to hit a crit stat. Right? Let's say you got a 4-liner. Right? If you have a 4-liner and you rank it to 4, if the first 2 hits don't hit a crit stat, you might be not in a good place. For example, that's why this piece that's at 12, where is it at? That's why this piece that's at 12 is probably not going to get ranked up. This piece is lucky that it ranked all in energy recharge, because at least that's not a dead stat in the water, right? But even if I rank it to 16 and then 20, the most it's going to hit is like, what, 13 crit damage and 6 crit rate. Maybe 20 crit damage, but it only have 3 crit rate. And I'm not in a position to where I can afford to not have a lot of crit rate on pieces. Right? This is my only available troop piece, because Kaching, for the most part, needs that piece. She could use that piece, but she kind of needs that piece. He kind of needs that piece because he needs the crit rate. She needs the crit rate. And Amber needs the crit rate. Kaching technically doesn't need it, but I flip pieces on Kaching all the time. So I'd rather her just keep the crit rate. That makes sense, right? So balancing them out, like as you accumulate these artifacts, long story short, just keep an eye out for something that can compensate for that one missing hit of crit rate. Otherwise, you may be looking at a situation where you have to run a crit rate circlet. But it depends on who that set is for. Like if that piece is going on like Xiangling or a person who's using the catch, then you don't really need to worry about, having that strong of a crit rate roll. Or somebody like Yelan, because her ascension stat is crit rate. So you don't really got to worry too much about rolling like a ton of crit rate, if that makes sense. But if it starts to hit a stat too much, by the time it gets to 8, maximum 12, just fall back. You can keep it, but just fall back. That'll be like an emergency piece. You know what I mean? If anyone is interested, I'm hosting a Steel Path circuit run right now. I heard that. I don't know if there's any Warframe players here right now, but I'm assuming you're going for at least an hour, if not 2 hours. She C1, who C1? Yolan C, my Yolanda C1. If that's, I don't know if that's what you're asking. You got to go to college. Ashwin, go out there and win, Ash. Ha ha. You see what I did there? But yeah, no, go ahead, go out there and win, bro. Get it in, brother. Wait, are we done? I'm assuming we're done. Are you doing this again, or are you good? Because if not, I'm gonna try and min-max the Spiral Abyss, but it's gonna be with Nouvellette, and that's kind of gonna be a problem. Pokemon? Who in the world is talking about Pokemon, cuz? This ain't Pokemon. Who? What? Just rolling? Swag. He said this ain't Pokemon. Per. What? Faith, are you a graphic designer, ma'am? Would you happen to be a graphic designer? Are my eyes lying, Faith? Take it easy, Ashwin. Hey, good luck in school today, man. Just remember, stay focused, get her done. Just get her done, you'll be fine. Thank you. Why not? But you took a graphic design class? Well, you're amazing at it. I probably should have hit Rosaria, but that's okay. No! God dang it. Okay, you gotta go now. Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. I forgot about this. Whoa. Whoa. Heal my team. Should I keep this account? Maybe. I don't know why I did that. I did not need to do that. Hi, sir. I'm on an AR-15, but the I'm assuming AR-15 account. But the wish was so bad on that account. I only had Beto, Noel, and Chongyun. So I created a new account and got 2 Kuki Shinobu. Should I keep this effeminate? Should I keep the effeminate account? Well, I am going to say keep the Kuki Shinobu account. Yeah. I mean, if they had to choose between both of them, I would choose the Kuki Shinobu account because he's only AR-15. That is true though. The beginning rolls don't matter. What does matter is if you pulled on the Noel banner or not. You do want to do that. Like Noel does matter. Yeah, I would do the Cookie account.
来我家做客吧。捉到。
Oh, I missed one. That's not a good thing. Shogun, can we bring it back? Getting ready to lucky later on.
看见了，知识与你分享。你很疼，眼是如虹。
Woman, you are not running. Yeah, see? Alright, so butchered that last one. It's because of that floor. Oh my god, why do they spread everything out so much? Alright, here's what's gonna happen. Thank you.
星辰为我。
Ow, ah.
细心的教。
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
亮相了。站立吧。
You know what?
星辰为我叫，让世界热闹起来吧。
What? Oh my god. Oh, wrong character.
细心的教，别害怕。
Okay. Jesus Christ. It's more useful in the long run. I mean, you can always go more AR later. What are you guys talking about? What's the main Raiden Shogun combo? What do you mean main? What do you mean? You talking about what's her main team? Come on. I really don't need this Nahida to do this, but why not? But what botched this run was that. There we go. I'll take it. All right. And we can always get more. No, because people will be doing like 2 M1s, then a charge M1. What are you talking about? I don't know what y'all talking about right now. Oh, is that it? Okay, so let's not have... Wait, what? Oh, no. I had the other weapon on the show. Okay, so we are going to do this Shogun, right? We're going to do... Oh, Shogun Burst combo? Yeah, we're going to do this, though. We're going to do a modified Shogun Quick Bloom. Right, this is in case you have a Dragon's Bane. And then we're gonna use a crit rate circlet. Doesn't matter what it is. Sure, right? So we're gonna use this. Okay, it kind of does matter. We need more crit rate than that. Yeah. What? Yeah. 47. What? Why's the crit rate so low? Whatever. 4-piece, right? Oh, it's not a 4-piece. That's not a good thing. That. Okay, that's gilded. That's gilded. That's gilded. That is not gilded. Ah. So this has to be gilded. Okay. Alright, well this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that. Alright, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do a Favonius Her. He's Zhongli, so I don't really care. And then Neuvillette, we're gonna use that. And then for the, what was that other side? Yelan? For Yelan, we're going to do this, I guess. We'll do that. And then we're rocking a healer Nahida. C0. Oh, C1. Okay. And then we're going to use... That's everybody, right? I think that's everybody. Okay. Oh, and it was Fiorina. I don't know if I need Fiorina. No, I need Fiorina. Okay, so we're going to use Neuvillette. Who else did I have? Rosaria? I don't know if I need Rosaria. I kind of want Barbara. I'm not even joking. I will take you. And then we're going to take you, and then we'll just keep same team. And then we're going to do you, and you. And I want to see what happens. We do have a Homa, but it doesn't matter. Do you only do normal attack characters? What do you mean? Shogun burst combo? Oh, that? No, I do 4. I do 4 dash cancel. So I do 1, 2, 3, 4 dash cancel. I mean, that's what I do. Like what I used to do was I used to do just 5 charge attacks in a row. But I didn't like the break in between. I don't know, that's me. All right, so let's see. Uh-oh. I swear I do not know this rotation. I don't think I need to use Layla's burst. Now I think about it. Should I strongbox the rest of the emblem if it's not advantageous, yeah? Like if none of it is like dual stat pieces, then yeah. That's what I would do. Alright. But yes, for me, I only do normal attacks. Oh my god, I keep forgetting about this thing. There's technically a way you can start off going like bonkers in the beginning, but I'm not gonna do that. Come on. Now this is C1 Yalan, so I am low key like cheating, but it's whatever. Come on. Time to fire Doritos, that part. Don't you disappear, don't you disappear. Oh, thank God. I don't know if I want to hit my burst. Alright. So there's one. And then... I'll do it. Why not? Let's go. Thank you. Nope. Pardon me. Thank you. Over here. Let's get it! What's going on, Nemo? Alright, you gotta back up, cuz I'm not trusting you right now. Oh, there's more. Okay. Ow. Come on. I'm gonna have to switch back to Fiorina here in a second after this charge attack. I don't know if I'm supposed to be hitting him. No! Oh, whatever. Why not? I don't need it. Alright. Can you please check my Venti and tell what to do to make them better? Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Let me just wrap this fight up and I got you. Not a problem. I'll do it. Alright, I'm not going to use his whatever that is. But we will do C1 Yelan. One. No! Almost missed my particles. Give it to me. Give it to me. There we go. I'm gonna run out of my Yelan burst. Yeah, there it is. Alright, there's that one. It is with a battle pass, so it's not free to play. I guess technically you could use a white tassel. Oh, wrong one. Oh, God. Come on. Got him. Now for the cancer. Okay. Give me a burst. Come on. All right. Almost done. I'm gonna be out in a second. I got you, Nemo. Not a problem. I'm just trying to resolve a issue.
集合，任务驱使，飞行，让世界热闹起来吧！亮相了，站立吧！
Got him.
不得喧哗。化作浮沫吧。
Whoa.
角度意外。
Oh my god.
别害怕，拒绝打扰。
More dots. More dots. More dots. There we go. I need more dots. Is this the last one? I think this is the last one. This is the last one.
全都看见了。
I'm not even gonna do that. We're just gonna face take it. I'll take it. That's one. That's two. I'm missing a attack, by the way. Okay, I'm getting hit too much. I am using my C2 Zhongli, my Constellation 2, but it's okay. I hope it's okay.
看破，断绝。
Hmm.
诸恶当斩，无处遁。
天理长驱。
Okay, I gotta use that prototype amber.
智慧也很疼，眼神无痕。暴雨看破。此刻
And that's it.
纪念之时，
Boom. We did have a battle pass weapon. So after I look at this account, I'll come back and I'll try it with the white tassel. The white tassel is only level 80. So I'm going to be missing a lot of crit rate, like a ton of crit rate. But I'll give it a shot. Nemo, what's your UID? You gonna head out? All right, crit rate. You were mega turn. It was like low-key a party in here with you, cuz. But yeah, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I don't know if you got a job, do great at work. I don't know if you go to school, do great in school, but you have yourself a good night. You know what I mean? And we're back. Swag. But yeah, Nemo, I need your UID and then we'll get it started. We will get it popping. But yeah, Venti is really, really straightforward.
辐射景色。
Me personally, I recommend having at least 2 sources of energy recharge. Unless you're going for like more damage or something like that. But as long as you have like 2 sources of energy recharge, you should be alright. Alright, so while you are getting that, I'll put this on and cry at my crit rate. Because I don't have better emblem pieces. But we are going for an EM. We're just going for EM anyway. We're not doing nothing special. But it should be all free. Matter of fact, let me kind of equalize this. So we should be all the way free to play. Yeah. I mean, she is C3. She's C1. He's C6, so that is kind of a cheat right there. But she's C0, she's C0, and he's C0. Nahita's C1, but she's a healer, so I guess it's okay. But I gotta watch out for hitting his burst, because that is gonna be. It's not cheating, but it is. I mean, he's C6, so it is gonna make a difference. Like it is gonna make a pretty big difference. So. While I'm waiting, if you don't know how to get your, you know what's probably happening, you're probably typing a UID and YouTube's blocking it. So type it 3 numbers at a time. That was an EM Raiden. She still hit 30k. Well, yeah. I mean, her burst is typically a lot higher, but what I'm doing is I'm just making sure she can still hyper bloom and do some kind of damage. That's why. So I'm doing a quick bloom. I'm doing a quick bloom Shogun. All right, so because you're on the Asian server, I'm not going to be able to show it. But let's see. I'm not going to be able to show it on stream. But so who do you want me to look at? So I can look at. Oh yeah, you said Venti. So Venti. So you got a Raven bow, which is an EM bow. Your energy recharge is 156. You're running triple EM, which is not a problem. The EM timepiece is crazy. That flower is it's okay. It could use some crit rate, but it's good. It is really good. It is like really good, especially for Venti. But there is a glaring issue with your Venti. Two of them actually. One is your crit rate is entirely too low for the crit damage to matter at all, and two, your energy recharge is entirely too low for your Venti to be functional at like a high reliable level, right? You'll have to sweat. You're effectively you're gonna have sweaty gameplay playing with that Venti. You would not have sweaty gameplay simply doing this with your Venti. Like if you did that, if you prioritized energy recharge, you can still run a bunch of EM, but if you prioritized, yeah, use Favonius. Because the thing is, you're not using, because I see you have Kazuha, right? And typically when you're using Venti, you're not using Venti for a shred or a buff or whatever. You're using him for CC, right? Side note, like his burst is really the only thing that could take advantage of his EM, which is fine. It's perfectly fine, but EM doesn't buff VV. Like EM doesn't communicate with the VV set at all. Like at all. Like the only reason he's using EM is to make his swirl damage stronger. It's the only benefit to having EM. It doesn't communicate outside of him, right? So having a whole bunch of EM on him really is just buffing the swirl damage that comes out of his burst, which is great, and you do want EM on him, right? But the reason I'm bringing this up is that crit damage number that you have on your timepiece and your flower is all but useless because you don't have enough crit rate to trigger it reliably, right? So in this case, I would actually recommend re-rolling your flower for crit rate, and your timepiece, I would actually recommend an energy recharge, either energy recharge timepiece, or if you want, you can keep the EM timepiece but re-roll it for crit rate to trigger the passive on the Favonius, right? This is why I don't use a Favonius, right? But you would be wanting to trigger the passive, which is reliant on crit. Usually 20, 30 crit rate is enough, but if you can muscle it, then somewhere around maybe like 50% crit rate should be like enough. Unless you're trying to trigger it via burst, right? If you're trying to trigger it via burst, you can go like 10% crit rate. Like you could do a really low crit rate. Because you only need one crit at R5, but I don't know what your refinements are. But either way it goes, his burst uptime should be the priority, and then the rest of your resources get dumped into EM or DPS. If you're going to go DPS, let me make sure I'm keeping an eye on the chat. If you're going to go DPS, now you have to pay attention to his crit ratio. And that's what's going to make it to where now it's not just one stat or two stats that you got to worry about. Now you got to worry about three stats, 1, 2, and 3. Now, in Kazuha's case, it's a different story. In Kazuha, you can load him up with a bunch of EM. Like you can run this if you're C1, or you can run like not that if you're not C1. I use this with C1 because I like doing that. I just like doing it. You know what I mean? But yeah, a energy recharge weapon is what I would recommend for Venti, and energy recharge timepiece. Because a lot of your damage isn't coming from Venti. It's coming from the fact that they're grouped, and you could quadratically scale his damage by way of somebody who can AoE a group. For example, I'm going to kind of do a little, kind of a display for you. Oh, he's complicated? He's not really, no, Venti's not really that complicated. It's really just ER weapon, ER timepiece, and then EM. And you don't have to worry about crit rate outside of trying to trigger the passive, right? But let's say you got Venti. What's going on? Who's that? Yojin Luna. Oh, that's Luna. What's going on, Luna? How you doing? let's say you got this right here, right? And you want to run Venti, right? And you got her. Just for the fact that the whole room is CC'd is really the only thing that matters when it comes to Venti. I don't know if I have a burst. Yeah, I have a burst. Right, so this is what Venti's made for. And that's why you use Venti. You don't use Venti to shred and apply all that extra stuff. You use them to group the room so you can wipe the room with a strong character. Right? So, I don't know if you noticed, but after that run, I didn't actually have to do anything with Venti to get his burst back. That's why I'm recommending that. And what you should do at that point is just make sure that your DPS can DPS whatever is in Venti's burst. Make sure their DP, put your efforts into that. Don't put it into trying to make Venti DPS. That way your investments are in the right spot. You know what I mean? That would be my opinion. I mean, but for what it's worth, you did him correctly. You know, but through trial and error, I would actually recommend a different weapon, a ER bow. Like an ER bow, ER timepiece, and then you should be all right. And that's pretty much it. But I like the fact you got ER on your... So your circlet and your goblet are fine. But your feather, your flower, and your timepiece, I would just reroll, and I would just reroll those and prioritize energy recharge. And then if you get EM, then great. Check now. Okay. Let me see. I am... You know what you might have to do? Because it didn't refresh. What you might have... Unless it did refresh. Let me see. Oh, you did. Okay. So you have 190 energy recharge? Yeah. So try... And that's R4? Yeah. So what I would do at that point is come in here. I mean, I don't know what your situation is going to look like, but I would come in here to the VV domain. This is where I would highly recommend testing your Venti. All right, come here. Hit his burst before it starts. And then throw like an Ayaka burst at it. Or if you have Gan, who do you have? What's your Ayaka? Is that a Kageuchi? Yeah. So I would go in there with an Ayaka burst, throw an Ayaka burst at it, and because you have a Kageuchi, you might have to do 1 or 2 charge attacks, right? But just wipe the room. Don't touch Venti. By the time the room is done and you collected all the particles on your Ayaka, check and see if your Venti has a burst. If he has a burst without touching him, that should be enough energy recharge on your Venti. You should have a burst after that, without question. Like you shouldn't even have to think about it. And then I had a series I was actually going to do where I was going to show all these different domains. Like for example, this domain. You can clip that whole domain in one Ayaka burst if you have Venti. If you have Venti, you can clear that whole domain in one burst. Well, 2. A Venti burst and then an Ayaka burst. You just bink, bink, and then the whole domain is gone. No charge attacks, no nothing. Right, but you need Venti to have enough energy recharge in order to do it. Okay, wait a sec. Yeah, what's up? Gilded domain is also ideal. Yes, especially for the gilded domain, you need, which is funny. You know what, Frank? The gilded domain is exactly why my Venti has 300 energy recharge. That right there is exactly why he has 300 energy recharge, because you cannot rotate that domain over and over again unless you got 300 energy recharge or you play sweaty. And I'm not finna play sweaty, cuz. I'll play sweaty if it drastically requires it. Sure, I'll put a little sweat in there. I'm not finna sweat over Genshin though, cuz. I'm finna go in there, hit a button, and it disappears. That's what I need. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Oh, you're missing an artifact on your Ayaka, by the way. Yeah, I would replace your flower on your Ayaka. Just take 14 crit. Yeah, I would just take the 14 crit damage on a flower and take the 70 crit rate. That's what I would do. You have him at 210 and he's still lacking? Yeah, that domain, yeah. It worked, but it took 2 times. It's probably because you're Ayaka. You were probably I just noticed your Ayaka. You know what I'm saying? Your Ayaka was missing crits. So you may have to charge attack a few times. Because you don't have the crit rate. You're missing 20 crit rate on your Ayaka. So on Ayaka, the reason why Ayakas are at 50 crit rate is because of the Blizzard set. If the Blizzard set was not on Ayaka, then she would be at a 70. Where's Ayaka? There she goes. The reason she's at a 50 is because of the Blizzard set. So that gives you 20 just because cryo is applied, and she basically doesn't have an option but to apply cryo. She's basically like a close range catalyst user. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, when you hit Venti's burst and you pop her burst, you're now hitting everything with a 70% crit rate. And a Kageuchi, you actually have the crit damage for a Kageuchi. You're not far off. I have the same ratio as you. You actually have technically a better Ayaka than I do because you have 23 energy recharge, right? But you got to replace your flower. That way, because your flower is the difference of 20 crit rate, which is the equivalent of 40 crit damage. You know what I'm saying? So I would just do that, and then you should be all right. Nice Ayaka, by the way. Any questions on and I hope you get a Kage. I hope you get a mist splitter. But any questions on that Venti? Because you did him right.
动身吧，旅行者。异世的诗篇还在等着我们呢。
That's a really high crit rate, Nouvelette. That is a low crit rate, Nahida. Like your that's a nuke Kazuha though. Like that's a nuke Kazuha. And then for Rosaria, I would just roll more crit rate. It depends on how you use it though. I don't know how you use it. Was this reverse melt? No. Yeah, I would just yeah. Can you do a quick Hu Tao review? Nobody's in queue, right? Yeah, before I look at your Hu Tao real quick though, Nemo, did you have any questions? What do I need on the Ayaka flower? Same stats, but you don't need 24 crit damage. We just need to get you off of a broken set. We need to get you on we need to get you 70 crit rate. That's what you need. Like 70 crit rate is more important than 24 crit damage. So really, you can get away with 6 crit rate and 14 crit damage. Your Ayaka would clear rooms way faster. She'll clear bosses faster. Like your Ayaka, she is going to be stronger. Your Ayaka flower. Yeah, I mean it looks good. But how does one? Okay, so you can have a good looking artifact, but I wouldn't just put good looking artifacts on characters just because it looks good, because you could ruin a character that way. You want to make sure the whole character is cohesive, right? I kind of talked about this a little earlier, right? So I could put, because you know my original Shogun, right? So let me see. I'll put her back together. So that, I don't know where this, what is it? This, this, and this, right? There's a reason I use this, right? This looks good, but I use this on my Raiden, right? So you still want to kind of like, even if the artifact looks really good, try to make sure that you're not duping yourself for the sake of the way an artifact looks. You know what I mean? Let me see. So, let me look at this. You said look at Ayaka, right? You might have to refresh. So the way you force a refresh on your whatchamacallit, on this thing, is when you pull up the Paimon menu, there's a hold to quit. You just quit back to the home screen, and that'll force a reset on your showcase. Then from there, I could definitely look at it. And then Kira, you said what? Your Ayaka flower? Let me see. Because you're going for a crazy Ayaka. Let me see. Because you do got some crazy pieces. Oh, this? No, you got to get this onset. That has to be onset. Like it's a good flower, but you need an onset flower. I can promise you right now, this, but with 20 crit damage, is infinitely more valuable than this offset. Yeah. And then Hu Tao, let me see. Oh yeah, because you upgraded. Oh, you lost crit rate though. Hey, but you're working towards that Shimenawa though. Yeah, we gotta switch this. We gotta switch this one out. Are you rocking? You're rocking crit damage, huh? Yeah. See, you gotta take that off. What I don't want you to get caught up in, Kira. I don't want you to get caught up in. I don't want you to get caught up in this, right? Because this is the bane. This is my pet peeve. It kills account. This kills accounts. I see more accounts killed by this practice right here. Right? This right here. This right here kills accounts. Never do this. Ever. Don't ever do this. All right, man. It depends on what your target is, Faith. If you're trying to get 100 crit rate, then just what you do, Faith, is you take your target minus 36. But yeah, Kira, the reason I'm bringing that up is don't run crit damage because it's crit damage. Run crit rate if you have to run crit rate. Like, just run crit rate. Don't fall into the trap of, ooh, but my crit damage is really high. Because you are going to struggle in the Spiral Abyss. You don't need 80 crit rate, but you also don't need 50 crit rate. You know what I'm saying? Usually 60 to 70, 70 if you can. But usually 60 to 70, that'll put you in good standing as far as the ratio is concerned. And I don't use the Raiden burst outside of the Abyss anyway. And in the Abyss, I have a 69% crit rate. That's why my Shogun is at 60. Just in case anyone's wondering. Because I preach 70 all the time. Well, you're at 61. Yeah, but I never use her burst outside of the Abyss. So in the Abyss, there's a very high likelihood I'm going to have a 69% crit rate. And I could just flip it if I really need to. It's not that serious. But yeah, typically, so to answer that question real quick, Faith, let me refresh this account because I'm kind of multitasking right now. Haha! That is, okay, that's better. Now watch this. Go inside the VV domain and hit that Ayaka burst and then do a couple of charge attacks. You should be able to clear that domain. You lost a lot of crit damage, but because of the amount of crits you're going to be hitting right now is going to be so high, it's going to be cookies. By the way, I'm sure you know about this little feature about Venti, right? If you're using Ayaka with Venti, or any character for that matter, he has a skill or a thing, or a passive I should say, where whatever he absorbs, he just automatically refunds 15 energy back to that character. So if you're playing him with Ayaka, and his burst turns whitish blue, you basically can consider your Ayaka having 65 energy costs for that rotation. Effectively. You know what I mean? So don't worry about losing the energy recharge too much. Right? Your goal is to just re-roll the piece and try to get, and by the way, you don't need that much crit rate on that piece. If you have a piece with more crit damage, like you can stop at 50, you can stop at 50 crit rate. And the 50 crit rate Ayaka's is so she can either hit like 100% on freeze, which is 45%, or so you can hit 70 against bosses. So you can fight bosses and do freeze with that. That's the 45 to 50% Ayaka. 30% is when it's, I just want to nuke only rooms. I'm never going to fight bosses. I just want a humongous crit damage multiplier. It feels good. I can pull up to the club in a beamer. That's that Ayaka. And it's nice. Yes, we all want beamers. We all deserve beamers. Not everybody gets a beamer though, right? So if you're freezing only 30%, if you're freezing and trying to hit a high crit rate, 45%. If you're trying to fight bosses, 50%. As far as crit rate on Ayaka, I could only give her 5 crit rate. 5 who? Who, your Ayaka? Are you talking about Hu Tao? Any questions, Nemo, by the way?
大求求兵，
Yeah. You have to switch this for crit rate. You have to. Until you switch this out. Yeah. You have to switch this for crit rate until this gets like, how much do you have? Yeah. So you need like, you only need like 7 crit rate on your timepiece. Right? But you still, just keep in mind, you got to maintain 11 on here. So cumulatively, what is that? 13, 14? So 14 crit rate plus 5. So you need 19 crit rate across your flower and your timepiece. Which really just boils down to 10 crit rate a pop. So if you can get 10 crit rate per piece, you can keep the crit damage circlet. But you need 10 crit rate per piece when they turn to Shimenawa, I mean. And don't worry about this having crit damage on it, whatever that 12 is, because technically speaking, that 12 is split between this and your timepiece. So to be where you're at on Shimenawa, you only need 6 crit damage here and 6 crit damage here, and you just kept your stats. The real challenge is, how in the world are you going to get 19 crit rate across the 2 pieces? That's what's going to be hard. You know what I mean? Well, I'm still technically with Nemo. You do realize that, right? Yeah. Seeing all these Ayakas is reminding me of how mine at 70 with nothing, because hey, don't even trip. Risley is low-key like the new Ayaka anyway. Like, I think his damage per second is, like, he's really close to Ayaka. It's just his is spread over normals and charge attacks and his burst, whereas Ayaka, most of hers is in her burst. You know, but Nemo, do you need, I don't know if they left. I don't think they left. Nemo, any questions? Because I just checked their Ayaka and I was telling them, I'm just waiting for feedback from their Ayaka. All this has to do with their Venti, really. Right? But the goal is, when they hit their burst in the VV domain, by the time you're done with that burst, without touching Venti, you should have a burst on your Venti. And if you have a burst on your Venti, and I'm talking without hitting a skill at all in that domain. You should just hit your burst and just have a burst after that domain is clear, right? If that's the case, now when you play Venti in like the Abyss, you just go skill and then you cancel the skill to burst. And you wait for him to collect the particles and then you switch. And that is enough energy recharge for your Venti. Based on what I found out in this domain. You should be alright. You should be okay with that. Alright, so let me see. I don't know if they left. Maybe they did. I don't know. I think you just want me to look at your Hu Tao. So let's look at this Hu Tao. Alright, let's see. So we have level 70. Don't worry about the crit damage, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you need. This is low-key, like, more than enough. So at this point, yeah, just focus on, because here's the thing. I don't want you to be doing charge attacks and you're missing a whole bunch of damage right now. I know it feels really good, but unless you're running Rosaria, stop tripping on it, because you are not done with this character. Yeah, crit damage is important, but crit rate is important, right? And you are not done with Hu Tao. I would not use, you can't even trigger the 4-piece set, so I wouldn't worry about trying to run a bunch of crit damage until you can complete the set, right? But at least get this and this. Your goal is, if you can hit 60 crit rate with a crit damage circlet, all good in the hood. Minimum 60 crit rate with that crit damage circlet. If you can do that, good in my book. But at no point in time should you have a shotgun with like a less than 60% crit rate. Your sniper rifle should not be missing 40% of its crits. She is a sniper rifle. She's a machine gun. She's a machine gun. She's a sniper rifle. She's a sniper rifle. Your sniper shot has to be really reliable. That's why. Yeah. I'm going to promise you right now, don't worry about trying to build the perfect Hu Tao right now. You don't have enough pieces. Because you still got 2 pieces you got to resolve. So no matter what changes you do, it is unfortunately not going to matter.
议事的诗篇还在等着我们呢。
Yeah, you can switch pieces out till death do us part. Till kingdom come. It's not going to matter. Until you have a flower and a timepiece. Unless you're just looking for the ratio. The thing is, I don't want you to find the ratio and just be stuck on that. Right? At the end of the day, you still need Shimenawa. I put myself in those situations where I have a broken set. Like, for example, I'll show you my Kaching, right? So let's say I wanted a Thunder and Fury on Kaching. And it's like, ooh, I want 70, 215, but I want it with a Lion's Roar. So then I switch to the Lion's Roar, right? And then I got to make up all this crit rate, but I want to keep using this crit damage circlet that only has 2.7 crit rate, but I want to use it because it has 82 EM. Because I want to have like I want to aggravate Kaching or something like that. That's going to be a really hard push when I have 10, 18, 721, 14 crit rate on this, and I got a 317 on this guy. Like, it's going to be a hard ask trying to maintain those stats and hit my target with a broken set. Right? So, just the philosophy of building, for the most part, is you want to keep your hopes realistic. Right? Because if you start putting stuff like this on her, if you start putting stuff like that, you're not going to replace that piece. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put this on her, and then I'm going to put this 34% crit damage piece on her, even though it's not on set. You're just setting yourself up for failure in the future. I do not recommend doing that under any circumstances, because you are not going to get those pieces like that. You could, yes. I don't have faith you're going to pull it in a day, a week, 2 weeks. Those are extremely rare. You could. It's just that they're extremely rare. Like, extremely rare. If they were common, all of us would have them, but they're not. You know what I mean? I just don't want to set you up to be let down, or to the point where you're farming so much that it's like, okay, now all you can think of is Genshin. You know, so you fix your timepiece. Is it Shimenawa? Let me look at this. Is it Shimenawa? Let me see. It's not Shimenawa, so it doesn't matter. 84 or 168. That's great, but it's not Shimenawa. 6 crit rate. No, you did not fix your Hu Tao. This is a crit damage, right? No, that's crit rate. What? Why don't you keep this piece? Yeah, just keep that on. This is a Hu Tao piece. Yeah, you're good. So now just get this piece, and then get this piece, and you're done. I mean, you need, well, not that piece, sorry. Get this piece, and then you're done. Now, here's the thing. Are you going to keep using this weapon? Because the Dragon's Bane is way stronger than this on Hu Tao. Like, way stronger. Like, for real. The Dragon's Bane is her second strongest weapon in this game. It's Homa, Dragon's Bane. Then it's Battle Pass and Jade Spear, or yeah, it's you know what I mean? And because you're only getting 15 crit rate, just this minus 15 crit rate. So 74 and then 69. So you're at a 69% crit rate. It's basically a free-to-play 5-star, yeah. And 69 crit rate, what is it, 50? Was that 50? Did I say 59? 69. 69 crit rate is more than enough for a Hu Tao. If you ever see a 80, 85% crit rate, 200 crit damage Hu Tao, keep in mind, they've been farming Hu Tao for like 3 years. They don't have that Hu Tao because they just farmed Hu Tao and they're good at the game. I don't have my Ayaka because I'm good at the game. I have my Ayaka because I've been farming Ayaka since Ayaka came out. I've been farming this Ayaka since she released. That's why I have these artifacts. You know what I mean? 68. Yeah, take the 68. As you keep farming Hu Tao, you'll eventually end up with an 80 crit rate or 75 crit rate and this, that, and the third. You'll end up with one of those Hu Taos. But those Hu Taos have been farming Hu Tao forever. Right? It's almost really what you're doing when you're farming, because Hu Tao is a very hard farm. She is one of the hardest farms in this game. I think that, now I think about it, that makes sense why people take so much pride in their Hu Taos. Is this good? That's good. Yeah, 68 with the Dragon's Bane is amazing. It's not easy to get crit rate on Hu Tao. That's amazing. The average Hu Tao has 60 crit rate. The average, I am like the best Hu Tao. Those averages are like 50 crit rate. The average, this is my identity Hu Tao, is like 80 crit rate. 60 is closer to 80. 68 is closer to 80 than it is to 50. I think you're okay. And it's with a Dragon's Bane. Which means what? If you want to see what your Hu Tao is in a competitive market, air quotes, all you got to do is look at your ratio plus 66 crit damage. So take this and add 66 crit damage, and that's your Hu Tao. Obviously, it's going to be minus 182 EM, so you're going to have to re-roll for some EM, right? But that's just as simple as just putting on an EM timepiece. So you just put on an EM timepiece, add 66 crit damage, and now you have the Hu Tao that you would have. Yeah, his is crazy because he's been farming Hu Tao since release. You know what I mean? Like, I've been farming Ning Wong since release. Like, I think Burger, he was farming Yalan since release. Like, whoever your main, that's why I tell you guys, whoever your main is, farm that character. And don't stop farming that. Eventually, that character is just going to be crazy. He's a Hu Tao king. He's one of the Hu Tao kings. You have to go to Tony Toe to see the Hu Tao kings. If you want to talk kings, you got to go to Tony Toe's channel. No one is beating anyone. No one comes close to anybody on Tony Toe's channel. That's because all of them have an average of like 30 crit damage on all their pieces. Like, they actually have 30, 40 crit damage pieces. I'm not down in Kinkle's Hu Tao. His Hu Tao is the best that we know. Like, in our circle. You need to go to Tony Toe's channel. You'll see a 400 crit damage Hu Tao. Insane, bro. It doesn't make sense. It's with buffs and all that, but it's 400 crit damage, cuz. Like, what? You know how much crit damage you need? Today, I think I hit 340 crit damage, right? No, I hit 410, right? That was after a Fontaine domain buff and a 20 crit damage boost with an 88 crit damage weapon. There are 400 crit damage Hu Taos before this domain released with a 66 crit damage weapon. Bro. But I will say this, that dude is mega dedicated. Yeah. You have to, look, this is why I stepped away from that whole conversation. Like, the whole damage and all of that, and all, I had to step away from that because we forget Tony Toe exists. And that's why it's like, you know, I'm not involved in that. I'm not going to do none of that. I'm not entertaining none of that. You got to beat Tony Toe. You got to beat people on Tony Toe. Do that, and then we can start doing all of that. What am I looking at? I don't know if you guys noticed, but you notice I haven't been bringing up Burgers Ayaka lately either, right? You gotta go see the Mayakos on Tony Toad's channel, cuz. You think I'm playing? I binged his channel one day, and I was like, I'm never mentioning anybody like that again. When I saw it existed, I was like, there's nothing close to what's on his channel. I thought I'd seen it all. There's nothing on his channel. There's like nothing close to what's on Tony Toad's channel. I might have collected it. Collected what? What are you talking about? You remember that guy that used to stop by all the time? He had 9 million with Eula. He's from Tony Toad's channel. Right? He set a record. Now, because it's Tony Toad's channel, I would not be surprised somebody beat his record. Nice. That is insane. How in the world did you... What? I think his name was like Leong or something like that. But yeah, he's from Tony Toad's neck of the woods. The dude hit stupid high. But if you go to his channel, if he ever stops in again, I'll point you guys to him. But if you go to his channel, he's got a nuke on there where he hit, I think it was 9.1 or 2 million. Thank you, by the way, Kira. That's kind of godlike, right? 9 million as a record, right? There's also a video of an Ayaka on Tony Toad's channel, and I think it was Tony Toad who did it, where Ayaka, after you add up all the ticks of her burst, I think she hit almost 20 million. Ayaka's, remember there was that big argument? There was a huge argument going on, and it happened on my channel. I don't know why, but there was this unnecessarily large argument where it was like, who's the strongest DPS in Genshin Impact, right? And I made the argument that it was Ayaka. And I don't know why, but I was going off what I seen, right? Then, because of that argument, I had to start breaking it down into categories because people didn't accept Ayaka because they wanted their character to be the strongest. So who's the strongest single hit in the game? Eula. No, we're not talking about burst. Oh, okay, Ganyu. No, we're not talking about whatever. Hu Tao. Yeah, Hu Tao. It'd be something like that, right? Then it would go to Ganyu, because Ganyu can clear rooms in like a shot, right? Then it would be back to Eula, right? Then it'd be this, and then a Shogun. Oh, but the Shogun's not, you can't vaporize with the Shogun because she's Electro, and blah. It kept going back and forth, right? Meanwhile, sitting in the back of the thing, I'm sitting here still knowing it's Ayaka. But I can't say that because Ayaka's damage over time on burst. But here's the thing. Ayaka being damaged over time, her damage is so high, it dies. Everything dies before it gets halfway through her burst. So you never actually see the damage number. The only time you can actually see how much damage she does is on Ajdaha or something with HP gating. Outside of that, you would never see her damage because it's too high. But for something to hit, watch this. I'll put it to you this way. So Ayaka has 20 ticks. Well, let's say 19 just to be fair. I seen a video where a guy hit 350,000 on one tick. 350,000 times 19 is how much? That's 6.6. That's 6,650,000. Now, what if I told you there was a guy who hit 1 million on a tick? Of course, there's going to be some dips, but if you hit 1 million on one Ayaka tick, I think you beat the game. I think that's it. But there's some mega nukes in this game. So from then, I started to pull back from the damage conversation. Remember, I was mentioning it like months ago. I was like, I think I'm getting caught up in this rat race, and I don't do that. I don't do this. All right, so I started pulling away. Right, but when I had binged that Tony Toe channel, and I'm kind of glad I did, it put it back in perspective, right? And that's why I had that talk that one day about damage and whatnot, right? Where it's like so Dome Precision is like high school for all intents and purposes. Let's say this is high school. Well, you don't want to flex how much money you have on high schoolers. They're high schoolers. You need to go to Wall Street and flex how much money you got on people in Wall Street. You know what I mean? So that's why I started to pull back. And that's why I don't do what I do as far as power and nukes and all of that, because I know Tony Toe exists. I'm not on Wall Street. Otherwise, I would be on Tony Toe's channel. Does that make sense? You got something? Swag. This is not taking away from the accomplishments of those who do a lot of damage. Let's not get that misconstrued. I don't want nobody going and making no big thing out of it. I'm just sharing my opinion. All right, so, for example, let's say, who is it? Let's say highest Lenny chart shot. Right? And I don't trust it. I swear to God, I don't trust anybody but Tony Toe. That's because Tony Toe, I think what happens is if you do a nuke on his page, you get paid. I think is what happens. So let's say Tony, I think it's Tony 2, technically. So C6 Lenny one shot. And let's see how much he hit for. He one shot a Primo Geo Vishap with Lenny. So let's see how big this is. He shot for, I don't even think he shot. Okay, so he hit 100-something thousand on a homing shot from Lenny. And then I think his burst or something hit for like 250k per hit. So that's one. And then we have, he just hit his skill and hit for 780,000. He just tapped his skill and hit for 780,000. Right, so until people are doing that, I don't need to know how much damage people do or how good their characters are. Because that's Tony Toe's channel. That's what I'm saying. Nuke or not. Matter of fact, let's look at how many. The dude has 86 crit rate. So I don't need to know how good characters are. Because that exists. When a guy has 86 crit rate, and he hits for 700,000 on a skill cast. Boop! With that much crit rate? No, bro. We're in Wall Street now. You know, it's like being the semi-buffest guy at the gym, walking into like a high school, talking about I'm the biggest bodybuilder ever, and it's like, no, bro, you need to go challenge if you want to be that, you need to go challenge the people in Arnold Schwarzenegger's competition, because this is not where you're gonna get the trophy. Because we're not it. Tony Toe is it. That's the Schwarzenegger. The dude has, his ratio is 86, 287. With Lenny, it's 86% crit rate, 287 crit damage. Food or not, that's a lot. And that was a Primo Geo Vishap. So that ratio ain't capped. You can only get 20 from food. You can't get more than 20 from food. So if anything, he's 86, 267. Which is not hard to get, but you know. Funny thing is, he has 1,000 EM. So, unless I'm tripping, let me see. Yeah, he's got 1,000 EM. I remember we had a conversation. You said I gave up on trying to be the strongest Ayaka. No, remember we were having a conversation on diminishing returns on EM, right? When Burger was here, and we were having a conversation about diminishing returns on EM. This guy has 1,000 EM. On Lenny. So he's got 1,000 EM. He's got 4,600 attack. He's got 86% crit rate. And he's got 287% crit damage. Probably with crit food. And this is without quick swapping teammates, like co-op quick swaps. Now, you can only provide so much EM from Kazuha, right? And you can only trigger one instructor set at a time. So all he's using, if anything, is a C2 Kazuha maybe an R5 Freedom Sworn. He's maybe has an instructor Bennett, and then he's got a Noblesse Diona, if anything, right?
刀剑爆业，民工怀
And then his Lenny is C6, but he's got 1,000 EM. Lenny doesn't give
和
EM.
茶一样。细细
Where did he get
品味
1,000 EM
才能
from?
理解其中风雅。
You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. But I'm not even close to a decent Ayaka. No, you have a decent. You just got to switch a couple pieces.
刀剑爆业，民工怀宝。
I'll give you a good example. Like, so, remember we had all them C6s and R5s and whatnot on our account? Remember that? And we were trying to see what's the strongest big whatever hit we can do with certain characters, right? Well, the average charge attack with Ayaka on that channel is like 200k. Bop, that's the average. That's not per hit. That's just a total 200k on a C6 Ayaka, right? On Tony Toe's channel, you can hit, there's a guy who hit 375k on a charge attack with Ayaka. In the Spiral Abyss. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was floor 7. Could have been floor 7, because I remember there was some malarkey dealing with floor 7. Still hit 375k though. It's kind of like, wow, right? But when it comes to power, I'm just trying to put something in perspective, right? A long time ago.
感觉又多了
Wait, what'd you say?
一些
Oh, did you need? Wait. Were you in a queue? Hold on. Wait, cuz. Hold on, Newts. Wait. What? Oh my God. No. Oh, come on, cuz. What? Did I just leave Newts hanging? No!
像这样悠闲安稳的时光，如果再多一点就好了。
Oh my God. I'm gonna catch up with News tomorrow. I'm about to catch up with News tomorrow. The next stream? Okay. The next one might be Honkai. It's a review, but it's okay. Okay. That's fine. Let me see. I can do it real quick. I don't want to keep them up. I don't want to keep it. Yeah, I'll catch you next time. I'll catch you next time.
细细品味，
I don't want to hold you up.
才能理解其中
Life
风
before the
雅
game. I'll catch you next time. It's all good. So yeah, so
刀剑爆业，
just
民工怀
Yeah.
宝。
Newts, right here. So, and you get a good night rest. Yeah, for real. So, just always remember, the whole point is just do your best, right? Remember, so earlier today I was talking about Akasha, right? The whole point is just do the best that you can, right? I had one of my elders, right? It was my mom and my grandma. They said no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, there's always going to be somebody better than you. So it's important that you accept yourself for who you are, accept your own limitations, accept you for you,
刀剑
and leave it
爆
at that,
业，
right? You can't beat everybody because there's always someone that's going to beat you. Keep in mind, everything on the Akasha is only the stuff that's registered on Akasha. Right? Jadakiss made a statement in a song. He said, and I say it all the time. He said, what's up with Jordan up north better than, he said, what's up with the brother up north better than Jordan who didn't get that break? So we see Michael Jordan. But there's a guy better than Michael Jordan who didn't get the break. He didn't get the shine. We don't know he exists. For example, we don't know Newts exists. The world doesn't know Newts yet. The world doesn't know Faith yet. The world doesn't know Burger exists yet. The world doesn't know you guys exist yet. You know what I mean? You guys there could be somebody who's the best whatever, but they haven't met Faith.
像这样悠闲
They haven't met Kira. They ain't seen Newts. They don't know about burger yet. You see what I'm saying? So, but the same thing goes for what you're into as well, right? And it's about kind of like low key, like not even low key, but like it's like kind of trying to be humble about things. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a long time ago, this happened during Warframe. I got out of the habit of saying I am the best anything. I don't compete. I don't do anything. I'm not the best graphic designer. I'm not the best music producer. I'm not the best engineer. I'm not the best artist. I'm not the best public speaker. I'm not the best coach. I'm not the best at anything. Why? Because there's somebody better. There's always somebody better. And I don't need to be the best. And if somebody's better, that's just an opportunity for me to learn from it. I can learn from it. If it's that important, right? But the meat and potatoes of it is to not, like, don't compare yourself to somebody else, right? Just if there's flaws in you that you recognize, accept them, try to improve them. If you can't improve them, move forward. Just accept them and move on, right? Because, like I said, there's always somebody better, right? So if you have a C6R5 and it's like, I'm C6R5, I'm great. Okay, great. That's great. But instead of being, I'm C6R5, I'm going to show it to all these people who aren't C6R5, you should probably take that and go show that to Tony Toe's audience. Because of course we're going to be like, wow, that's amazing. You know what that's like? That's kind of like the kid who's in the neighborhood and they don't know anybody who owns a car. So then somebody pulls up in like a 1986 Honda Civic. Wow, you have a car? Yeah, I got a car. Hop in. Yeah, I got a car. It's like that. But don't do that because there's somebody in New York who has a Bentley and a chauffeur. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Just keep it humble. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the thing I'm kind of getting at, right? It'll make you a better person in the long run. And on top of that, it'll keep you from attaching your identity to things that don't even matter. If you're going to attach your identity to something, you should be attaching... This is just my opinion on this one now. My opinion is you should be attaching your identity to something that falls in line in direct relation to your personal growth in real life. Attach your identity to that. I am not Zhongli. I am not my Zhongli. I am not my Zhongli build. I am not none of that. I just like the character. That's it. Right? But if I'm going to be better or compete in anything, I'm going to compete with beats and graphics. And then I'll compete with those. I'll compete in customer service. I will out customer service somebody. We could do that. I mean, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It's just something like that. Like something that has something to do with personal growth in like the real world. If that makes sense. You know. Now, if there's a lesson in the video game, right? For example, I'm the best Ayaka, right? You could take that and use that as a platform to explain the fact that it's RNG. And use that as a platform to explain how luck works. Right? It's a numbers game. Right? It becomes a numbers game. So it's either you get it now or you get it later, but sometime in between now and later, you will eventually get it. The only issue is you don't know how far later is. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Kira, let's say for example, I don't, are you in school or do you have a job? I guess we'll phrase it like that, right? If you're in school, right, instead of me coming up and saying my grades are better than yours, I could say, if you're struggling in school, how can I help you? You don't need to know my grades. I don't need to show you my grades. All I need to do is say, my grades are good, but let's not worry about my grades. I see you're struggling in this. I think I can help you out. What I have doesn't really matter. The focus is you need help. Right? Because what's happening? What am I inherently doing when I say my grades are better than yours, or I show you my report card and I compare it to your report card? What am I doing?
剑就和茶一样，
All I'm saying really is that I'm better than you. That's all I'm doing. You can call it flexing. You can call it showing off. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna call it the way I see it from an adult perspective. From a grown-up, I'm not gonna use any buzzwords. I'm gonna be very candid and serious perspective. I'm saying I'm better than you is what actually is happening, right? So I try my best to avoid that. And on top of that, I try to stay away from that energy. Feel good about what you have. But I promise you, do not compare yourself to other people. It's meaningless, it's fruitless, and you won't get anything from it. You can learn from others. Don't compare yourself to others. See what they did, use that as inspiration. Do not compare yourself to others. Don't attach a personal value to it. Right? If you have a favorite artist and you like to sing or rap or whatever, try to get as good as them, but don't compare yourself to them, because you will never be them. You will always be you. You will never be them. Be the best you, and leave it at that. See what I'm saying? Because there'll never be a better version of you, because you're you. Now, the only reason I'm saying this in regards to Genshin is because there's an underlying message behind that attitude in the Genshin community.
民工怀抱，
That attitude in the community seems to make its way into the real world. So now, when you're having conversations with your homies, you might have one who is dropping the ball on their education, who has no inspirations, who's a bully, or they're toxic, or they're insecure, or whatever the case is.
细细品
But
味
guess what?
才能理解
They got a
其中
better Zhongli than you do. But does that really matter, though? They disrespect their moms. They disrespect their... Something's going on. Regardless of the situation, that's what I'm saying. Don't compare. They can have a better Zhongli, and you could say, oh, that's a nice Zhongli. What'd you do? But don't let them pull you into the comparison. By pulling you into the comparison, that state of mind is going to affect you in a negative way. I only know this is because I've been around a lot of people,
这平日里的生活里
positive and negative.
感觉又多了解了你一些。
I mean that. I've seen people compare themselves to people and lose their mind. I'll never be this. I can't believe they just keep winning all the time, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Some people win, some people don't. It's just that simple. If you win, here's the funny part. If you don't win here, chances are this is not where your win is. Your win is over here. You might be misaligned from your win. Your win might not be Genshin. Your win might be Call of Duty. It might not be Call of Duty. Your win might be Honkai Impact. It might not even be video games. It might be a job.
见报业，
You might have the worst account, but for some reason, a $100,000 a year job just kind of fell in your lap. And you just happen to be really good at the stock market or something. Like, it could be something as weird as that. You know what I mean? So just don't misplace your personal value. And don't misplace your personal perception, how you perceive yourself. Like the value of yourself. Don't misplace that.
细细品味，
Try to be as positive as I can, but sometimes I just can't always be positive. It's hard. I know it's hard, right? Part of the meat and potato, the reason why this is so important to me, it's so important, bro, is because this was a cancer that ran through my clan. It ran through my clan. It was cancerous, bro. Cancer. You couldn't have a conversation with somebody without somebody trying to compare themselves to somebody else in the clan. Now, there's good sportsmanships and whatnot, but then there comes a point where somebody literally associates their personal value, like basically they're like, I'm better than you because video game stuff. And it's like, what? You have got to be kidding me.
报业，
There is no way that this can come up in a reasonable conversation. So, because my Ayaka has a higher crit damage than yours, that magically makes me more qualified to speak on real life issues? No, bro. It just means I got lucky. That's what it means. And I feel this is important to tell to my community because I don't need that cancer spreading in my community. It's a cancer. I don't need that to spread in my community. I want you guys to stay focused on what's important in life and keep your eyes on the prize and not on your crit damage multiplier. If you want the crit damage, you can get it. Just be patient. That's it. It's so drastically important that you don't attach your personal value to it, though. I'm telling you. People done gotten in arguments, cuss people out, and it's just, you'd be surprised. Imagine you walk inside imagine you go walk inside a classroom and people are literally arguing and fighting, like arguing over who has the better G.I. Joe. But they still got homework to turn in. Imagine that's happening, bro. I got more G.I. Joes than you. Man, you ain't nothing. I got more G.I. Joes than you. Mind you, all of these G.I. Joes were given to them from their family members. They didn't like work for these. They just raised their hand and asked for them at a family picnic. And some of their family members gave them G.I. Joes and some didn't. That's all they did. You act like we can't walk in one-shot domains. We walk in, we one-shot a domain, a.k.a. lift our hand. Auntie, can I have a G.I. Joe? And they give us whatever they have, which is our artifact. That's it. And then you got these two kids in a classroom arguing over who has the better G.I. Joes. That's what comparing characters is. Now, if you think that's not toxic, I'm not supposed to associate with you. Period. And it was always her parents. Wait, hold on. Someone in my class is like, oh, you play on mobile? I play on PC. Why can't you play on PC? To my point, cuz. To my point. And they always know the answer, but always shows it off. And it was always her parents buying the stuff. To my point. That is my point. That's my point. It's misplaced value. Right? It's not what you own or didn't earn. It's what you earned and created. It's what you created. What came out of your own effort. Your effort translated to fruition. Your effort translated to reality. That's what you should be taking pride in. But if somebody else is helping you do it, you shouldn't be taking pride in that. Not one time are you ever in your life going to hear me flex about an M1 computer. Because my dad got this for me. I say I have an M1 and it's dope, but you're never going to hear me say my computer's better than yours, blah, 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 blah. Because I didn't earn this. It's a super dope computer, but it's not better than the next person's computer because it was given to me. I didn't earn this computer, cuz. How many times do I tell people the specs of my MacBook? Never. You only know it's an M1. You don't know the specs on this computer because I didn't earn it. Meanwhile, you have Genshin players telling you everything about their characters. But they didn't really like earn it like that. I didn't earn my artifacts. You either get lucky or you don't. All you can do is show up. And if they give it to you, you get it. If you don't, you don't. And you just save it. You know, that's all we can really do. I just want to make sure that my community is not attaching their personal value to this. Whatever this is. Have fun. That should be the end of the conversation. You feel me? And it was always, yeah. I mean, well, now you know, I guess, you know. But at the end of the day, I didn't earn this. Right? But what I did earn is my knowledge of this content in the DSM-5. That's what I earned. I earned my ability to engineer music in a professional environment. I earned my skill set. I earned my business. That's what I earned. You see what I'm saying? For all intents and purposes, I earned DWP, I guess. You know, I guess if we want to call it that, but it's whatever was created with your blood, sweat, and tears. Whether blood, sweat, or not, but if you like take credit in it, give credit where credit's due. Really, is what it boils down to. Give credit to where credit's due. And if you're trying to take credit for something that you really don't have a place taking credit for, you can't take credit for it. I do graphic design, yeah. Now. Well, let me make sure I'm phrasing this correctly. I do corporate graphic design. I don't do artsy fartsy graphic design. So if you need like flyers, posters, media, banners, stuff for your social media, avatar, company logo, anything as far as your products, that's what I do. You need graphics for your website, I do that. What do I do in graphic design? I do that. I do graphics for products, services, companies, and organizations. That's what I do. That's a part of my business, but that's what I do. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fun. Yeah, it is. It is fun. But I like the aspect of being able to like help people out. That's what I like. I like that part of it. Like somebody calls and the only part I don't like about it, I guess, if I was to have any complaint about it, is when the client doesn't know what they want. But sometimes that can work in your favor, right? If they don't know what they want, sometimes you can just kind of do whatever, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't think about that." Sometimes it works out like that, but typically they kind of know what they want. They just aren't able to translate it to paper, right? And it's up for you to try to translate what they want to paper, but make it look as close to what's going on in their head as possible. And typically what's going on in their head is really pretty, right? It's just that they'll kind of accept lackluster work depending on what they can afford, right? So if you can only afford a $5 graphic, they're not expecting they're not expecting a $20,000 graphic, right? They're not expecting, right? Here's what's funny though. Most of the graphics that you'll see from corporations, you can like hit a couple buttons and produce them, or they'll be made from like Blender. So you'll just make a 3D photo, right? You'll take off, I forgot what it's called, but you'll take off the perspective feature, right? And then you take that, you save that out to like a PNG or whatever file you want to save it as. Just don't do JPEG. You pull it into Photoshop, you apply a couple filters to it, and now you have a photo of some 3D stuff. Or you just get a really high resolution DSLR camera that can take like split second images, basically no blur. You take a random candid photo of somebody and then you just throw text over it. Boop, you do that and you apply a filter over it. There's a filter you can do on graphics. It's kind of a cheat code. But let's say you take a really high quality photo, snap, and you raise the contrast on it. And then you take the lows in the photos. You can control the levels. You take the low level pixels, like black, gray, dark brown, all of that, the lows, and you raise that up a little bit. You just raise it up, change it to like blue or brown or gray or orange, or you just change the tint of it. Usually blue works, blue or purple. Typically it's blue. But you change that, you raise it up, I kid you not. You throw a regular sans serif font on it, a thin sans serif font, like Helvetica or something. Make it all caps and big, and you got yourself a photo. You can sell that for like 10 grand. Have I done it? No, but I've seen this all across the internet. I've seen it. I see it all over the place. Like, what is it called? It's like Maybelline, right? Like, maybe it's Maybelline. If you look at maybe it's Maybelline, like, advertisement photo, look at that graphic that they have on, like, the magazine, and just think about how much work went into that ad photo, right? They took a picture of somebody. They upscaled the resolution, right? And then there's like plugin, like for example, what is it? Like you can do, what is it called? Where is it? There is like vanishing point, right? You can take like their shirt, you can take vanishing point, cut out their shirt, and then you could just apply a texture over it. So you apply texture to like their shirt or whatever, and then you just get rid of the blemishes. You apply a filter and then you throw fat text over it. Then you send an invoice to Macy's or Maybelline and you say, here's the photo or here's the graphic, and they pay you a bunch. Typically with them though, they have an in-house graphic designer, so they're usually not going to be like the client because they usually have in-house. They gave you an ad for AI art. That's hecka funny. One of the most rude things I've ever seen on the drawing app I use. They gave me an ad for AI art. AI art is gonna be it is gonna be popular. AI art literally steals people art, mixes it together. Not in the way that you think. Because believe it or not, art art in its own is doing the exact same thing as AI art. The way you shade is literally somebody else's technique of shading. I had to think about this too. The way you do your lines and the way you sketch is literally somebody else's technique. So when you draw, you're literally stealing somebody else's technique anyway. You're using their brushstroke when you do the face of an anime character. What the AI is doing is it's taking that brushstroke and it's using that brushstroke for the cheek of their anime character. Yeah, you're just recreating it by hand. Yeah. It's just that AI is drawing it by hand. It's not sampling it, it's drawing it by hand. Yeah, it only takes 2 minutes of practice. Yeah. You know what it is about human produced art? It's the imperfections that makes the art great. I'll tell you this before I go. If you listen to music, music sounds better with the imperfections. The imperfections is what gives it life. There are two things. One is called a swing, or quantize, or cadence, or whatever you want to call it, in music. This is why funk music sounds the way it sounds, and non-funk music sounds the way it sounds. When something says, ooh, it's funky, that's because typically it's missing quantize in the beat. Stuff sounds a little off-timing, but that off-timing, that imperfection of the timing of the instruments, that's the funkiness of it. That gives it life. It sounds better. And then there's this thing called saturation. What saturation does, saturation literally throws white noise into the track. You can look it up. It literally destroys the sound. The same thing happens with movies in 3D. Like if you do 3D animation, the same thing happens with 3D animation. If you want something to look really, really real with 3D animation, throw noise over it. Not digital noise. You got to do it's a specific type of noise, but you're going to throw noise over it. Right? You know how games look different. Like, so pixel games look completely different than they did today. So if you take a pixel game today, you see pixels. Back then, you didn't really see pixels because pixels weren't pixels back then. But it was the imperfection of the TV is what created the curves and all of that. And those imperfections is kind of what brought out the art of the pixel art. So this pixel thing that's going on nowadays is not really the pixel. It's not retro. You have to apply a retro filter over it for it to look weird. And the retro filter is what? It's the imperfections of CRT TVs. So you need to apply the imperfections of CRT TVs in order to actually get pixel art. Otherwise, it's just box art. It's just Minecraft art. I don't know. If you don't believe me, look at this game called, what is it called? Kung Fury. Look at Kung Fury. That should tell you everything you need to know. Look at that and then look at pixel art anywhere else. That's it. But imperfections is what's going to separate real art from AI art. So take pride in the fact that you're not perfect. Because what you will have is you'll have natural noise and natural saturation. Well, it's the imperfections is what gives it. Yeah, I mean, you said it though. It has life. Be prideful in the fact that there are imperfections. As a producer, we artificially insert imperfections in our music. We artificially do that. This is why music in the 70s will always sound better than music today. Because music in the 70s has those natural imperfections. So I don't care how good AI art is, I wouldn't be too worried about AI art replacing real art. It might replace it in a situation where you need like a Genshin poster. Like I need AI to produce a landscape and I don't have time to wait for somebody 2 weeks to draw this mountain. So I'm just going to type mountain and I don't really care what it comes out looking like because it's a mountain, right? But I don't need the character to be perfect and whatnot because I'm not going for a perfect person. I want to see those imperfect brushstrokes. Have you ever looked at a Genshin like portrait picture up close? Right? You know how you go here, like the Sinnoh? If you take that asset of Sinnoh and you blow it up to its maximum size, that's not a digital image. Somebody drew that on like paper and then they imported and digitized it. You can see the pencil and brush strokes and you can see it, but you gotta really zoom in. You gotta go to their website. You gotta copy their portrait, paste it in like Microsoft Paint and zoom in. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The reason I know that is because I have to do that a few times, making thumbnails or whatever I was doing. Yeah, go to MiHoYo's website for Genshin. There's a part where it says characters. It'll give you a list of like Inazuma characters, whatever characters, right? Go to like Gene or something, copy, paste, and paint, and zoom in. And you'll see imperfections because somebody drew that. A person drew that. You can see the draw marks if you zoom in. These are drawings. These aren't digital. These are somebody drew that. That's not drawn on a computer. Somebody drew that, and then they brought it in and digitized it. I only know that because I do that. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah. Right. So there's never going to be a situation where you have to worry. I don't think there's going to be a situation where you have to worry about AI art too much. Right. Just do what you're passionate about, you know, and leave it at that. You know what I mean? And then you should be all right. Know what I mean? All right. That's enough of my little TED talk. You know what I'm saying? I think I kind of went overboard, but hopefully everything I said helps. So hopefully it's a nugget for whoever's listening to chew on going forward. Yeah, not a problem. Hopefully it's something for anybody, you, Kira, as well. Hopefully it's something for you guys to chew on going forward. You're going to run into a situation. Hopefully you don't run into it, but if you ever run into a situation where it's some comparison and it's weird, you're going to remember everything I just said. I guarantee you're going to remember what I just said. Somebody's going to put faith. You're going to be in school, and somebody's going to be trying to show you how dope all their art is, and, oh, look at this, and look at this, and look at that. And it's like, oh, that's cool. And you're going to pick up on that insecurity. I promise you, Faith. You're going to pick up on, why must you show me this? Probably because they're seeking validation. Boom, you got what you need. It's going to happen. Is it wrong? No. It's not wrong. But you're going to remember everything I said. And hopefully everything I told you works in your favor. You know, maybe you might be able to help somebody else out. Hey, there's no reason to... Like, your art is fine. You don't have to show me. I trust that you're good. Something like that. I trust that you're good. Yes, you are good. You are good. You have been validated. I don't need any more proof that you're good. You don't have to prove it to the world anymore. You are good. You see what I'm saying? And then leave it there. So anyway, without further ado, this is CS from DWP. If you enjoyed yourself during the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hopefully I ain't pushed no buttons. If I did, I apologize, but hopefully it's something to chew on, like I said. But if you enjoyed yourself during the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, keep your wig screwed on tight. Keep that thing screwed on tight. And I'm going to be hollering at y'all on the next one. And I do mean this when I say this. Love you guys. Peace. Woo! Let's go. All right, Kira, take it easy. Faith, swag. Peace.